right. Well, it looks like we already got some people tuning in, so thank you so much, everyone, for joining already. Um, yeah, last time I was suggested to watch Call Me Chris respond to Miss Katie, aka That Vegan Teacher. Uh, yeah, I'm highly interested in this. I know it's kind of old, but well, philosophy doesn't age, does it? So, yeah, let's just get right into it. Let me see here. Well, let's see. Probably the oldest one makes the most amount of sense. The Oh goodness,
This is actually an apology.
29 million views. I can't, like, there are artists who are trying to get a single hit wonder with that many views.
This is actually an apology video. I just want to say how sorry I am for trying snacks that my subscribers have sent me and taken the time to send me, and for
Okay, so I mean, seems like we're already beginning with a straw man. You can see where she's going with this with her sarcasm. Yeah, I don't think anybody has an issue with engaging with your audience. I think it's the method of how you're engaging with your audience that is fucked up. And if you want to give the full context, Chris, if you want to be intellectually honest with what it is that you're doing, right? You're not just trying snacks that your audience gave you, which snacks right here is a euphemism for dead animals, rape, right? Murder, kidnapping. But yeah, you are referring to those things using a euphemism and then trying your best to avoid speaking about that and focusing only on the positive portion of it. So go ahead and cope.
putting them in the video that I made. Excuse me, let's play that back actually. What's in your hand there, vegan teacher? What is this? Oh no, we're about to expose the vegan teacher. Let's do some research.
Wait, are you going to attempt to assume what a vegan's values are and then claim that she's being hypocritical or something with those values? She literally said, let's do some research. I mean, look, if the implication of that was to be something like, well, you know, you should do your research on whether or not something is in alignment with your values. I could find out if something contributes towards what you constitute as immoral. Of course, that's plausible, but you've not achieved the first part, Chris, right? Which is whether or not you've actually established what the values are to violate. You might want to not miss that step.
She has found me. We are being exposed to.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're any sort of relevant public figure, you know, Katie does go after you. I mean, I don't have an issue with that. I have an issue with when she does really shady shit. Like in the last live stream, she proclaimed that, what is it, Isaac Butterfield? Well, we didn't get to see if he asked his fans to watch Dominion, but we knew that he, at minimum, you know, still owns a jerky, a dead animal company, and she claimed that, you know, he was starting to shed light on veganism. I mean, it's really called fuckvegans.com. I think he would have disavowed the entirety of the website, but you can call me crazy if that's such a strange concept, Chris.
Babe.
I know she's not the one who said it, but I'm just going off the name.
By the vegan teacher.
This girl is so whack. Yeah, I mean, you get really strong, you know, sort of, like, social norm vibes from certain people when they put on certain tones of voice and whatnot. And this is one of those situations. Like, you know how comedians have certain tones of voice, or news reporters when they start to speak to people? This is like that. This is like, you know, she puts on that specific tone, and also specific context, like, she found me, You know, saying things like, what is the other thing?
Found me. We are being exposed today.
Oh yeah, we are being exposed, right? The inclusion of everyone else being attacked as well.
By the vegan teacher. Oh my gosh, I feel like I've made it. I've never had any drama yet. You got some tea going on here. Video.
I mean, if you have almost 13 million subscribers, I don't know that you really avoided drama as much as you're making it sound like, or if you just haven't noticed the drama because you haven't paid attention to people that are a lot smaller than that vegan teacher, or people who may even be larger but not as fun to attack back. So that seems obviously I'm thinking about how you have 13 million subscribers now, but even back, you know, 4 years ago, I'm sure you had in relation to your into other YouTubers an extremely large subscriber count, and it's hard to believe you wouldn't have had any drama. You probably just, you know, pushed it away because it didn't make you enough. It wasn't going to give you enough content.
Of her reacting to me is, call me Chris, stop stealing body parts from animals.
Wait, what?
To me is, any drama yet? You got some tea going on here. Video of her reacting to me is, call me Chris, stop stealing body parts from animals. My video title that she's reacted to is, which country has better...
Okay, so... Okay, number one, when you think about the concept of the implication of what Chris is trying to get at here when she says, stop stealing body parts from animals, and she makes these sort of silly faces, she seems to be implying to a very large degree that she's not directly stealing body parts or something extremely trivial like that. You know, something she would never hyperfixate on if this were in the human context. She wouldn't say, oh, come on, there's a morally relevant distinction between me actually paying for it to occur and it still eventually occurring because I decided to vote with my dollar that way. I am ultimately responsible for what I purchase. And the other side of the aisle being, you know, if somebody does it directly to an animal themselves, is just an insanely minor distinction between the two, right? I mean, like, I don't think I don't think she would ever say that somebody who pays for pedophiles to be enabled to take advantage of children would be a morally relevant distinction from the pedophiles doing the action. Right? Like, you might say one is more psychopathic. You might say one is more, you know, whatever adjective you might want to use to describe, or you know, whatever description you would give, but it certainly wouldn't ever have anything to do with the idea of whether or not there was something that crossed the threshold of being fucked up in terms of your decisions. Now, you might not have realized it before. I mean, you are, even now, right? Like, Chris looks extremely young. So there are a ton of young people who just simply have not thought about the matter before. But that's not what you're being presumably attacked by Miss Katie on. Even if you were, it certainly wouldn't represent anybody who, you know, would believe in animal rights and attempt to gain logical consistency from you is to focus on whether or not, you know, you've been evil. I think that would take a lot of insight into your life. Maybe we have a decent amount to understand from any past content she's made, and that I'm not going to be like other vegans that say something like, yeah, why are you watching Chris? I was recommended by a previous audience member from the last stream, Static. But yeah, so I mean, if she has any other content, I'm totally down for exposing her on how aware she was of what it is that she's supporting. But yeah, I mean, if she is trying to make this about whether or not this is direct versus indirect, that's just an insanely dumb point that, again, I don't think she'd be quibbling on in the human context. And certainly you know, she can't name the trait that would distinguish the two.
Animals. My
Morally relevantly, that is.
video title that she's reacted to is which country has better snacks?
Again, it's just a euphemism. You could say the same exact. I mean, imagine we did this with slave owners. Like, which plantation has better cotton? But it was picked from people that were enslaved. It's kind of stupid, isn't it, Chris? Right? Like, which I was just focusing on the cotton. I was just focusing on the fields. Look at how pretty they are. And you wanted to make this about something really violent and grotesque. Or maybe you're the one who's pretending that there aren't consequences for your actions.
We're gonna be learned some stuff here from the vegan teacher. I'm very interested in hearing this. First of all, disclaimer.
What's eerie is how, like, can y'all not expose Chris? She's dealt enough in her life. Well, a couple things. I didn't use the word expose, but conceptually all that matters is whether or not I would respond to somebody who's committing sophistry. If the position is that somebody is allowed to justify the world's largest Holocaust because of the fact that they've dealt with a lot of trauma, you know, that could justify somebody trying to, you know, cause a human Holocaust, unless you can name a trait or set of traits that you think morally relevantly distinguish the two. Like, imagine somebody comes into therapy and it's like, yeah, I'm just traumatized about, like, building blocks and Legos. So, you know, that's my excuse for murdering and raping little children. But, you know, like, you've got to understand, I've been through enough in my life. Plus, I've ever wondered what those clothes are made of. Leather, wool. What clothes? You mean my jacket? What what clothes? Her clothes? My clothes? What are you referring to? Because she's sad girl, right? I know. Mental illness, trauma, though, pain, though. These don't justify atrocities in the human context. What's the trait or set of traits that justifies it in the animal context? Plus, it's been scientifically proven that plants cause micro screams in their... Okay, we've got a troll here, boys. Let's start with the first one. If I was to be charitable with regards to what it is that you're initially saying, which is, let's just pick one. Let's just pick a statement, you know. Ever wonder what your clothes are made of? No, I don't, because it's a custom-made jacket, jackass. I know exactly what went into it, first of all. But for any jacket or piece of clothing that somebody might have had that did have animal products in it, the demand was already contributed towards. Obviously, if somebody... I've been vegan for 11 years, but anybody who went vegan fucking overnight and still had animal products... I don't think any extra demand is being created, do you? I mean, you're going to have the positive claim of, you know, showing that that would be the case. For the other point of whether or not, you know, there's like animal products or something like that in clothes. Yeah, I mean, anybody ought be aware of whether or not they're contributing towards something that they should be logically consistent on, that they can't name a trait would, you know, justify one and not the other, to a morally relevant degree. But yeah, you might want to figure out if that's actually occurring first, right? And that wouldn't, by the way, that even granting all of that, let's just say there was somebody who self-identified as vegan, but didn't have their understanding or values aligned with that individual point. You know, that wouldn't dispel the general concept of animals having basic rights just because they were inconsistent on a single point. I mean, presumably, if they were good faith, all it would take is exposing that that's just as problematic. I mean, vegans do this with regards to pet food, right? It still supports the global Holocaust. They still do this with organic. Many vegans nowadays still don't even realize that organic contributes towards carnistry, that is to say, dead animals. Buying organic products, in many cases, is tantamount to buying about a glass of milk. So, you know, the question really isn't whether or not somebody is technically doing something, right? You're trying to focus on if it's a justification, and you don't have access to if somebody would justify it just because you see that they've failed on a certain action. Okay, Static? Not a troll, just facts. Well, you can name something that you assume to be a fact, like you implying that a question is that I haven't thought about what goes into my jacket, although it's not a fact what it is that you're trying to create a prescription on, that is to say what ought be the case or ought not be the case. And it's funny that you had mentioned that even that implies a fact when, again, you don't even know what the fuck goes into my jacket if that's what you were assuming, jackass. Why would you eat animals' food? There's harming them more than what? Why would you eat animals' food? That's harming them more than plants? Well, if you weren't to breed them into existence, you wouldn't have to give them food, would you? And that also assumes that we wouldn't have enough food to give animals and humans if we weren't to consume the animals. Um, oh, yeah, and then you said the plants cause microscreams when they're cut open. Uh, First of all, can you define a microscream? There's no reason to believe that they are sentient, that they have a central nervous system, right? That they have any sort of subjective experience. This has been debunked time and time again. But if you think you have any evidence to suggest that, you're welcome to find the nearest bottle of lube that's closest to you and, have fun with that in the corner. But, yeah, I mean, that's just extremely silly. Like, that's what's called an egalitarian herring, right? Like, some like a piece of bacteria is technically living, and then you have something that's sentient, right? Undoubtedly, like a cow, chicken, or pig, and then you say, well, I mean, like they both have kind of like this thing, this trait, this element, this characteristic, like they're both kind of living, but no, you don't know what the values are in question, and if you did know, then you've not asserted that the sentience has been reached. Let's see. No need to call a child a jackass. If you're talking about me talking to you, right, then I don't know how old you are, but when you say no need, right, needs are relative to a goal. And I have a goal of calling you some sort of negative or mocking word when you are being extremely frustrating, and especially to a degree which I couldn't logically differentiate from a troll. So, plus, before you blast Chris, looking at what she's gone through in the past, haven't you already repeated that again? Before you blast the slave owner who's justifying slavery, look at what they've gone through. Please don't press the play button. Like, watch, just understand, like, maybe if you understood that they were, like, assaulted or they were abused as a child, that would somehow negate the pain, suffering, and rights violations that they're causing, right? That's just insanely dumb. If you wouldn't accept it in the human context, what's the trait or set of traits that would cause you to say that's justification in the animal context? AKA Homo sapiens, AKA animals, we are animals. I don't know what it is you think that you're saying, but, yeah, stating that we are animals is not interesting. It's called the life cycle. Descriptively, animals murder each other in the wild, if that's what you're trying to make a point about. I don't know why you would assume that I would bite the bullet on that being morally acceptable. You could actually be against predators. You know that, right? Just like how I would be against a mentally handicapped person who's wielding a machine gun, right? Or a machete, and he's trying to go out and kill a bunch of people. Like, why do you think that I would be okay with a coyote killing fucking dozens of cats, hundreds of cats? Like, that happens all the time in my neighborhood, and I actually am against that. I think it's dumbass shit. I shame people who let their cats outside because they can not only die from a car, they can die from diseases, they can die from the heat, they can die from predators, they kill each other. They have a shorter lifespan in general, just shit that we never accept in the true equalized human context. Literal animals eat each other. Just same point as what I was saying. I literally do not justify predators, so you're attacking, you're shadow boxing, bud. Trinity. And what does that say about your contribution to eating animals? Right, exactly. I mean, again, I think it'd be dumb if any person who self-identified as vegan was actually against killing predators. David Rams, I'm looking at you. But anybody who would justify it, it wouldn't say anything about one set of values, that is to say, what people do to cows, chickens, and pigs, just because you think that they're inconsistent with how they treat your average carnivore versus a predator, right? Like, it doesn't mean that basically a vegan is wrong to judge what a carnist does, just because predators do something that they constitute as wrong as well, right? That's just insanely dumb. Like, I can't solve this global issue of people committing mass gun violence. I guess I can't shame an individual circumstance of it now. It's like that doesn't logically follow. Are you not a moral agent? Exactly. At least the coyote doesn't know what the fuck that they're doing. At least any predator is not a moral agent, not intelligent enough to possess a philosophy that tries to justify the fuckery, right? But you are. You just can't hear the scream. Well, if this is just going to result in some Neil deGrasse Tyson position, wherein you try to say something like a tree bleeds, right? It cries. You use all these adjectives that connote, right? That give a connotation towards somebody who is, sentient, but then you haven't established sentience. That's just not going to be interesting. So can you establish sentience with regards to plants? It's called science. What's called science? The concept that they quote unquote scream. I mean, again, this is just going to come down to equivocation. Michelle Fami, would you agree if we didn't eat animals throughout the Ice Age, we wouldn't have survived? We needed their hides to make clothing, shoes, and even shelters. If that were true, that and that seems to be the case, right? I'll just grant the conditional. What do you think you would have said? Ask yourself, right, before you ask me, and then I'll give the answer in just a sec here. But ask yourself what you would have done if these were humans, right? Would it just literally like the intuition pump is clear? Would you agree that if we didn't eat other humans throughout the Ice Age, we wouldn't have survived? We needed their hides to make clothing, shoes, and even shelters. It's called a rights violation. Okay? I also call the circumstance sophistry. That is to say, like, for example, somebody has asked me before, hey, aren't you glad that you are alive? And I said, yeah. And they would say, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be alive unless what if you weren't to be alive unless your parents ate dead animals, right? They said meat, which is a euphemism for dead animals. And I said, I would look at it the same exact way as I would look at World War II, right? Say it wasn't to have been the case that I was born unless World War II occurred. Imagine how fucking selfish I'd have to be in order to say I want to justify my life. Because, I wanted to exist so badly that I would have let like millions of Jews die, right? But the idea that I would be accepting towards towards beings dying, just because I want to live, right? If you can understand that that's laughable, that's selfish, that's absurd. You should be able to conceptualize that unless you can name a trait or set of traits in the trait equalized human context, right? That is to say, if there was a trait that's true of an animal, which if it were true of a human, would cause you to say the same thing that you are about the Ice Age for animals. If you can't name a morally relevant distinction, trait or set of traits that, would hold the position consistently on saying, if this thing of the animal were true of the human, then I would actually be consistent on it and say it's justified to have let the Ice Age continue, even though we'd eat, let's say you named the trait intelligence, severely mentally handicapped people. Let's say you said it was intelligence and species. Severely mentally handicapped, subjectively similar species to humans, but technically not humans, right? Mentally handicapped supermen is an example I like to give. So am I happy that I'm existing? Yes. But would I justify it as if I were to, let's say, go back in time and say, I am ultimately satisfied with how things are, so I'm going to kill these other trait equalized humans that are in that situation? No, I can't name a trait or set of traits, and I honestly don't think you could either. So no, I don't think it would have been justified. Yeah, I mean, that said, though, you can, I think, create a threshold to which you could say, well, if I only had to kill like 2, animals or like fucking, like equivalent of like humans that are trait equalized, would I be okay with them dying for like, billions upon billions and billions and billions of people? Like, of course, I'm already accepting in that, and like, the concept of all sorts of situations. Like, might be the case that it's driving, might be the case that it's diseases, might be the case that it's war, might be the case that it's all sorts of things. But yeah, I mean, just in short, the idea is to say that there's always going to be some threshold to which something can be justified. But I don't think that if we're talking about something like the Ice Age, my understanding is that it was like a perpetual cycle of like rights violations that people continue to kill animals and so on and so forth. God put animals on earth for a reason, to be eaten. Animals eat other animals. I mean, okay, if you think that there's a trait or set of traits that's true within animals, which if true of humans would cause you to say that it's wrong to kill the humans that God made, as you do find it acceptable to kill the animals, then you're welcome to name the trait or set of traits. I have a Discord link, and you're more than welcome to run that. But saying God said so is just going to be true of if God said, that it was okay to kill humans, right? I know you might say, but God didn't say it was okay to kill humans, right? So let's just say it was, if your definition of human came down to something like the DNA that they possessed, would it be like, God didn't say you couldn't kill subjectively similar species to humans that just look like them but have a different DNA, right? So you might want to think about that. Than any animals. Than, it seems like it's a cut off sentence. Would you but it into perspective when you put it into perspective something. Holy fuck, this is funny. Don't know what you're calling funny. Okay. Where do you stand on dead pig? He used the euphemism pork, or they did. Well, if you mean where do I stand, as if it's as if you're asking if I think it's acceptable to stab a pig in the throat or gas them or whatever the fuck, violate their rights for taste pleasure. No, I can't name a trait or set of traits that would justify in the human context. I can't. If it were true, that's true of the pig context, which if it were true of the human context would justify it. Where do you stand on the state of Wyoming? I don't know if that's a joke. God put animals there for a reason. It puts them out of pain in a split second. If humans are put out of pain in a split second, would it be justified to kill and eat them? Put out of pain and they're dead. Oingville, exactly. I'm not religious, but I agree. You agree with what? The concept that they're only in pain for a split second? Why do you assume that the only concept that somebody that makes something wrong to someone's values, even your own, right, would be whether or not disutility, that is to say suffering, continues? I mean, that's silly. Like there's all sorts of immoral acts you can do that are separate from whether or not you cause suffering. I mean, funnily enough, you are ignoring all the suffering that exists in like 99% of contexts. Like there's the transport, the machines that are used in order to rape the cows, to milk them, quote unquote. The transferring of the animals has complete disregard in almost all contexts. But even if I granted all of that, if that were true of the human context, there would still be something called a rights violation. That is to say, it would still be taking of a life, violating their bodily autonomy, and exploiting them. So, yeah, I mean, that is an extremely dumb position. They evolved or in your beliefs put on this earth for a reason. If you're not religious, but you agree in the component that says they are put here for a reason, what is the reason indexed towards, Static? Are you trying to say there's like you don't believe in God specifically or religion specifically, but you do believe in like a generalized God? I mean, are you trying to say that it's like the universe? Like, look, no matter what it is that you're going to try to plug into this concept of a reason, you wouldn't try to deploy that. I guarantee you wouldn't deploy that this reason just conveniently doesn't exist for a human. And if you are going to try to deploy that position, guess what? In order to be logically consistent and non-absurd, you're going to have to name a trait or set of traits that's true of the animal, which if it were true of the human, would cause you to say that there would be a reason to eat those trait equalized humans as well. Life cycle. Thank you. I love it when really dumb positions and people get justified and justify each other. The echo chamber of retardation just perpetuates. No, Google it. It's scientifically proven that plants are sentient. Yeah, I've seen no strong evidence that plants are sentient. It's all been laughed at in the scientific community. There's no establishing that they have a subjective experience, a central nervous system, not even fucking nerve ganglia like shrimp have, at least. So, Coparter. If they are humans, who's the they? Are you going back to when I NTT'd you? And I'm on life or death. Why are you talking about the context of life or death? You realize we're talking about the same context as when you go to the grocery store and you reach your arm over for a consumer good and you pick it up and put it in your cart and then you take out your debit card and you pay. Does that seem like life or death to you? You might want to think about if that's a life or death situation before you change the context of what it is that's being analogized, right? Because if somebody gives you a certain context, and they say, hey, what trait or set of traits are true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause you to kill the animal, cause you to kill the human as you would the animal. You wouldn't change the underlying context where it was originally about going to the grocery store, buying products that contribute towards demand for taste pleasure, for convenience, for enjoyment, for culture, for whatever the fuck, and then switch it over to what if it were life or death, right? That doesn't even establish that we have differential values, because for all you know, somebody is generally against killing and eating, humans, but would defend their life in a self-defense scenario if someone were to pull out a gun and try to shoot them. So that just doesn't work, right? Those are two separate kinds of values, and you've not discussed the one by hyperfixating on the other. Michelle says, well, we needed to eat things like holy mammoths to protect our own tribes from starvation. Right. So now that you've entered into the realm of philosophy, understand that semantic analysis is going to be performed, and every unuseful word you can possibly think of using is going to get thrown into oblivion. It's going to just be shown how absolutely ridiculous it is. Ready to expose that in 2 seconds? Once again, your favorite word. You said we needed. What is a need? Again, it's relative to a goal. So it's really about whether or not the underlying goal is defensible. And if the implication is that you think it's defensible to suggest that humans were required to protect tribes from starvation, if you're to be consistent on that, then that's fine. You can hold that position. But it's going to be fucking crazy. Like if tomorrow you told me we all had to kill and eat each other and only the strongest would survive, I would say that's a fucking horrific position, and it would be wrong to try to kill and eat each other. So yeah, that's just insane. But you don't have to bite the bullet on that. You can say that, you know what, I'm glad that you could take my position. You could say, you know what, I'm glad that I exist, but I'm not glad about what it took in order to get me to exist. I'm ashamed that, there were beings that were sentient and killed for food, just so that people can one day experience a life and well-being, even though I can't name a trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause me to say that it's acceptable to do, leading me to believe that you're actually just logically inconsistent and just reasserting that they're animals. Animals don't have rights. Well, if you mean the basic ones, right, descriptively, but we're not talking about if it's the case that the world does not, right? When you say don't, that is a descriptive statement. I think, I can't remember if it was you or Static. Oh, I think it was Static. He mentioned Googling. It would really behoove you. It would do you wonders to Google as well. You could actually Google descriptive versus prescriptive, okay? And you'll understand that stating that things are a certain way says nothing about if they ought to be a certain way. And that's all I'm ever going to be concerned about. I don't care that once upon a time slavery used to exist. I don't care that Jews used to be Holocausted. I don't care that it was descriptively the case that women were beat. I care that it was wrong in order to do those things. So, right? So that's the only way we ever evolved out of those situations, is that we talked about what should or should not be. We didn't talk about just the fact that it was. Like, imagine never making progress on black rights because you were just like, wow, did you know blacks don't have rights? Like, look at this guy saying it's a conflation. It's a category error. You're literally trying to say that you're addressing someone who's talking about what should or shouldn't be with what is or is not. It's literally a category error. It's just so dumb. So it's ironic that, or it is funny that you would be the one to laugh after you say something so profoundly dumb. You probably celebrated Charlie Kirk. It's funny that you mention that, even though that's entirely relevant from the philosophy that one holds, because it doesn't follow that somebody has to believe in animal rights and that Charlie Kirk died. But it's funny that you mentioned that because I actually released a music video that served as a diss rap to Matt Walsh on the very day. In fact, I think it was like the hour I was uploading the video that Charlie Kirk, and I felt very self-conscious for a little bit because it was a parody of Eminem's Kill Shot, and it's called Kill Thought. It was actually directed at Matt Walsh, but the timing of it with like the lyrics and the theme and everything like that was it was insane. Like, I was actually scared for a little bit that I was going to be investigated or something like that. But I'm not affiliated, obviously, with Tyler whatsoever, and I had no fucking clue about all that. It's obviously parody. You know, if you have a problem with what I did, for example, if that's what you're referring to, I mean, it is any instance of people, you don't understand rap culture, is any instance of when people you know, are grotesque and gory in rap, you know, something that leads you to believe that it's like a thinly veiled threat? I don't think so. Yeah, it's just really stupid. But if you're just being generic and trying to say that like one thing that you don't like is probably true of me because something else that you don't like is true of me, that just doesn't logically follow, right? Show that it's the case that somebody who would celebrate Charlie Kirk dying is somebody who would be reasonably correlated to be in favor of animal rights. I mean, it might be the case. I know Vegan Gaines made a point that he was an anti-vegan, and I do agree that I'm not sad in the slightest that you know, what happened. But yeah, I mean, it's a big difference to assert that I celebrated it, especially when you have no clue about any of my other positions. Owing Val, how do you feel about banana pudding? Okay, that just seems like a totally fucking random thing to say. Static says to Owing Vol, I would say animals have rights. Again, I would descriptively say that they have rights. I think what you mean to say is that they ought to have rights, Static? Is that what you mean to say? Look, it's a lot easier if you just hop in Discord. Why don't you hop in Discord so we can have a chat and you can get annihilated verbally and, you know, provide at least a little bit of entertainment instead of me having to spend 40 years catching up on everyone else's comments. You want to be the center of attention so badly, hop the fuck on. But it doesn't stop you from needing food. It doesn't stop somebody from requiring calories just because animals have rights. Okay, so let's plug in that same logic. It doesn't stop somebody from requiring calories even though humans have rights. Would that lead you to say that you would kill humans for food? It's not the case, by the way, that that's a differential trait, because you've not actually proven the idea that you know, we would not have enough food to feed people if the entire world were to respect basic animal rights and be vegan. You've just arbitrarily stated that. And you did say that you were a child, so you definitely should educate yourself before you go on to streams and get embarrassed. But if you want to stick around and show us that your kink is, you know, pleasure from pain, you can do that. And that doesn't stop humans. Wait, the rights they have is the same as ours. What? Wait, if you're talking about animals that currently are being holocausted for cheeseburgers, like cows, for what people call bacon, which are actually dead pigs, no, they don't have the same rights as humans. They don't even have morally sufficient rights to establish what really vegans are advocating for, which is just whether or not they deserve the basic right to life and autonomy, right? They don't have that just because you could think of cats and dogs having like some minor concept of rights. So when you say animals, you're likely just equivocating off of what animals we're even referring to. And that doesn't stop humans getting eaten, does it? You do realize that creating a moral system, furthermore, then off that, a legal system to establish it is distinct from whether or not there are any situations in which it occurs that humans would get eaten, right? Like, do you really think we're talking about situations where people violate the law and the universally held morals, Static? Or do you think vegans are referring to the, you know, overwhelming universal set of morals that people hold socially and the law, which obviously stems from our moral system? Yeah, obviously the latter, right? Cannibals exist. No one's denying that. That just doesn't engage with the logic. We're referring to people trying to keep dead animals being legal, and obviously before that, we have to get people to realize that they wouldn't accept killing, you know, trade equal as humans, so they can't justify killing animals for food. Static, how do you feel about Fortnite? Okay, so Toast seems to be... Just keep an eye on Toast. They seem to be trolling. Yes, animals don't have the same logic nor level of life on Earth like I am above a cow. Look at my video, Owingville, on moral sufficiency versus equality. Name the Trade is never going to be making a point that animals possess equal moral value to humans, but it will always be making a point to suggest that they ought to possess at least sufficient moral value unless you can name a trait or, well, they actually do possess descriptively sufficient moral value to not kill and eat for food, right? Basic rights to life and autonomy. Unless you can name a trait or set of traits that's true of them, which, if it were true of the human, would cause you to say that the human lacks said value and thus is okay to turn to cheeseburgers as you do the animal. Don't play it, not gonna lie. Okay. Same, shitbirds, Toasty agreed. Wow, we've got so much freaking text to catch up on. Static, you're chirping so much more than I even realized. You gotta hop in Discord, man, because I only have so much patience for people chatting. I normally want to keep it for people that are trying to intellectually engage, and also who want to be entertained by, either debate or reacting or whatnot. Trying to have a debate in chat is just, it takes an insane amount of effort. So I'm gonna react to a few more of your messages, but after that, it's gonna be either you hop in Discord and defend the position, or you're gonna get the boot. Okay? So let's just dispel some more of your sophistry. Well, as I said, it may not be religious, but I agree when put into religion, which it's unclear which point or set of points you're trying to analogize. But if you're trying to analogize the concept of whether or not they were put here for a reason, right? I mean, it's curious what the hell that means, unless it's just some euphemism for believing in God. So I don't even think you've made an important distinction there. Like, oh, I don't believe in Jesus being my savior, but I believe in the universe, giving reasons to beings. It all is just gonna come down to the same point, Static. Okay, which is, do you think that whatever entity serves as a reason for animals being killed for food, but not humans, if whatever that reason was true of the human, if whatever trait or set of traits that are true of the animal, which if true of the human, would cause you to say that there's a reason that that set of beings could be killed and eaten for food as well, would you be consistent on that position, or would you back the fuck off it because you realize it's a dumb position to hold? Yeah, thought so. Otherwise, in my beliefs, life just ends at darkness, so you don't even know that you're dead. Well, you seem to be teetering on the brink of atheism and what's that word for people that call themselves not religious, but they believe in spirituality of the universe. There's a word for it. It loses me, but I don't want to get off on a tangent. Differentiate between killing versus murder. Are you asking one of your Carnus buddies to do that? Or are you attempting to do that? Or are you asking me to try to differentiate? I have no fucking clue. But
yeah, there's such bad faith.
Which one?
Static.
Static. I was...
Kong.
And what?
And Kong, whatever his name is.
Oh, I saw Sway Your Soul. I was referring to them. Differentiate between killing versus murder. Normally that's used in order to try for somebody to try to say that it's just descriptively not the case that it's used for animals to say murder or killing, whichever one. But it's so trivial. You understand that the underlying concept is just trying to violate their right to life, right? It's uninteresting to try to harp over semantics when you understand the underlying idea that somebody is attempting to convey. The reason is to continue the life cycle so the world doesn't fall down. The reason for what? I mean, again, if you're going back to what Oingvol said, or I forget who, I think it was Oingvol, or no, it was Michelle, claiming that, well, we required to eat holy mammoths in order to accomplish the goal of humanity continuing to exist. Right, I asked if they would be logically consistent on that if this were a matter of having to kill humans to continue humanity. Didn't see an answer. It does. It fucking does. Yeah, dumb, like you. You can throw words back, but this doesn't show that you're intellectually engaging. If I get a piece of dead cow, that's life of death, is it not? Life of death. Nobody is asserting here. I've not asserted that you can't obtain calories from killing another being. But the killing of the being was the thing that was wrong. So you're just equivocating when you say, is it not life of death? Do you think that the cow can simultaneously be alive and not alive in order for you to eat that specific cow? No, I didn't think so. It's just stupid. I don't get I die from hunger. I get I live. That's not true of any modern day fucking reality. So you need to put your brain back inside because it fell into the ground and you're slipping on the minor ounce of fluid that it has, because we all know that it's so microscopic and weighs less than a piece of fucking paper that it couldn't even be used to figure out how to tie your shoelaces. But yeah, that's not required in order for modern day reality for you to continue eating. When you say, though, if we were to grant that there was a situation where you had to kill humans to continue living, I doubt that you would actually be consistent and say that you would kill the human for food, right? Unless you want to name another trait or set of traits, or name a trait or set of traits. Learn about blood types and foods correlation. I have no idea what you're trying to say. It's called sacrifice. What's a sacrifice? This is so vague. It hurts. I have just been following the cycle of life like my ancestors before me. Well, many of your ancestors didn't have developed philosophies. Many of your ancestors thought that it was okay to domestically abuse women, to kill Jews, right? Throw them in ovens, to enslave black people, rape them, enslave them, take their children away, kidnapping, just like we do to mother cows, right? Where no amount of crying puts that child back in their arms, and they will cry night after night after night after night for that, black child that was taken from them in the 1800s. And with that same level of apathy, right, you continue to attempt to justify that same underlying fuckery. And you haven't even named a morally relevant distinction to attempt to say that one's wrong. One is wrong in the human context and not in the animal context. You've just talked about random tangents that you've had about your ancestors, which is so uninteresting it hurts. I respect everyone else's opinions. I don't think you'd respect anyone's opinions if it were a matter of violating black rights, women's rights, or Jew rights, or gay rights, but, you can cope harder. And I won't force any of my beliefs or try to change someone's opinion. You actually do in the human rights scenario. You do, which is why that you don't think it's wrong when the police show up and stop a woman from being raped, do you? You do believe in forcing your opinion down someone's throat when you stop a mass shooting, don't you? You do believe in shoving your opinion down somebody's throat when somebody is trying to assault somebody, steal from them, break into their house, take advantage of a child, right? Like pedophiles. It's really funny. You can equivocate off the idea of an opinion being something that you conveniently pull out of your ass to only being relevant towards having moral value in one situation versus another. But instead of just asserting that you have a differential attitude, in order to be logically consistent, you have to explain what trait or set of traits cause you to say that you would take action in one situation and not the other. So, no, it doesn't make any fucking sense, Toast. I'm a little slow. Oh, you're quite slow. Oh, looks like we got a follow. That's nice. Cool. Different humans need more or less protein. What is it you think you're saying? And the way to get that fastest and healthiest is dead animals. So when you say different humans, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about bodybuilders versus non-bodybuilders. It doesn't matter whether you're talking about old people versus young people, men versus women. Yes, all people descriptively have different sorts of protein requirements. We all generally do have very similar protein requirements to at least a minimum threshold. Like, I believe with most women, it's around 40 grams for like literally almost all women. But regardless, it doesn't matter that there are varying levels of protein that are required in order for somebody to live healthfully. The interesting question is whether or not you would actually justify killing humans if there wasn't a way to obtain protein except for killing them. That's not true of our world because you have the luxury of being able to get 1 trillion different fucking plant-based proteins. And just basically asserting that the fastest and healthiest way to obtain that is through killing animals is not only scientifically unfounded, and once again, you're just asserting without any sort of evidence, even though it's a positive claim that you have the burden of proof for, you are referring to the idea that there is... You're referring to the idea that there is some differential, morally relevant distinction that would cause you to say it's okay to kill and eat one and not the other. But that's not clear from, from your position thus far, right? Unless you want to name a trait or set of traits. Insert euphemism for dead animal number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. So human breast, human steak, human tenders, human nuggets. Smiley face, drool face. Jews and animals are not the same. I never stated they were the same. Again, look at my video titled Moral Sufficiency, Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. And it goes over this entire thing. As if, my guy. As if what? How many animals are killed in vegetable farming? At what point is sentient life considered valuable size? Yeah, so a couple things here. Number one, you do understand that somebody not having or somebody appreciating, valuing one set of beings, and let's say it's cows, chickens, and pigs, and not valuing another set of beings. Stating that somebody does value one and not the other doesn't mean that there's not a reason to value at least the one set of beings, right? So basically, when you say to if you were to ever say to a vegan, which you don't know their values with regards to crop deaths, and congratulations for not making such a painfully, obviously dumb of a mistake and attempting to state that there is, you know, that I do hold a position that killing crop deaths animals are wrong, but that's not going to save you from what's to follow, which is that you don't get out of that it's wrong to kill a cow, chicken, or pig. Even if I were a self-identifying vegan who thought that killing animals within crop deaths was wrong, right? Because just like in the human context, if there were two sets of beings, there were whites and there were blacks, and I was currently killing both, and I was trying to get you to believe. You were trying to get me to believe, hey, it's wrong to kill both, and then I stop you, and then I stop you for a second, and I go, well, what about the idea that you don't advocate for, or sorry, you say to me it's wrong to kill the white people, and I say, well, what? This has nothing to do with if you believe it's wrong to kill the initial set of beings, right? Just because I said to you, well, would you kill the black? Would you kill the black people? And I go, okay, well, I don't have a position on it yet, right? Like, let's say we're in the 1850s, and I'm this alternate version of me is so fucked on black rights, and then, I'm unthought about it. I don't know, or I'm inconsistent on the position, and you say to me, you know what? I'm not going to respect whites or blacks because you haven't even included blacks in your view. So I guess human life doesn't matter at all, right? And that doesn't logically follow. Now, that component of blacks and whites is specifically disanalogous, but it was to relay the general idea that it doesn't mean that one set of beings loses moral value, which in this case would be like typical farm animals, fish, right? Okay, so on and so forth. It doesn't mean they lose moral value simply because you don't value, simply because a vegan might not value both sets of beings, right? That's just insanely silly. You wouldn't say that with regards to, I'm sure, blacks, women, Jews, gays. You wouldn't say that just because somebody isn't currently respecting all possible sets of beings that it's okay to just kill all of humanity, right? But as someone who laughs in the face of the idea that crop deaths are problematic for veganism, no, I don't think it's a rights violation. Just as much as I don't think it's a rights violation that humans drive. I don't think it's a rights violation that there are all sorts of situations where some amount of technical deaths occur. It doesn't seem as if it causes any rights violations. Certainly, I don't give a fuck about the insects because they don't seem to be sentient, except with regards to bees. But when it comes to the concept of the animals that die in combines, like mice and other they call rodents, which is fucked. But when it comes to any of those beings, yeah, I mean, I'm not led to believe it's a rights violation. I think it's something that has a trade-off of value when compared to when the consequences are compared to one another, right? So it's like contributing to the food supply, the global food supply is at least minimally sufficient to say that some small amount of deaths that occur on that view are acceptable, right? It's just like the same with driving a car. Like, if everyone stopped driving a car, we could eliminate all children that die on the streets, who will get hit by a car tomorrow. We could stop all the cats and dogs that are, just going to wind up on the side of the road dead. But who the fuck is going to stop all driving because of that, right? You can think about the implications of other beings' rights, dying, or other beings dying, having their lives lost because we didn't have an ambulance rush them to the hospital, because we didn't have the entire civilization of society continue. But the idea that there's some amount of animals that die to that degree doesn't seem to be problematic. Now, if it was to the degree that it were happening to fuck the even remote scale that we have with regards to, you know, cows, chickens, and pigs, then there required to be some kind of intervention. But yeah, I mean, until we have some sort of alternative or something like that, then yeah, it just doesn't seem to be morally problematic. So, but no, yeah, that's just insanely dumb. It doesn't mean that somebody can't respect the basic rights of animals. That's just an appeal to futility. No need to lie. Lie about what? Static. This is your last chance, bud. Yeah, I like animal protein. Well, I never asked Toast if you liked the taste of dead animals or if you liked the usefulness of dead animals protein. I forgot which one you were, but I was only ever asking if you had, if whoever talked about protein thought that there was evidence to believe that it wasn't as, you know, as healthy of a source or even equivalent of a source biologically as plant protein. Most importantly, if you would actually use it as a justification to say that it's acceptable to kill and eat a human for food just because you think that there's some minor extra availability. Yeah, what size is an animal classed as sentient? Who said it was ever about size? Static. I'm gonna go watch it. Cool, thanks, Kaito. I'm a country kid. You're an idiot. Charlie picked up the cross and tried to teach generations and lost his life doing. Can't imagine what his kids and wife is feeling. Okay, I don't care that you're a country kid. Stating I'm an idiot without giving a reason for it is just going to be ignored. Charlie picked up the cross and tried to teach generations. I mean, teaching religion is problematic, especially when it entails killing animals. So he was fucked for that. I can't imagine what his kids and wife is feeling. Yeah, I can't imagine what Hitler's daughter felt when he died. I can't imagine what you know, anybody's family member thought when they were dying. Like, clearly it's dumb to hyperfixate on what people that care about other people think with regards to somebody dying. Clearly the only important concept is whether or not that party deserves the right to, you know, life and autonomy. Yeah. Go on, voice. You got a lot to say. That's right. Diddy, it's nature. Animals eat animals. Deal with it. I never said I justified predators. Yep, definitely stream it again. Thank you so much, Lavender Draws. You are an idiot. Okay. Owingville, you're going to be the same as Static. You've got one more chance to hop on a VC, okay? And if you don't come on to Discord to defend your position, you're going to get the boot. Static, I'm 16, still a child, but I'm properly educated. Thank you very much. Oh, no, you're entirely not. Every single thing that you've said on this stream thus far has proved that you are either mentally handicapped or extremely indoctrinated, and you've not gotten out of the grasp of maybe your family having expectations that it's acceptable to kill and eat animals for food. Maybe you're identical to, like, the 1850s, you know, like, teenagers that are like, come on, my mom and dad would be so upset if I wasn't gonna have my own, like, black girl to, like, rape and throw around the house and, like, clean, you know, up after me and pick cotton in the field. Like, imagine if I didn't do that. It's a cultural tradition. Like, what is it you think you're educated on? The only thing you're educated on is how to continue a Holocaust with zero fucking reasoning. So, yes, I understand your age is less than 3. Which kind of looks like a heart, which is ironic since you have none. Tells people to educate themselves while proving you aren't educated. On what topic, Diddy? Do you have any concept of what it is specifically that you are referring to when you talk about the concept of me not being educated? If you have any clue, this is going to be your one chance, Diddy, and then you get out. Static Lamau. So, Static, are you gonna come in or not? Yeah, Static, I don't see anything from you that shows that you're attempting to engage. I'm 16, trying to prove a point. Yeah, okay. Well, here's a point. You like to cuck in the corner and talk a lot of shit online, but when it comes down to it, you can't justify your position. So no amount of cope is ever going to save you from that. Remember, you wouldn't kill a human for food. What's the trait or set of traits that would cause you to say it's acceptable to kill an animal for food if it were true of the human? You're gonzo. Okay. Next. Let's see. Okay. Theo, you guys write so much. I know there's a lot. They have a lot to say over text, but they never have anything to say over voice. I think it's because they know they'd get bodied. Do mine about Charlie. Do your what about Charlie? Do can't handle adult talk. We'll ban you for it. I literally invited people to debate, and you want to, and also you to debate, and you want to talk about how I'll just ban people for quote unquote adult talk. The real adult talk is being able to say that you're not going to succumb to taste pleasure just to attempt to justify the world's largest Holocaust. The real adult talk is being logically consistent, even in the face of everybody else invalidating you because you're not scared to stand up for the actual victims. The real adult talk is being able to be logically consistent and non-absurd, Diddy. So, I know you love to get banged up on by your daddy Kong, but until you can actually come in here and defend your shitty position over voice, you're just going to continue looking like an idiot. Again, I have thin patience for that. I'm responding to, some content because obviously I am showing good faith that I will, engage with the underlying logic, but there comes a point where it gets ridiculous, and I've got more than enough people to respond to already over here. Why would you say you don't want to be involved intellectually, I assume they mean, yeah. I don't use Discord, but I'm very willing to consider helping people not be ignorant. Well, then you should honestly watch Dominion or continue to stick around here while not chirping with silly points, right? But I mean, if you're not bad faith, I'll be happy to help you realize where it is that you're making painful errors that you are almost certainly logically consistent on, because the chances, that statistically speaking, that you're actually a psychopath are extremely low. This guy makes me feel way better about myself. Well, I mean, if that's to suggest that you felt very low about yourself until you came on to watch somebody talk intellectually, and then you pretended that somebody talking intellectually was actually an example of somebody talking retardedly, and somehow that makes you feel better, what you're really saying is somebody is unscared about holding, the unpopular opinion and defending it to a logical degree. And it makes you feel better about yourself for holding the popular opinion. So really, you're appealing to the concept of, that you witness somebody hold an unpopular opinion and deal with said invalidation despite all the discomfort that comes with that. I understand that, that's something you can never do, and you admire it deep down, and you're an extremely large cuck who can't imagine yourself actually doing it. But, again, I mean, you've got, I'll give you one more chance. Since I doubt he's actually reading mine. Anyone in chat want to roast this dude till he bans us? Yeah, okay, Diddy. I mean, you're just retarded. You're gonna go bye-bye. Love that you want to chirp and admit to leaving. Exactly. Dead Cow Toast said, yeah, that's just insanely dumb. Okay. God told us to arise, kill, and eat. It's kinda a commandment. Right, and if it's not a commandment to do in the human context, what's the set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that he told you to arise, kill, and eat these trait equalized beings as a commandment? You both got middle school in the morning. Damn. Stop chatting so he sees mine. Guys are all competing for attention like literal 3-year-olds. He ain't graduated. You're literally talking about yourself. When you were talking about death. Death? What? Which? I've talked about death quite often during the live stream. Just go to bed, you babies are babble. So were yours. You act like we ain't got the same ancestry. What? I never said we didn't? What are you talking about? All I said was, cheap followers on Steam. Yeah, I gotta mod Twitch because that's just gonna be spam. Twitch because, whoops, sorry for the overlay. Where's the chat for it? Okay, well, can't figure it out right now. Anyways, where were we? Oh, sorry, I have 2 live streams going on, guys. So I see now the Crimson Light is in the other chat. I'll get to you in just a second. But yeah, I never stated we didn't have the same ancestry. I just said it wasn't a moral excuse in order to kill and consume humans. So why would it be in the animal context? We're actually trying to further thoughts here. Exactly. Theo, shut your bitch ass up. You're telling somebody else to shut their bitch ass up as you literally don't even know how to defend your own position. Oingvol, are you gonna hop in and defend your position or not? Are you gonna stay coping in the corner? You can text a lot, but you can't defend. You can't defend anything. He is clocked. No idea. Okay. Where did I get any of that? Yeah, I mean, you guys can all circle jerk each other in the chat, but when it comes down to it, you guys don't actually have any position to defend against me with. So, again, the Discord link is in the description. You have a phone, right? Presumably you have a smartphone. You can more than use it. Okay, it's not that hard. For real. Okay, jerking out to it. You can't debate, so you resort to insulting. Bro, learn how. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I can fuck off. It's Finny. Well, you guys are so slow. Can't keep up with what he's saying. I don't know. He's changing what we said. Yeah, it's just vague. You guys speak a lot about the meta, but don't have anything to actually contribute. All right. So that's going to be it for Oingvul. I just see too much bad faith. It's so easy to understand him. Yeah, thank you, Giannis. You guys are cringe. Prove it. Makes sense. Seriously. Exactly. Dude, animals were made to eat. You were making... Wait, what? Animals were made to eat. Okay, Jennifer. When you say animals were made to eat, right? What is that index towards? God, the universe, what? Whatever belief it may be that you believe that animals were made to be eaten for. Realize that there's no trait or set of traits that's true of the animal, which if true of the human would cause you to say it's okay to kill and eat that trait equal as human as you would the animal. Unless you want to try to name one, then you're free to. Noxium says, you're not talking intellectually, you're making nasty remarks and putting others down while using advance words? What do you think advance words are? Well, I don't know what you're saying. It's not smart to say I'm not talking intellectually and not actually deliver the specific thing that you think I'm being unintellectual about. So you're welcome to try again there, Noxium. He's an idiot. So Jennifer, again, if you want to defend your position of killing animals, you're welcome to name a trait or set of traits that you think would justify it that are true of the animal. Which if name a trait or set of traits is true of the animal, which if true of the human, cause you to say the same thing for them as you do the humans. I mean, as you do the animals. I'm glad you guys agree. He needs a reality check. Jennifer, if you want to hop on VC, you're more than welcome to as well. Yeah, because they're tasty. If humans were tasty, would that justify killing and eating them for food? So am I, lol. This is mom's account. A lot of children today in the stream. We can see that. We can see that. Thank you, brothers. He does. He needs Jesus. If that's a euphemism for going to church on Sunday and, studying the Bible and attempting to follow some social construct or collective views or something like that, what's the argument that those would be beneficial to hold or have any relation to do with animal rights? I don't require it for my own set of values. If I require it for your own set of values, there's no reason that I would agree to holding said set of values. Wild. Yeah, if his concept of debating is calling people dumb, he's very uneducated. Once again, you're welcome to hop in VC and attempt to name a trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's okay to kill the trait equal as human for food as you do the animal. But I don't just call people dumb willy-nilly. I do it after they've constantly been invited to debate or constantly say ridiculous things in the comment sections we're engaged with and continue to cuck. tell you what, go to Africa, and as soon as you get all lions stop eating meat, then I will. Yeah, so pointing to non-moral agents and looking to them for guidance is absolutely retarded. Would you do the same exact thing with regards to mentally handicapped people? Look at this mentally handicapped person wielding a machete or a gun. They keep shooting. Well, if you can convince the individual who's not able to be persuaded on or off of the view because they're not an agent of morality to do something, then I will. It's the reverse. You have the ability and they don't. So why don't you change your fucking philosophy instead of waiting for a being who is primitively doing something that we can see is wrong in terms of outcome, but they are not evil for necessarily. So how does addressing lions eating animals mean you are morally allowed to eat animals? Thank you, Mason. Some sense has come back to the chat. Turtle said, can I debate? Yeah, you can debate, name the trait. We can talk about animal rights. You're welcome to hop onto Discord. The link is in the description. Please do. What is your religion? I'm agnostic. Says the guy comparing Kirk to Hitler. Well, I was comparing the element of people finding it to be sad that somebody cares about the family members or friends, right? The loved ones of somebody who was viewed as despicable dying. That isn't to say that they share all elements the same. It doesn't have to, it's not required that it's a perfect comparison. What's required for the specific analogy that I'm making is that they possess at least the element of being loved by somebody. And I'm just demonstrating that you don't abide by that being of moral relevance when it comes to the matter of whether or not you respect that, right? Clearly, it matters to you only whether or not you agree underlyingly with the individual's actions. It doesn't come down to whether or not you believe in, somebody having somebody else that cared about them. Telling us about indoctrination. Who's to say I was indoctrinated into these beliefs? I literally just rationalized the entire thing. Okay, we're catching up finally now that we got rid of a lot of the trolls here. And I'm a lib, by the way. Okay, I don't assume somebody's right-leaning just because they're sad that Charlie Kirk died. Diddy is a crazy thing to call someone. You mean call himself, right? You realize that he called himself Diddy, right? Yeah. I was just going off of his username as a joke. Animals don't have the same sentience. I never stated that they did. I have a video called Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. It's way too much to constantly have to re-explain. But you're welcome to realize that I'm not saying animals possess equal moral value. I'm only saying that they all possess enough, or they possess sufficient moral value with regards to the rights in life, the rights to life and autonomy, as trait equalized humans. Unless you think you can name a trait or set of traits that morally differentiate humans and animals such that it's okay to kill and eat the one and not the other. Isn't that what they said? Who's they? Waves. I have the freedom to eat whatever I want, so yeah. Oh, Noxium, you're on YouTube and Twitch? Okay. Yes, you descriptively have the freedom to... Well, you don't have the... That's not true when you say whatever you want. You don't have the freedom to eat humans, right? And presumably you would find it wrong to consume humans for food. You have the freedom to eat whatever you want. Would having the freedom to eat something justify killing humans for food? If not, what's a trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's okay to kill and eat the human as you do the animal? If animals can eat other animals, then so can I. Okay, if animals rape each other, should humans also rape each other? If animals kill each other, should humans kill each other, right? You don't get your guidance from... It's funny that you stopped it at animals only killing other animals, but you didn't analogize the concept of animals having no concept of morality when it comes to killing humans, which they will do, raping, or any other atrocities. They also eat their own young, right? I mean, this is just silly. Silly points. Yeah, I mean, if you want to engage, you're welcome to, but just saying silly points is not doing anything. Not to actually making nasty remarks. Okay, so you pasted the same thing in Twitch as you did YouTube. Who are they talking to? Is my chat wrong? No, I'm catching up. You're probably really late, Bradley. I had a set of trolls earlier that I was catching up on. The chat doesn't extend for newcomers very, very far, so... Logically, I'm not going to be able to help you understand. Logically, you're not going to be able to help me understand. Imagine saying that in the human rights scenario. You're just not going to understand why I find it acceptable to kill and eat humans for food, so I'm just going to do it. There has to be a trait or a set of traits that differentiate humans and animals such that you'd kill and eat one, not the other. Anybody can explain that. It doesn't take much understanding. I don't know what the hell you're saying. It's not rocket science. Also, even if it were, you don't know that I wouldn't understand. Nor will I be able to help you with your ethical posturing. It's funny that you say ethical posturing, but you haven't gotten on VC to be able to defend your position. I think you might have been the one to say that you don't have Discord, but even through chat, you've not, which sounds like trash because you can just get a Discord account. It only takes a few moments. But even if you couldn't, say that you were just screwed out of it, you do realize that everything you've said through chat thus far hasn't actually provided any sort of justification for, the whole point of the live stream, which is, can you justify eating animals? If so, what's the trait or set of traits, right? If you want to actually challenge the point, what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human will cause you to kill the human as you do and eat them as you do the animal? Folks, this is the Lost. The Lost? Says the person who can NTT. Nutritional arguments, nutrient density. Dead animals, not meat, is a rich source of high-quality protein, essential amino acids, and micronutrients. So, that's not a differential trait that you lack in the human context, right? That is not only true of humans, which you can kill and eat them for nutritional density, but you don't do the same. But you also would not lack nutrients if you stopped killing animals for food, right? But furthermore, and the most important part is, with nutrients, though, if it were ever true that you couldn't get enough nutrients on a plant-based diet, would that ever serve a justification to kill and eat humans for food? If not, what's the trait or set of traits? Bioavailability, micronutrients, no evidence for that. Red dead animals provides easily absorbed iron, zinc, and B vitamins, particularly vitamin B12, which is naturally present only in animal products. Bioactive compounds, dead animal... Okay, it's just a bunch of jargon. Muscle health, blah, blah, blah. Cognitive development. Some anthropologists theorize. This looks like you literally copy and pasted it from, like, some fucking wiki source or something. What should I call it? Thank you. Your favorite history student. Okay, I mean, look, you can continue to justify atrocities that are disgusting when it comes to the concept of what happened historically, like killing and eating black people, enslaving them, raping them, same with women, again, same with Jews, same with gays. Just saying, just appealing rhetorically to, oh, you like history. I actually hated history, but it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the morals that come from it. Nutrients, though, that's not including the economic benefits. Your favorite history student, you actually want to hop in. Okay, now I see you're referring to thanking the user, your favorite history student. Your favorite history student, you want to hop into VC and actually defend the position? You want to be the breadwinner of the chat? Or you just want to continue coping? All of this is causation without correlation. What is causation without correlation? Wait, causation without correlation? What the fuck are you talking about? Someone said that if animals can eat each other, I could do the same. You followed saying that animals that rape each other, so I could do the same, not the same. If you think there's a morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the one and not the other, you're welcome to name it. Now, when it comes to my analogy of if animals rape each other, so can you do the same, it's not the same. I am analogizing just the component that somebody is attempting to follow the actions that a non-moral agent does as guidance for what they ought do. That is exactly the formula that they laid out. If that's not what they meant, they should really re-specify, because that's the only reasonable position that one can derive from what was stated. Why are you trying to equate cannibalism to eating a cow? You should understand that the trait equalization process doesn't mean that you are trying to make two or more sets of beings equal, Zach W. The concept of the trait equalization process is to start with humans, okay? Or it's to get your attitude with regards to if it's wrong to kill and eat animals. Get your attitude if it's wrong to kill and eat humans. And say, there is something called the trait equalization process. What that does is it says if we were to equalize the traits that are true of an animal to become true of a human. So say, for example, you took the lower intelligence of a cow, okay, Zach W., and you said, hey, if this trait of lower intelligence was true of the animal, would it be the case that you would find it justified to eat the human, right? So you're equalizing that trait. You're not saying that the end goal is to say that animals have equal moral value to humans. That's just painfully dumb. You need to understand that hearing similar sounding words doesn't mean that the concept is the same. So the trait equalization process doesn't mean that animals and humans have equal moral value. We're just trying to establish sufficient moral value with regards to the basic rights to life and autonomy. So most animals don't engage with cannibalism for a reason. It's way easier to die. Wait, but we're not talking about cannibalism. We're talking about the original position being that somebody said it was justified to follow their prescriptions were derived from animals. So they said if animals eat other animals, they, as humans, can eat other animals. That's not only the wrong parallel, because if animals eat other animals, then that would be within the same realm of being allowed to either eat their own species, which many do, or not eating their own species, but just eating whatever is available to them, or that they deem as prey. But yeah, I mean, if you want to say that most animals don't engage in cannibalism for a reason, it's way easier to die. No, unfortunately, most animals kill and eat the animals that are smaller and more helpless. Which again, would you say the same is true for subjectively similar species to humans? Are you going to say the same is true for newborns because they're smaller, right? I mean, if you're just harping on that you think cannibalism is wrong because you're averse to the human DNA, then what if we had a subjectively similar species to humans? Would you kill and eat them for food because animals kill each other? If the underlying logic was the idea that it's okay to do something because the original beings, which are non-moral agents, which are the animals that were being pointed to in the first place, then you're going to have to bite the bullet on the other things that they do, unless you think you can name a morally relevant symmetry breaker. Knox, you need to get a sword and hop on voice. Yeah, thank you. That is a great point. I can see where that answer came from. What answer? The other person should have clarified, but humans have boundaries and morals, animals not as much. Descriptively, right, Noxium? So humans have boundaries because why? We are able to articulate our values. We're intellectual enough to be able to hold philosophy, right? We're able to hold philosophies in plural, if you will. We're able to use our minds to say that the primitive psychological defaults that we have for hunger, for sex, for all these other things shouldn't justify taking advantage of other beings. Animals don't, unfortunately. My cat would kill and eat a bird if they were out in nature. They would kill and eat a mouse, right? That's wrong. This is why cats should be kept indoors. Dogs might, kill a cat. My dog literally bit my cat and they died. Do you think that, any of that justifies their actions? Or do you think that it would be viewed just as much as it is in the human scenario, where if you had, two mentally handicapped kids and one killed the other, you wouldn't say, wow, I'm going to derive my morals from how that one mentally handicapped kid killed the other and say that it's justified now just because I witnessed it. Of course not. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. Okay? So we actually have the ability to not only have enough dominion to prevent them from doing it, but to certainly not take advantage of them, just as we wouldn't do it to children, human children. We don't do it to cats and dogs, but most importantly, we don't do it to trait equalized beings, unless you think you can name a trait or set of traits that justify it that differentiate humans and animals such that it would be okay to do it to these trait equalized humans as you would the animals. You're talking about rape is you talking about rape as an extreme. I don't know what you mean by an extreme. When I talk about the concept of rape with regards to somebody saying that animals rape, or me saying that animals rape each other, it was only meant to be in reference to somebody who said that they as a moral agent derive their prescriptions off of what animals do in the wild. If that is the formula for how they derive their philosophy, then unless they can name some more of the Bremen symmetry breaker of why they would kill animals but why they wouldn't kill or rape humans, then it's just going to be moot. But a reasonable individual would have absolutely derived that what the person was attempting to say was that wild animals are those to which we ought to derive our prescriptions from. These are literally people who get sick. There are literally people who get sick on a vegan diet, as well as people who get sick on a carnivorous diet. What is your background on human anatomy and physiology? So if you mean some sort of like health or scientific background, I don't have a professional one. But you do realize that without any sort of positive evidence to believe that there is a problem with regards to a plant-based diet specifically, that you're essentially just appealing to the anecdotes of what you've seen on the internet or experience in your life at best, which is just silly. There are people who will tell you that they drink their own urine and it was good for them. There are people who will tell you that, insert whatever terrible health, doctrine was beneficial for them, but that's not interesting. What's interesting is whether or not there was actually merit to that, okay? And so claims stand on their own 2 feet. They don't require someone to have a scientific or doctoral background. Those are a good indication into whether or not somebody may start to take health or science seriously. But even many times, doctors turn around and use their degrees for wrong, right? I mean, there's Sean Baker. He was a doctor. There's Paul Saladino. There's all sorts of like carnivore doctors who go against the actual consensus within the scientific community. And it's just not logical to say that anybody who has a degree is simultaneously representing a truth, because that's just going to require if the individual can actually defend what it is that they're defending. Right? You wouldn't want to appeal to the credibility of the individual if you were trying to evaluate if the underlying claim that they're making was true or not. But if you're worried that there are problems you would get on a plant-based diet, if you substitute the macro and micronutrients as you have in your dead animal diet, then you wouldn't experience any health issues, because there's nothing magical about the enzymes of plants that becomes fucking unpalatable or unavailable biologically to your body, right? That's not how it works. But yeah, I mean, if you are concerned with any of that, you are definitely spending too much time on the health side of the internet, which scares a lot of people. A dog killing a cat is not the same as 2 handicapped kids doing the same. Is that not true? When you say the same, right? Did I ever assert that it was the same? You need to appreciate what an analogy is, Noxium. An analogy is a comparison of 2 or more objects with at least one characteristic. So say I had, for example, a basketball, okay? And then say I pointed towards the sun. If I said to you, this basketball is analogous to the sun insofar as that they are both cylindrical, would you say that they are not both cylindrical because the sun is billions of degrees of heat and the basketball is not? Or would you say that that's silly and that you're talking past me and you're not engaging with what I'm saying, because all that I was analogizing was the specific component of whether or not the sun and basketball had at least one characteristic in which they were identical, which was being in the shape of being cylindrical. Of course, right? And so you don't want to hear I got to do a video on this, but I call this comparison sophistry, or analogy sophistry, and it's where people conflate the idea of an analogy to mean both, or equivocate on it to mean both. One, that an analogy is supposed to hold all traits true of one thing to be true of the other as well. That's not true. If it were the same object, I would just be talking about the same thing, right? The other thing is that Well, I guess there's three. The second thing they take to mean is that there's a sufficient threshold for which the person in question ought cross before, they arbitrarily deem the thing in question, let's just call it object A, from being compared with object B, to have met said threshold to be compared. Meaning, for example, if I was to compare the sun to basketball, somebody might say that I'm not allowed to do that because they don't share enough traits similar to one another. But if all I'm trying to compare is the aspect of them being cylindrical, then again, that's not what I'm saying. So finally, number 3 of what an analogy actually is, denotatively correctly, and what people who engage in philosophy and logic attempt to use it as, which I am today, is the idea that there is at least one characteristic that is specific to what the person is trying to liken from one object to another, Noxium. So if there is somebody who says, for example, the one that I gave about it being cylindrical, that will never, the trait that they are likening from object A to B will never not be true, just because there are things that are disanalogous between the two objects, okay? So if you can understand that, then appreciate us wrapping back around to the point when you say a dog killing a cat is not the same as two handicapped kids doing the same. What I was not only was I not saying that it's the same, but I was saying that there is an analogous component to not deriving your moral values off of just because you see one being who is a non-moral agent and another being who's a non-moral agent do something terrible as a moral agent's view to one another, right? So if you wouldn't do it in the animal context, what's the reason why you would, or sorry, if you wouldn't do it in the human context for the mentally handicapped people, what's the trait or set of traits that would cause you to do it in the animal context? I understand your argument, but scaling it to this level does not make as much sense. I know what you mean by scaling it to this level. Perhaps with the prior understanding that you had without appreciating the concept of what an analogy was, you didn't understand at that time. So I'm just going to assume that you needed to catch yourself up to speed on that. When you look at the mind of a dog or the mind of a cat, right. Also, to the other chatter, people who know how to eat vegan on a diet can be healthy. It's based on knowledge and experience. Right, of course. I mean, but it also is a little bit different than even that, Noxium, because when you say, like, people who know how to eat in a vegan diet, that implies that there's even a modicum level of health knowledge that's required before you might experience health issues. All you need to understand is to substitute the macro and micronutrients, which some people term as eating a balanced diet. Some people term it as follow your doctor's guidelines. And I don't mean if a doctor were to specifically recommend an animal product. When dumb doctors do that, what they're really saying is the underlying thing in question. I'll give you an example. A doctor used to prescribe my father to consume fish oil. But when I spoke to them and I said, why aren't you recommending just the omega-3? They said, oh, I am. It's just one way that they can get it. And you'll quickly realize that if the doctor does believe that there is something magical about it, they won't be able to explain how there's not, right? Doctors have very little nutritional adequacy. Even technically speaking, nutritionalists can very easily obtain their degree. But their license, I should say. But what you should be looking at, once again, is the underlying claim and whether or not it's true. And so, yeah, there's no reason to believe that there's any special enzymes that are true of, animal products, but not true of plant-based products that make the plant-based products inferior. Read more, bud. I don't know what you're saying. You're the one who never hopped on VC, so... If you eat no protein, which can be found in foods such as broccoli, by the way, but blaming it on diet, it's illogical. That's true. You also shouldn't get your protein from broccoli because it is relatively low in broccoli. I mean, sorry, protein. You should be getting your protein from, concentrated sources. It's recommended, seitan, vegan meats, or protein powders. But if you're not a bodybuilder and you don't have high protein requirements, then you can get away a lot of times with just like higher protein substitutes, such as soy, legumes, and a balance of other things. Veggies are okay to get like a few grams here and there, but you don't want to rely on it as much as you would like a strong source of like vegan meats. Basketball's a sphere, and so is the sun, not a cylinder. Spherical. God, you can laugh all you want, Sway Your Soul, but if you weren't understanding the underlying point, then you're not making you're not very smart, right? Like it's insanely dumb to be like, oh, haha, it's spherical, not cylindrical. Okay, I misspoke about shapes. Forgive me for not being a fucking geometry obsessed individual. Like, whatever. My focus mentally is clearly on fixating for the logical point behind it, which you more than understood, presumably, if you're correcting the technical subject matter behind it, because you probably understood what's generally a simple concept to track. But, your mind doesn't want to get you to understand until, you fixate on whether or not something was cylindrical versus spherical. Spherical, yeah. Based. Zach W. Man, you are so condescending, it's irritating. Good luck on your journey to change people. I don't know what you mean by condescending, right? Like, Zach, it's never going to be useful. Here's what's really funny. For as much as you think I'm condescending, you are vague. So it's never going to be useful to assert that I am condescending without specifying what you think it is. If you think it's my words, specify which ones. If you think it's my tone, stop tone policing, right? I'm responding to nonstop, not only infuriating people, but people whom I'm neutralizing with an appropriate tone. I'm not speaking to somebody or multiple people who are, generally speaking, being intellectually honest or willing to engage. When I did, which Noxium, to be fair, seemed like they finally came through at the end, I did change my tone accordingly. But I only changed my tone according to what the other party is. I'm not going to give a nice tone to a dick, and I'm not going to give a dickish tone to someone who's nice if I find out that they're actually being nice. It's always going to be appropriate and context specific. So like it or not, that's how it's going to be. If you want to cuck into the corner and be nice regardless of when people are fucking you over, you can do that. You say good luck on your journey. I don't know if you actually mean that. To change people. The way you talk to people is more likely to turn them against you. If anybody actually started to violate the rights of black people because they didn't like my tone or the context of how I speak, they're the problem, Zach. Okay? Noxium, I have to go. I understand that we may never see this subject the same way. That is an absurd claim, Noxium. To suggest we wouldn't see the subject matter the same because you've not reconciled the most basic of errors, which literally I could pull a second grader to the side and get them to understand these concepts. It is absolutely a matter only of your intellectual honesty, and in this case, lack thereof. That's just wild, okay? This is something that is only able to work, the belief in animal rights, because it extends from your belief in human rights. So if you're not going to name a trait or set of traits that morally differentiate humans and animals such that you kill neither one, not the other, you're just running from your position. But if you are willing to name it and you think that it's still difficult, I'm here to help show you how it's really not that tough. But asserting that it is wild. There is nothing difficult to track here. But I appreciate having a civil conversation with you. You're more than welcome to have a voice discussion next time. I feel like it'd be a lot more productive. Oh, I know it'd be a lot more productive than trying to do it over voice, especially when I have so many other people trying to compete. I see now that you are very educated. Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for coming around and giving patience, He's talking about soy, lol. Do you have a problem with soy, Sway Your Soul? Jesus, what specific positive claim do you want to make against soy that you think you have evidence for? Oh, not smart. Truth claim, yet unsubstantiated. Well, if it was related to somebody who said a specific statement that was false, and you don't even ask me what that was, that again is dumb. What do you mean, truth claim, yet unsubstantiated? It's substantiated by means of the subject matter of when I spoke about the point. Again, your arrogance is the real irritating part, right? Imagine being confident about being stupid. Theo, damn. Crimson Light, I don't know if you're still sticking around at all, bud, but I appreciate it if you are. Bugs have eyes, but that's not, just to be clear, having eyes doesn't mean that you're sentient. What's the relevance of eyes? The bugs are sentient. Yeah, eyes doesn't establish the central nervous system. And by the way, to any degree that they might be sentient, it's almost certainly so trivial that that's not even worth considering. Whose fault is that? The arrogance of people saying to defend the animal holocaust. How do I define sentience? Subjective experience is normally defined as having some kind of brain activity, nerve ganglia that crosses the threshold of being indicative of experiencing pain or the world. So, nice assumption is if he's wearing dead animals. Yeah, for real. Oh, and then Noxium did say earlier, which I'll respond to. I understand if you're not here, Noxium, but I am just going to read it for the chat. You said that people are getting mad when you talk intellectually, but you are not. Hopefully you've learned since then. You're repeating the same phrase about comparing cannibalism to eating animals. Well, I did compare traits true of cannibalism to eating animals, but that was because the underlying point being compared was deriving one's morals from, which is idiotic in itself. I don't know if you'd actually defend still that that's idiotic of a thing to do, but you should really complain to the person who attempted to derive their morals from consuming animals. From consuming animals being acceptable because they take their morals from non-moral agents. And not actually thinking about how you could specifically answer each question. I'm literally answering every single question as I get it. I am specifically thinking about each one. You're also insulting the viewer's intelligence with the goal of making yourself seem cooler or smarter than them. Exactly. As Cozy said, you can't assert you know his goals. Seeing that I am neutralizing people's insults because I am, not willing to sit here and get offended for like a fucking, monkey or something like that for people at people's expense, is just not being a cuck. It's very sad that, there was any point in your life where you ever thought that it was acceptable to be mocked and not stand up for yourself. But I am not sitting here going on a fucking cursing tirade at somebody like, insert XYZ of swear words at somebody. I'm using it in between speaking. And I only call individual statements dumb. I have yet to even say for many of the viewers here that they are overall dumb just because they said dumb things, which obviously there's a distinction there. And it's more than likely just the case that they are incentivized to think dumb things because they have motivated reasoning. Well, sorry, I should correct myself. Motivated reasoning is poor reasoning, because if your true preference was to not believe the thing in question, then who cares that you had a higher ability to believe something, right? You had an idea that there was a concept that you wanted to follow, but you failed to do so because you had some block inside your mind. I'm back because I realized that I wrote the message a while ago. I wrote that before we talked for a while. Absolutely. No, I'm not... Okay, what I don't want to do is make it seem like I am responding to your identity. I am responding to the words. I know there's I gotta do a video on this too. There's an identity versus points distinction that people, can make. And it really should be had. Most of the time when I even make video responses about people, it's about the underlying point. I do suspect, or I have many reasons to believe in many cases, that the person in question does identify with what they say. It's actually refreshing to see that somebody doesn't identify that way. So I do appreciate that, Noxium, that you're attempting to make that clarification. So thank you for that. But yeah, I'm not claiming that you maintain that or anything of the sort. So. But I'm going to take a break real quick. Okay, we're back. Let's get back to this video. So sorry to everyone who's waiting on the response. I know that a lot happened. But yeah, we are gonna get right back into it in just a sec over here. Give me one moment. Okay.
I don't care if you're vegan, that's awesome. If you're vegetarian.
The trivialization is like one of the most annoying concepts ever. I don't care if you're vegetarian or vegan. Yeah, I didn't think you did. Why would you have a moral issue with me not violating rights? Vegetarians still cause rights violations. There's a popular notion that exists, unfortunately, that they don't cause murder just because they don't consume the direct flesh. Newsflash to everybody: cows who's vegetarian, or maybe listening that is considering it or whatever, cows do not go away for a big, expensive celebration once they have been finished being raped and have their children stolen from them. They still get murdered. So, no, you don't reconcile that by, yeah, right? Like, it's just so crazy. It's literally because it's profitable to make money off of them that they get exploited regardless. I'm not insulting you. I'm trying to help you understand. In fact, you do not. This is a misrepresentation. Diverse comprehension equals diverse comprehension. I don't know what you're saying about diverse comprehension. But, yeah, there were many times in which you did insult. I could scroll up in the chat, but it's not really interesting. I just need to know if you think there's something specifically wrong with what I said, some specific error, whatever the heck. And, you've calmed down a little bit, but like I said, my radar is, you're not in the clear yet, bud. If you want to make sure that you're, not going to be prone to any sort of removal from the live stream, then you're going to need to either one, hop on VC to defend any specific claims that you have, or calm down completely and don't make ridiculous claims in the chat. But one of the two has to happen.
And cool, keto, paleo, whatever you want to be.
Yeah, it's not trivial. It's just not, Chris. If you want to be a human rights violator, or if you don't, what do you mean whatever you want to be? Obviously, there's a massive distinction between somebody who does and doesn't violate human rights. That's not just a trivial concept that you're trying to compare it to, like red versus blue, right? Rock versus metal. No.
I think anybody should be able to eat whatever they want to eat, and
you don't think that way about humans. So what's the traitor set of traits, Chris?
Nobody should be able to say any differently. I hope the vegan.
Nobody should be able to say any differently. If you actually meant whatever they wanted to eat, that would entail, and there was no criteria restricting what somebody ought to be able to consume, that would entail killing humans for food. And I'm sure you don't believe that's true, which means you're going to have to name a trait or set of traits that morally distinguish humans and animals such that you'd kill and eat the one but not the other.
Vegan teacher is has the same reaction to me. And second of all, welcome to my YouTube channel, or welcome back. Reaction to me. And you should be able to say any differently. I hope the vegan teacher has the same reaction to me. And
you hope the vegan teacher, you hope that somebody who believes in the rights of beings X believes that it changes their position and actually stops caring about other individuals stabbing them in the throat for cheeseburgers. What are you hoping for, Chris? You're hoping for something terribly fucked up. You're hoping that somebody stops considering the rights of the beings in question. Would you hope that if she were advocating for black rights that she'd stop advocating for it because you just wanted people to have the free volition to consume whatever the fuck they wanted to consume, to enslave who they wanted to enslave? Obviously, you view it as a rights violation. Of course. So what's the morally relevant set of traits that distinguishes the two? Calm down. I'm not following what your logic is based on. I know what you meant by based on. You're comparing killing people for food versus killing animals for food. Morally, there's a giant difference. I'm comparing elements of killing humans and animals for food. Using whatever trait or set of traits that people attempt to name that serve as a morally relevant distinction to reach the threshold of removing basic rights for the humans as they do the animals. Because if humans have a set of traits, sure of them, which they do, and animals do as well, and most people have a position that it's okay to kill and eat animals but not humans, that necessarily logically means that there must exist a trait or set of traits that is true of the animals, to which, if it were true of the humans, they would have to become acceptable. It would be acceptable to kill and eat the humans as they do. These trait equalize humans. Okay, because we started with them being human, and then they plugged in the trait or set of traits that they thought were morally relevant, which would then deem them as acceptable to consume. So when you say there's a giant difference, if the difference is in virtue of just pointing out trivial distinctions between humans and animals, I'm not interested in that. Nobody ever should be. I'm not interested in that the difference between blacks and whites is that, blacks have more testosterone, they have more melanin in their skin, blah, 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 blah. What I'm concerned about, if you haven't paid attention for the first 10 times that I've spoken, is the underlying notion that somebody thinks there is a morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that it's acceptable to kill one set of beings and not another. Again, the video is titled Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. It's on my YouTube channel, and you really should give it a watch because it clarifies all of this sophistry and a lot more. Anyways.
Second of all, welcome to my YouTube channel, or welcome back to my YouTube channel. I'm Call Me Chris, and you can call me Chris. Let's get into the video.
Something you cannot equivocally explain to agnostic? Is the chat? No, it's not that far behind. I don't know what specifically you're referring to when you say something you cannot equivocally explain to an agnostic. Yeah.
Video.
Welcome back to class. Welcome back to class.
So she's feeding into the idea that the animal rights are just trivial by means of vibing with the little song that Miss Katie gave. This is why I don't believe that we should succumb to humor when doing activism for animals. I think that if the point is that it's a serious topic, we should be serious when it comes to the subject matter. It's not funny. Having humor pop up in between here and there is one thing. But it's a breeding grounds for someone to attempt to distract off of anything other than the philosophy itself.
So welcome back to class. Don't be a pain in the ass. Be
Okay, that was funny. I gotta say.
vegan. Yeah.
She gets so fucking soulful with it. Damn. Spiritual concepts. I understand you're talking about spiritual concepts now, but that hasn't been any of what I've spoken about in the last 10 minutes catching up to what you were saying, either from the I'm not insulting you message or the calm down one. So I don't know where that comes in.
Nobody told me the vegan teacher was a vocalist. What is...
This is what I mean when I was talking about earlier, like there just being such a concept. Honestly, agree. 90% of anti-veganism arguments are just vegans are annoying and bacon is delicious. Yeah, seriously. I know it's humor. I love to say the phrase very concisely. Not that. Do not get me wrong. Long explanations are very important for clearing up sophistry. After all, given Brandolini's law, it takes more words to clear up sophistry than it does to make it. But as a very, quick tool in your toolbox, you should definitely have it ready to say humor is inherently invalidating. And that is obviously problematic when we talk about serious subjects. Yeah, great observation. Animals should always be treated with respect, whether or not they are being risen to eat or as a pet. Humans should always be treated with respect, whether or not they are being risen to eat as or as a pet. You see how easy that was to dispel how ridiculous it is to just claim that you can give a being respect when you intend to violate their right to life and autonomy? It's just ridiculous. And frankly, I think that's a convincing enough argument for many people, me included. Um, Wait, a convincing enough argument. So are you being facetious when you say vegans are annoying, bacon is delicious, and then that's like a bait and switch to say, uh, you know, that's actually something you agree with, and you're attempting to like turn it around? Okay, I can't justify it, but okay. I'll just respond to the conditional since I don't know where you're really coming from, Fridge Makara. If the if you're trying to say that vegans are annoying, and that would serve as a justification to kill animals, if human rights activists were annoying, would you kill humans? Yeah. See how easy that is? Bacon is delicious. Bacon is a euphemism for dead pig, right? Wake up your consciousness a little bit. You know that something is wrong when you use a word that invalidates the concept of the reality of what it is that happened to a sentient being with athletic ease in like a quarter of a second when you say bacon, rather than experience all of the cognitive realization that comes with the weight of that, right? Which is going to be something like, oh shit, they were stabbed in the throat or gassed or insert however they died here, maybe bulk onto the head, just for taste pleasure. Yeah, geez. Well, it's not bacon. That's just like how I would say if these were Jews, women, black people, or gays that we were killing, those are dead humans, right? These are dead animals. And frankly, I think that's convincing enough argument for many people. No, if they wouldn't hold to that for humans, right, then that wouldn't hold in the animal context, unless they were to be consistent on saying that human rights believers being annoying would justify killing humans for food. Then that's not an argument that they're holding to logically consistently. Unless they're saying that humans being tasty is a justification for killing them, then that's not an argument they're being logically consistent towards. So there has to be either another trait or set of traits, or what's more than likely is that they've never thought about it before, Fridge Makara. And because they've never thought about it before, they plug in all these, morally relevant, they attempt to plug in a morally relevant distinction or distinctions that they hope will hold and allow justification to exist between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the one and not the other, but then it doesn't actually go through. And then finally, when you say, I'll be real, I can't justify it, but I love dead pig. What's happening is that you aren't realizing that you can't justify it to a significant enough degree. So if you can't justify killing and eating a human just because you love human bacon, right? That should wake your intuitions enough or cause you to realize that you have enough of a reason to stop killing the pig as you would the human if the underlying justification was for, some kind of taste pleasure. I know. It is living creatures raised in confinement and executed with merciless efficiency. No, so this conflation pops up a lot. What I'm not suggesting is that you are technically cognitively unaware when I say the use of a euphemism erases that. But a use of a euphemism doesn't assert that you aren't technically aware of a certain fact. Psychologically, a euphemism is a tool to engage in self-deception. So philosophically, I don't think you could actually justify killing and eating animals for food, right? But in order to make it easier to not engage with the logical consequences of all the pain that comes with that realization, you call it bacon, for example, so that you don't have to carry that same imagery, right? The same weight that comes with that, which is why I invite you to not use the euphemism, because the more you have to face the logical consequences in question, the less likely you are to actually attempt to try to justify it. Normally, other animals don't eat their own species, though. What? Um, okay, I don't care if other animals. I don't know how delayed it is. Um, I don't really care if other animals don't eat their own species. The whole point is that, again, underlyingly, somebody was trying to use the justification that non moral agents, which are animals, are those to which we should derive our prescriptions from. So that's where I take problem with it, Prometheus. What if you were starving and only food available is an animal? Well, I wouldn't justify it in the trade equalized human context. I would rather die. I think it's, depending on, technically speaking, the level of sentience of the being in question. Like if it were like maybe as trivial as like, I don't know, a single bee and I'm like an activist or something. But I mean, generally speaking, I can't imagine myself killing a dog, a cat, so that I can eat their flesh and continue living. That just sounds despicable. And it's because I can't name, if I think about the human context, I can't imagine a severely mentally handicapped human, you know? I can't imagine, what is it, raising Brie. I can't imagine somebody coming to me with like this being over here and being like, come on, like she's severely mentally handicapped. She technically has the appendages of a cow. She's falling over on her side. She's retarded. Like, why don't you want to eat her? I would just say that, that is despicable and that it sounds it's horrible. I can't name the trait. If somebody thinks they can and not be absurd, I mean, that's one thing, but you realize that that's all an aside from whether or not the general concept of when you go to the store and just eat the flesh of dead animals for taste pleasure, that doesn't have anything to do with it, right? Like, these are two different contexts. One of them says, what is your general position on killing animals for food, right? For taste pleasure. And the other is like, what if it were a matter of life and death, right? Which is why whenever anybody engages in name the trait, they're only talking about the context held equal, meaning to say, if humans were in the same situations of being, packaged up in a grocery market, or you were to go to a restaurant and try a new human burger, right? That sort of thing. Fridge Makara said, I would say the main reason I have to not go vegan is an attitude of defeatism more than anything. The animals are already dead and will be slaughtered at a terrible rate, and trying to fix that through personal abstinence seems about as effective as trying to push a truck with a hairdryer. Oh, God, that's really sad, Fridge Makara. But I've got really good news for you, and it's through the realization of how hilariously evil and silly that concept is. But it's good news, so I'll get to that in a moment. I don't think the reduction of demand for me personally refraining from eating dead animals would extend the life of even a single animal. So let's start with the beginning. I would say the main reason I have to not go vegan is an attitude of defeatism more than anything. Now, when you first explained defeatism, I took it as a concept of something of like, an appeal to futility, and that seems to be where we're going with this. The animals are already dead. So let's not conflate things, because a lot of times I see farmers on like TikTok and Instagram do the same exact concept, and what they'll do is say something like, if it wasn't for me, this particular animal wouldn't be alive. They wouldn't be given a life. But this animal wasn't rescued from outside and then raised to be killed. They were bred into existence. So we're not talking about the same animal, right? Because when we talk about like animal one, which is, a being that is, being rescued and was already there, regardless of your intervention, that's a being to which you can say they would have, been killed in the wild, X, Y, or Z. But most of the time they're talking about animals that technically bred into existence. And so, point by analogy here, when you say the animal's already dead, well, the animal that you're paying for is dead, but it's a signal for demand to kill another animal, right? Or the general contribution therein. In order to vote with your dollar. So it's not to say, we don't want to equivocate, right? We don't want to say like, if I have like this tissue right here, and then I have this other tissue right here, and I were to say, hey, this one's already crumbled up, if I use that tissue, that one's already used. It's like, but we're talking about what's going to happen with this one, right? So like maybe it's just like a conceptualization problem there, or maybe even one that you're attempting to engage in, because you are you have some like deeper motivated reasoning. But it really, I promise you, it really is a very simple concept to wrap your head around. Just plug in again in the human scenario, or plug these elements into the human scenario if you want an intuition pump. If you were to say that the thing in question was that somebody is complaining about the death that already occurred for that being, the complaint wouldn't be when you vote with your dollar that being will die. They're complaining that another being will die, or that it signals general contribution, technically speaking, for beings to die. And will be slaughtered at a terrible rate. Right, there is a global issue that's occurring. And trying to fix that through personal abstinence seems about as effective as trying to push a truck with a hairdryer. So this is where Cosmic Skeptic recently went with his position. Not sure if you've heard of him before, if you're a fan whatsoever, but he actually deploys the same exact logic, but using different words. More so paraphrased. And so he was recently exposed in the last, like, I want to say like 5 or 6 months, for attempting to make this position, which I actually did speak about earlier in the stream, but I understand you're newer. And it goes as follows, right? They say, he says, oh, well, if I can't solve the global issue of X, in this case, he's talking about animal rights, then my personal abstinence wouldn't solve the global problem. Similar to the equivocation we just experienced in your prior sentence, Fridge Makara, realize the same exact concept of equivocation, not the same instance of it, but the same concept of equivocation. That is to say, using one phrase with two or more, putting two or more concepts under one phrase. So when you say trying to fix that, right? I take that to mean one as the global issue, and fix that as two, your personal contribution. That's where the problem is coming from, Fridge Makara, because your abstinence isn't attempting to solve the global issue. And I don't think any vegans would think that it is, right? Like the concept of you having an impact on not contributing towards the world's largest global Holocaust is only relevant for your own contribution. Maybe there's a concept separately that exists externally for your influence, but we're not talking about that right now. What we're generally talking about right now, since it doesn't seem like you're any sort of influencer, is just the idea of, your contribution. And let's plug this into the human scenario so that you understand the same point as before, right? The intuition pumps, is always going to be useful when we use the strongest examples, which are with humans. And so if we had a case of, pedophilia, rape, murder, that happened in the gun violence is huge in America, right? If we had any of these issues, certainly you would not do what's called an appeal to futility and say that because you are not going to make an impact on the global issue, that there is, no reason why you shouldn't, there's no reason why there should be a problem with you contributing to the global issue, right? So, for example, would you pick up a gun and shoot up a school just because you can't see within, hindsight when we're gonna solve, mass school shootings? I don't think so, right? Should a man rape a woman just because everyone else is doing it in his neighborhood? Should pedophilia be justified because we can't solve the global issue, so you're okay to cause rights violations to all these children just because some other people are doing it out there? No, right? So let's not talk past ourselves with the concepts that we're trying to deal with. If you're trying to solve the global issue with your personal abstinence, it's already a non-starter. But that's not what the point is. The point is just so that you don't contribute to it, to the global problem, you ought to abstain from it personally. So when you say, I don't think the reduction of demand for me personally for anything would extend the life of even a single animal, that's actually not true. It's estimated that you abstain from killing, well, furthermore, we have to say, you say extend the life of a single animal. It's not about extending lives of animals that are currently here. It's about not creating demand to breed extra animals into existence to murder. So it's not like if there's a pig right now that is going to be slaughtered, that you would extend the length of time of his life because you didn't kill and eat him for food, right? That's not how it works. It's the concept that people who believe in animal rights would universally understand is that you wouldn't create demand for new pigs, plural, cows, chickens, whatever animals you would be murdering for food or paying to be murdered for food. But again, moot distinction, morally speaking, would be that, they would still die. These new beings would be created only to get their throat slit if you were to pay into violating animal rights. So, and then when you say even a single animal, it would prevent however many animals you would otherwise consume. So let's say you were to be like a modest omnivore or something like that, and you're only gonna like partially murder. Like, okay, I'm only gonna rape the equivalent of like 30 women this year, or like kill 30 people, or like whatever the fuck. Like, it's clearly a problem that you would violate any amount of rights to the degree that it's just for, again, context held equal. Taste, pleasure, right? Culture, tradition, whatever the hell. So, that concept of an appeal to futility, in short, can just be understood as not conflating your personal contribution increasing the global problem. And similar to the concept of voting or anything else, right? Your individual vote, you might imagine, well, it's actually even worse than voting, so let me not say that. But the analogy I was going to give was not about whether or not there's any sort of impact that goes one way or the other, but that it certainly creates enough of a collectively there would be enough of a demand for the entire Holocaust to stop if everyone, not technically everyone, if enough people believed in it in order for it to be outlawed. But anyways, the idea is just that it's even greater than that because there's some direct violations we can measure that come from your dollar being traced down the line to, new animals being bred into existence. Finally, you say, I'm not out there as a vigilante hunting down rapists. No, but you're not, I think you misunderstand. You're not being requested to kill people who kill. You're being requested to not be the killer, right? So you're being likened to the pedophile, the rapist, the murderer, the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, when you deploy the logic that if a global issue is not going to be solved, you might as well take the place of the agent causing the thing in question. So if it's not, would you ever, be like predator poachers on YouTube or something like that and like go find fucking predators to, criminalize, throw behind bars. The question is, would you justify becoming one of those people yourself because there's a global issue not being solved? And that's what's being analogized. Actually, I would say voting is a great analogy. Are you American by chance? I am American, yeah. It's actually where I got the school shooting concept from. How sinister is that? But no, yeah, voting is a great analogy in terms of like our collective society having an impact, and it's great that you at least seem to track that regardless of what somebody could raise to be a distraction of a concept. But what I'm trying to say is that I've seen people say, but that's my point, like, regardless of my vote, it wouldn't have changed whether or not Kamala, let's say, went into presidency or Trump went into presidency. And it's like, that's not what's being said. What's being said is even something greater than that, which is, one, we can solve the global issue if we collectively did it, sure. But relative to my current point, it was actually more correct to say, or it was only correct to say that you're still causing a measurable increase of rights violations that are occurring, regardless of whether or not the global issue as a whole changes. There's still some measurable amount of demand that comes from you. I think they say it's like, if you're a typical carnist, a carnist usually kills about like a few hundred animals per year, roughly. So voting for third parties, that's a funny concept. Let's go back up on the YouTube chat. Not saying it doesn't happen, it's just not normal. Okay, yeah, then that's just an aside, Prometheus. Joker, lol, that animal would not hesitate to eat you. It's my exact point, dumbass. Don't you think that if an animal wouldn't hesitate to eat me, that I shouldn't gain my morals from them? You're only furthering my point. God, I just wonder if, like, sometimes if you guys are actually incapable of thinking sometimes, like Joe over here, or like the other earlier trolls like Toast, or if there's just such an incentive to be indoctrinated that you engage in poor quality thinking regardless of your ability to think higher. I think it's that, in all honesty. I don't get any extra points from one-upping you in terms of pointing out the obvious. It's actually not only painful to admit, but more conceptually, but causes more suffering because of and rights violations because of the, and secondhand to me, for the suffering component, because of the realization that you're causing more contribution to the greatest Holocaust that ever occurred. What is pseudoestrogen? Also, what are the responses in the body? Who the hell's talking about pseudoestrogen? Sway your soul. In ancient times, that person could not survive. Predator and prey. That's nature, buddy. Get used to it. Right. So, would you say nature would justify killing humans for food? Yeah. I mean, it takes no time to dispel your sophistry. Try convincing a lion to not eat meat, please, and let me know how that goes. I have been making a point consistently throughout the live stream to show that deriving your morals from a non-moral agent is one of the worst, one of the dumbest things you could fucking do, Joe. If you think that I said you ought do that, point to it. Point to where I said that. I never stated it. The only person who's suggesting that exact idea is you. Why do you need the tissue? Wait, if you're trying to say that the requirement for the tissue would justify it would be analogous to justifying the killing of the animal. I mean, the same is just going to be true, or the same is just going to be asked of you for the human context. If you required the tissue for food, again, this is just going to justify organ harvesting. Are you going to kill one person to save 10? If so, why do you think that there's a problem if, like, paramedics stop by on their way to go save somebody, that they kill, like, an old woman on the street, pick her up, harvest her organs, throw her in the back, and salvage it? Like, if it was feasible, would you suggest to do that? Yeah, I don't think so. Globally, animal husbandry reduces desertification. Help me understand the benefit of more deserts. Animal husbandry? I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that term. Animal
Just means agriculture, like raising,
and
killing.
Reduces desertification. Help me understand the benefits of more deserts. I mean, look, just gonna plug it into the human context. Human husbandry reduces desertification. Help me understand the benefit of more deserts. One, that's a straw man. I never stated that there was a benefit to more deserts. Just that I wouldn't think that if there was some sort of dilemma of having more deserts or killing and enslaving humans for food, that ought be done just because the alternative was to have more deserts. Yeah. Help me understand why you think that having... that if the consequence of having less deserts could only be achieved through killing humans, that you would actually accomplish that goal? Yeah? Sway your soul? Hello? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, didn't think so. You're just going to keep coping. Since you started to up the sophistry, though, again, I am going to give you a final warning. Last chance, and I will be banning, okay?
What's going on?
Be vegan, everybody, because you can, because you don't want to hurt the...
Yeah, I definitely hate Miss Katie's attempt of what she might call activism, which is to just tell people to stop harming, killing and enslaving animals for food. P in the other chat, you said, "Lol, what is this?" I don't know what time that was. This is a, well, I mean, if you read the video title, you should know. I mean, keep laughing, but I don't know. Maybe you just haven't learned how to fully read. This is called Debate Me Live. Can anyone justify eating animals? Here I ask people if they can name a trait or set of traits that morally distinguish humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill and eat the animal but not the human. Right? So, yeah, you're welcome to hop on to Discord and debate me. I'm just going to ask you, what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill the human as you would the animal if it were, if that were the case. You can plug in whatever trait you want or set of traits. You could say intelligence. You could say it's species. You could say it's intelligence plus species, for an example. But yeah, that's what this is. In between, I react to all sorts of content and so on and so forth. Oh, Fridge McCarr came back. I see veganism as the same boat as U.S. third. Oh, when you said voting for third parties. Okay. I see veganism as in the same boat as U.S. third-party candidates. There's a good reason people see voting for third parties as simply wasted because there's just not enough coordinated effort to seriously impact the status quo. Right. That's why I gave that whole explanation afterwards, and in the future I won't be making that error, so thanks for the reminder. That the concept of voting only is a failure of an analogy, because what I was attempting to analogize was the concept of there being measurable rights violations and suffering that occur from your contribution, right? So again, you'd have to deny that you are causing rights violations and suffering. If this were true of the third party example, we should see that not voting for a third party would cause rights violations and suffering for like stabbing in the throat, raping, so on and so forth. But we don't see that, right? And so any individual contributing towards the animal holocaust is causing those, but that's not true of the third party voting concept. The only concept that's relevant of the third-party voting concept, which is similar but not the same as what I was underlyingly making a point about, was the idea of whether or not you're going to solve either the global problem or even get close to solving the global problem. But you will always be contributing to the global problem to the tune of maybe it's dozens, maybe it's hundreds, depending on your level of contribution to the global holocaust. To my knowledge, there are 80 million vegans worldwide, and this has impacted the profits of farms on average by 1%. I know it's appealed to futility, but I think it's valid if it genuinely is futile. Well, you say if it is genuinely futile, but Fridge McCarr, you've not answered the question. Would futility for solving the global problem justify your contribution to any individual situations of stabbing a being in the throat for a burger, of raping somebody, of murdering somebody, of causing children to be sexually assaulted, right? It's just not going to be the case that you're going to say that that's true. So you want to not conflate. I know it's tempting, but don't conflate the idea of defeating the global problem when there are measurable amounts of contribution that you have that will cause animals to the tune of, again, it's expected even on the very modest side to be to the tune of dozens. But, on average, hundreds if you're just a typical carnist. It's why I also don't worry about my personal carbon footprint. I am not led to believe that leaving the light on or using extra water is going to, be even remotely analogous to stabbing a being in the throat for a cheeseburger. I think that if the implication were ever that strong, we'd have a lot of climate activists, a lot more climate activists in the world. I mean, measurable rights violations can happen as a result of voting depending on the candidate. That's not... Wait. That's sophistry, Fridge McCarr. I asked you specific to the analogy of as it exists for the animal holocaust. You mean measurable rights violations can happen as a result of voting. But we're assuming they would happen, and to the degree that you're expected to cause dozens or, again, likely hundreds, but at least dozens of rights violations per year. Like, certainly you wouldn't say that, not voting for a third party or even not voting at all is actually causal, either directly or indirectly, to the idea of like dozens of humans dying, right? Like to the point of, you know, we can measure cows, chickens, pigs, goats, whatever the fuck, right? I want you to realize I am not a butcher by trade. Well, I didn't say you were a butcher. I am just stating that your logic justifies murdering, you know, being a human, even human beings, using the logic that it's not going to solve the global issue. I think you're vastly overestimating how granular the link between supply and demand is. Well, wait. First of all, Fridge McCart, until you've actually reconciled the issue between what I'm asking you, which is if you would be logically consistent and bite the bullet on causing humans to get stabbed in the throat for human cheeseburgers and bacon, if you were to not participate, or sorry, if you were to participate in something, regardless if it changes the global problem, would you be consistent on that? And then to your point of, I also think you're vastly overestimating how granular the link between supply and demand is. If there's a specific claim you want to make, you're welcome to make it, but I don't know what's meant by granular, how granular the link between supply and demand is. It's to a sufficient enough of a degree that one can be expected to cause even eating moderate amounts of dead animals to signal your voting power, being that you would, you know, cause like at least dozens of animals to die. Let's see. 1M said nothing better than a juicy human burger, not gonna lie. I'm so glad you agree. I find humans to be just so delicious. My reconciliation is that the analogy is flawed. I'm conflating a lack of effort against something as active participation, and I have certainly never slaughtered a cow by my own hand. That's not required. Do you think you need to slaughter a human by your own hand if we can measure that through your voting power of your dollar, that it causes a higher demand for the thing in question? Like, surely you've heard of a hitman before, right, Fridge Makara? Like, you understand that they are not going to die by means of your hand if you put money into somebody else's hand and then they go to kill them. So no, the analogy is not flawed. The realization of literally, you would yourself would have to deny the concept of supply and demand if you were to assert that it would not occur, that an animal's life would not be bred into existence if you weren't to signal enough of a signal when you vote with your dollar. By this logic, everyone who has shopped in Primark? What is Primark? R-I-M-A-R-K. A fashion retailer in Dublin? Oh, because you said complicit in sweatshops. Yeah, Fridge Makara, why do you assume that sweatshops are analogous to stabbing a being in the throat for burgers and rape? This is the problem, is likening sweatshops to a global Holocaust, right? The concept that you have of a sweatshop is clearly not analogous. First of all, do you know what the alternative reality would be for people in sweatshops if they were to not work in a sweatshop? If you don't, unlike animals, it's not the case that they would be prevented from having been bred into existence. Those beings in sweatshops would likely have less jobs to work, which that means that you not contributing towards at least giving them some amount of money to have would be worse than if you were to not, meaning greater rights violations and suffering would occur off the world where you weren't to supply sweatshops. Obviously, that's a situation where people are taking advantage of the workers. Please tell me you're not about to justify sweatshops. What do you mean by justify? If you're the one who's attempting to name a problem with regards to the concept, you can back out of this. You still back out of this. Wait, you want to come here to justify the world's largest Holocaust because of an appeal to futility, but then try to rhetorically shame me because of the concept of sweatshops. Can you please hop on voice so that we can make sure we get some like live ground going on here? Yeah, exactly. As Cozy said, go on voice. Like this is going to be a lot more interesting. USA. Yeah, sway your soul. You're out. So while we wait for you to hopefully get set up with Discord, no, I'm not going to back out of this. Unless you have evidence that the alternative to not buying from sweatshops is that there is something better that occurs. You're the one with the laughable position. I'm tempted to be funny, but nah. Oh, okay. So you're gonna take a position. You know what's funny? Claiming that you have positive evidence for that you have evidence for a positive claim that you made, and then not even be willing to back it up. Do you even have a single source that would show that if people were to not purchase from services or goods that indirectly support sweatshops, that it would actually provide less rights violations or suffering for the beings in question? You realize that, by the way, the connotation you gave when you said justify sweatshops is distinct from saying what I'm actually saying, which is that I'm not led to believe that not purchasing is better, or it's better to purchase than it is to not purchase. And that's distinct from whether or not what you're saying is that it's better to the reverse. It's better to not purchase than to purchase, right? I mean, like, there's no reason to believe that unless you have some sort of evidence here on the table that you're willing to present. But I'm not inherently justifying it. I'm not saying it's good that children are in poor working conditions. I just have no reason to believe that the impact from people purchasing has any impact on whether or not conditions would improve. But you know for a fact that there would be less animals getting their throats slit if you weren't to contribute towards it and then claim an appeal to futility. So that's the only part that's funny.
The animals? Look. Why love one but...
Crimson Light, do you eat out? I sometimes do. Why? What sort of point are you making here? That it causes some kind of violation of my values? If so, what values do you assume that I hold?
eat the other?
Because one tastes like chicken nuggets.
Okay, if one derived enough taste pleasure for you to say because one tastes like human nuggets, and that was delicious to you, would taste pleasure justify it? Aren't you the one that says giving companies that do these things money directly cause... I never use the word directly as part of my reasoning, so you're definitely inserting that there. Causes the harm that these companies are responsible for? No, that's a straw man. I said that paying with your dollar to continue breeding animals into existence is distinct from people who were already bred into existence, because really what's happening is that these third world countries are overpopulated. They continue to breed humans into existence from each other. And then those children who have nowhere to work go work in a sweatshop and work the best jobs that they can. Animals are not already bred into existence unless you were to literally pay for them to do so. But even if that were the alternative, again, it's not even likened after we talk about them already being bred into existence. There's a second morally important consideration between the two. And that is the idea that one is having their throat slit for a cheeseburger for the being in question, and the other is being forced to work in, or not even forced, they're working in the most ideal conditions they have, which suck shit, and they attempt to make some kind of livable wages which give them like crumbs to barely live off of. If the most we could do for animals was to rescue as many as we could, but we used up as many resources as possible or something like that, then the only part where it would become problematic would be the part where there's not where somebody has an alternative they could support that would cause there to be a difference to the system that's made. You keep acting like you can just assert that difference would occur if you weren't to pay for sweatshops, but do you have evidence for it, Fridge Makara, or not? Why is the meat industry different directly from all other industrial systemic harm? I already stated, one, they're bred into existence, and two, their flesh is being consumed versus us trying to give resources for the beings to live the best that they can. So, you know, this would be more analogous to like people that perform life-saving missions for like cats and dogs throughout the world. Like if you were to save cats and dogs from flooding or something like that, and they were to go inside cages for some amount of time, this would be like if you said an egalitarian hearing and said to me, oh, I mean, what's the difference between one version where I, you know, kill and eat those cats and dogs for food, and one version where like they have to remain in cages, only some of them will get homes, it's going to be hard for them, but this is the best that we can do. They were already put into this world because like we couldn't go back and stop the cats and dogs from raping each other and breeding them into existence. So, you know, there's an issue that you're having and not reconciling in your mind, or at least pretending severely, like to an insanely gaslighting degree, is analogous, which is the beings already being bred into existence, and that the beings are actually being taken care of either to the best degree that the society can, which, you know, sometimes the government exploits their people, but sometimes I've seen sweatshops where the people in question are doing the best they can, but the situation just is shitty. I watched a documentary once, for example, about children that were like, I think working without air conditioning or something in India, and it was like fucking terrible, but you didn't get the idea that the person was like trying to cause harm to the children. So, you know, I mean, he was led to believe that that was just the best that they could fucking do. Remember your analogy of, oh, the murder's a big problem, I can't solve it, I might as well do a bit of murder too. Again, do you think I would be causing more children to go through rights violations and suffering if I pay for sweatshops? Yes or no? You've been conflating this with direct harm. You keep saying direct. It's about measurable harm, not direct. It could be indirect. If you press a button, right? You press a button right here, and it causes 10 children to die. I don't care if that's direct or indirect. If you're the one behind it, that's the problem. That's not the interesting question, Fridge Makara. The interesting question is whether or not you have reason to believe that I am increasing rights violations and suffering by means of paying for it. I can safely say that that's the case with you contributing towards the global Holocaust. You can't say that that's the case with regards to sweatshops. You can only uninterestingly reassert that as much as you want, and then, you know, cope in the corner and claim that it would be laughable if you came on Voice, but then not defend the position. Please do answer. Is purchasing and eating meat direct harm? Purchasing and eating dead animals, which you keep fucking calling meat, and that's disgusting, is not direct harm. It's indirect because you're paying for somebody else to do it. It is measurable harm that you are causing. That's all that matters. We can measure the harm that you cause, the rights violations and suffering. Can you say that rights violations and suffering increase when somebody purchases from a sweatshop versus when they don't? Yes or no, Fridge Makara? If you don't answer that or hop on Voice, you're gonna get banned. I know you have no answer. Animals are made to be eaten. If humans are made to be eaten, would that justify it, Sun Jinsu? No, my stance is that if you bought clothes from a company... No what? No what? Yo, you're gonna need to hop on Voice. This is not... You can't just say no. You're like fucking, what, 1-2 minutes behind already. My stance is that if you bought clothes from a company that uses sweatshops, you would not make any significant change to the global problem, right? What are we evaluating? Are we evaluating the global problem or causing rights violations and suffering? We're talking about causing rights violations and suffering. We're not talking about solving the global problem. Stop fucking conflating the two. Likely not any change at all. You are if you're not causing more beings to be raped and murdered. So, again, with your logic, somebody goes and rapes a child. Oh, I'm not having any measurable change, if any at all, to the global pedophilia problem. Well, that child would certainly say fucking different, wouldn't they? To the amount of abuse that goes on to people in those sweatshops. Wait, to the amount of people that goes on to the abuse in sweatshops. If you measure it to the degree where it would change enough individuals... that you arbitrarily defined as being larger than the ones that you did have an impact on, of course. We're talking about if you're denying that you cause rights violations and suffering with regards to animals. And do you think that that would be occurring with regards to sweatshops? Because supply and demand is not that granular. It is measurable enough in the human context to say that it happens to the tune of at least dozens, when even if you consume very modestly. But I think even if you were to give the most modest amount of demand towards a little boy being raped, you wouldn't give it, right? Especially just for some fucking taste pleasure. If we were in a situation where food was scarce, food insecurity was getting out of control, and turning towards starvation, here we go. Not talking about the context of how people can kill and eat animals for food. Do you think if it came to vegans eating to live, would they eat dead animals, not meat? If people would become logically consistent with regards to trait equalize humans, that may or may not be the case with people who currently self-identify as vegan. Do you think I care about the current state of people who self-identify as vegan but wouldn't uphold their logical foundation being off of name the trait, Vincent? Or do you think that I advocate not for somebody just arbitrarily self-identifying as vegan, but if they actually do so off of a basis that says they wouldn't kill and eat trait equalized humans? Yeah, that one. It's not measurable in the human context either. What do you mean it's not measurable? We're literally talking about a context which it's measurable. Last chance. You either hop on voice or you're going to get booted. If I give you a context where somebody rapes a single child, and I give you another context where it's measurable that somebody pays for a single child to be raped, are you going to tell me that if you can't help the global problem of tens of millions of children being raped, that you're going to have an impact, direct or indirect, doesn't matter, towards that child being raped? Yes or no? Why are you going to the rape analogy? You know it's about how is it about analogy? There's nothing bad about it. It's literally the thing in question that I'm analogizing, whether or not you cause a measurable rights violation or suffering to a being or set of beings. That's true of the animal context already. And that would be true of the human context if we assumed it to be the case that we were talking about you trying to justify raping a child. Okay? If you were trying to rape a person, rape a child, kill a person, whatever the fuck, and that was going to cause even one person to be violated, do you understand that saying you can't solve the global issue is distinct from if you would be measurable in causing said reduction of rights violations or not contributing towards it because you never caused it to be? I've spent the last half hour pointing out how inaccurate it actually is. You've not answered the questions that actually matter. When I asked you, one, do you think that it would increase rights violations or suffering if I were to, or anybody were to not purchase from sweatshops? Yes or no? Number two, if we were talking about a context where somebody raped a human being, you don't get out of that by hypo-dodging like Jordan Peterson. Would you say that somebody is allowed to do it off of the situation where they say that they're not going to solve the global problem? It's not interesting for you to deny that animals don't die or that supply and demand is granular. You're the one who has the burden of proof when you say it wouldn't be measurable in terms of how many rights it violates. For the switch up, I said the answer was no 5 messages ago. You said that, no, you said that the impact for what you said, we'll just read it out loud. Remember your analogy? No, my stance is that if you bought clothes from a company that uses sweatshops, you would not make any significant change, which again, you were talking about the global problem even after I made the distinction, the delineation between the direct impact of rights violations or suffering. Like they're not changed at all to the amount of abuse that goes on to people in those sweatshops. So if you want to clarify that your position is that it is not going to have an impact to any beings whatsoever, then you're denying reality when it comes to the animal holocaust. You would be hypo-dodging when it comes to what I ask about rape. And if you don't think that it would cause any distinction with regards to sweatshops for the impact that it has, I don't think it would have any impact either. Because guess what? There's no reason to believe that if the sweatshop were not to exist, that there would be less rights violations and suffering. So if you don't have a reason to believe that there would be less rights violations and suffering for the sweatshop context, you don't get out of that, however, for situations where you do know that it does exist, or where you are at least asserting that you believe that you know that it doesn't exist insofar as it pertains to the animal holocaust. And you said, and I quote, no. What do you mean no? No to what? Yeah, the no was into... I was asking you what you meant no for. And then when I read you continuing to espouse sophistry, you said, my stance is that if you bought clothes from a company that uses sweatshops, you would not make any significant change. Yeah, if you say that my stance is that if you bought clothes from a company that uses sweatshops, you don't make any significant change, it was reasonable to derive that you were referring to the global issue. When you then said, likely not any change at all to the amount of abuse that goes on to people in sweatshops, I then gave a conditional, which you probably forgot because it's convenient, which was, do you mean that your amount of rights violations and suffering would not occur? Or do you mean that it wouldn't cross a certain threshold which you arbitrarily think is significant enough to make or not make a change, right? So again, last chance to hop on voice and defend the stupid position. Are you going to stop hypo-dodging and answer, if the conditional were true, knowing that you were to cause... Since this is where our problem really is, you seem to be denying that there can exist situations where there... if we were to grant that there was a situation where somebody caused measurable rights violations and suffering to a situation, would you say that in that situation, your contribution towards that thing is acceptable because you're not going to solve the global issue? I'm saying there is no direct... You keep saying direct. It's like the world's most useless term. Because the system is not direct. It doesn't have to be direct. If you press a button right here and it causes 3 days later somebody to get killed, or your hitman finally gets his payment to his bank account and then he goes and murders somebody, that's not solving or reconciling any concept that we're interested in, which is whether or not there is an impact that is had, a measurable impact that is had from you increasing rights violations and suffering. Are you Ferdos or P? No, P is Prometheus, I think, right? Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Are you Fridge Makara?
No. I'm just here to ask you some questions about veganism.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me recalibrate because I was talking to somebody else in the Twitch chat. Yeah, so this is Debate Me Live, Can Anyone Justify Eating Animals? My main reason why I have people on here is because I'm trying to ask them to introspect why they think, or what trait or set of traits they think justify a morally relevant distinction between humans and animals, such that it's okay to eat the animal and not the human.
Okay, so you're saying basically that eating meat is bad?
Dead animals. So if anybody thinks that eating animals is
why do you
morally
say dead
acceptable,
animals? It is dead animals. What's wrong with that?
Because they are descriptively dead animals. What do you mean?
Yeah, they're dead animals. What's wrong with dead animals?
Well, you use a euphemism called meat, which is not only problematic psychologically, but it's an insult to the actual victims of the Holocaust.
Well, when you say dead animals, are you gonna eat roadkill? There's certain people that don't eat roadkill. So
wait. Of course. Who said I denied that? Who said I denied roadkill or dead animals?
No.
I had a problem. Did I use the word meat when we ever spoke about roadkill? So then why would you throw that back at me? What do you think that what do you think that's relevant towards?
No. Meat. No. You didn't let me finish, buddy. Meat means something that can be cooked. Something that can be cooked and eaten.
You take that as a denotation, but you were referring to the question that I gave of can anyone justify eating animals, which was, as it was clarified through the live stream that I'm having now and every single time beforehand, was typical farm animals, fish, so on and so forth.
What about meat?
What?
What about meat? Meat doesn't encapsulate all of dead animals.
You don't take that to be a denotation? Do you fucking realize that the connotation entails cows, chickens, pigs, goats, rabbits, fish,
Those
so
are
on
animals,
and so forth?
Do you think the connotation... No, answer.
Do you think the connotation reasonably infers the typical animals people eat when they go to the grocery store or Burger King, dumbass?
Are they cooking up roadkill and Burger King?
You're not answering if the connotation derived from people saying the euphemism meat derives from people eating cows, chickens, pigs, fish, Burger King, so on and so forth. Do you think the reasonable connotation that's derived is of what I just mentioned versus fucking roadkill, you goddamn sophist?
What's the sophist, Brody? I don't know what that is.
I know. You're not only unaware of connotations. You're not only aware of connotations. You're also unaware of the exact thing that you are. Yeah, you can call it a pseudo-intellectual term when you're the one being pseudo-intellectual. So I'm just going to ask you again. When you say meat, do you agree that the connotation that's had pertains to cows, chickens, and pigs and all the animals people typically consume when they go to the grocery store? Yes or no?
Nigger.
Yeah, we're not going to say things like that. Yeah. 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 So, wow, that was fucking terrible. So, yeah, he clearly just wanted to try to.
Loaded assumption.
No, he clearly wanted to get the live stream in trouble, but it's just not. So, number one, the connotation of dead animals, meat, as he says. Obviously, he immediately got bodied on that. He was like, "Oh, but is it technically counted denotatively? Am I asking about the denotation, or am I referring to the connotation?" Yeah, he couldn't answer that, and you know, he had to cry right after that. So that's really fucking sad. Okay, we lost the other person that was here, but Tay, can you hear me?
Yes, brother. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you Fridge McCarr?
I don't know who that guy is.
I guess they're not coming, so I'm just gonna stop asking. Anyways, bud. So yeah, I'm just asking people on this show if they can name a trait that's true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause them to kill the human as they would the animal.
What? Sorry, my English is like my third language, right? But I think we can see. Yeah.
Sure. So I'll explain a bit more slowly and simply. So when somebody says that they would find it acceptable to kill and eat animals for food, right? That's a certain attitude. You understand what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when they say they would not find it acceptable to kill and eat a human for food, you understand that's another attitude, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, humans have traits true of them, meaning things that are true of their being. So think we have human DNA, we have, you know, a certain level of intelligence. Right, you get the idea. Yeah. Animals have traits true of them as well. So the question, the consistency test being posited to you is, what trait is true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause you to kill the human as you would the animal? Meaning, what morally relevant symmetry breaker can we find that distinguishes humans and animals, such to that if we started with the human and we plugged in that thing or things, if it's multiple, that became true of the human, would cause you to say, you know what, it's acceptable to kill this human if they had this trait or set of traits true of them? Where would they lose moral value, basically?
Yeah, Can I ask you a question before I answer that?
Wait, what?
Can I ask you something quickly before? Like, I have a question just
Sure.
to get them.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah. Are you a speciesist?
Speciesist?
Species. Like, do you think one living being is better than another living being?
Well, depends on what you mean by speciesist, right? If you define it as, like, loosely as better, meaning something like they have more moral value, then typically I would say that beings that have more sentience do, and that happens to mean that humans possess more moral value, but it's not by means of them being human by itself. It's not based off the species. So for example, like if a human was severely mentally handicapped or something like that, to the point where they're like similar to a pig in terms of all of their functioning, I wouldn't say that I am so hard tied to the concept of them being human that I would say they possess more moral value than the pig.
Okay, let me ask a question.
That's what you mean. If that's what you mean by speciesist, then no.
Not necessarily. So, like, would you say a horse is exactly the same as like equal as a cow, for example? Like, is one dying
equal in
more
terms of
tragic than the
moral
other?
value?
Like, one dying, like both are dying, right? Is one
In terms
death?
of right, so in terms of moral value, you're asking.
Yeah, sure. Like you're saying, look, you're saying eating animals is bad,
It just
right?
takes a yes or no. So you mean in terms of equal moral value, correct?
Like, can we speak?
You should just say yes or no. It should be really simple. You're asking me if I think the value of an animal, generally speaking, is equal to that of a human, correct?
I didn't ask that.
You did. You literally said if a horse was dying, would I think it's as bad as a human dying? That sounds like moral value.
No, I said a horse is dying versus a cow is dying.
You said a human at first.
Okay, let's say like if I said a human,
But you're not
then
gonna
I-
wait. You're not gonna get at it. You realize you said it. You realize you said a human at first, right?
Who cares? Honestly, who cares? Who cares?
Wait.
Like,
I care because I care about intellectual honesty. And if I detect that you're here just to bullshit, then of course I'm going to fucking take that to be something important. So you did say a human at first. Do not fucking gaslight me. And secondly, no, I don't fucking think that the moral value of an animal is necessarily equal to that of a human. What's your point?
Okay, so okay, let's say that is over. Like, is a horse die exactly as bad as a cow die for food?
Is a horse
Like-
and a cow dying exactly as bad for food?
It's like one.
In terms
is
of
the
moral
other
value,
both-
correct?
Are both just as tragic?
In terms of moral value, correct?
Look, this.
You're so scared of just clarifying yes or no. It's actually insane. It should be really simple to just say yes. Like when I say tragic, I just mean like, is it equally unpreferred? Is it as bad, morally speaking? That's all we're speaking about here. You should just be able to simply say yes or no.
No, okay, good. As equally unpreferred is a better term. I think it's more specific.
In terms of moral value, correct? Yeah, unpreferred. Okay, yeah, you could say unpreferred.
Yeah, just exactly
I
the
wouldn't.
same,
I
right?
wouldn't. I wouldn't. Yeah. So I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but they both cross the threshold of being unacceptable. I don't know what their sentience level is like, so I'm not sure. Just like if you took like two people right now, two random strangers, would I think they're as equally tragic of a death? No, I don't even know. You know how important they are. I don't know how much of their values I disagree with one versus the other. I don't know if one's like, you know, yeah, I need to know more about the beings in question. But if you mean like your average horse versus your average cow, I don't know what their average sentience level is like. What's the point though? Because we only care about the sufficient level of sentience such that we wouldn't kill and eat them for food.
Well, look, I didn't even make my point across, right? So,
Well, you said it was going to be a quick question. Then you asked me something that one couldn't possibly see the point of what you're trying to make unless you thought there was some relevance to equality, even though I have a literal video distinguishing moral equality and sufficiency. So I'm going to give you one last chance to give clarification on what you think is morally relevant with regards to equality when I've only ever talked about sufficiency.
okay, then let's skip that, right? I'm gonna go straight to my
Yeah,
point,
why
right?
don't you
I'm
actually engage with
accusing
name
you-
the trait?
Yeah, okay. I will accuse you of being inconsistent, right? Because like if you're saying, okay, killing animals for food.
You can't accuse somebody of being inconsistent if you don't know what their values are. When you attempt to try to figure out my values with regards to equality, I told you that they both have sufficient levels of value when it comes to not killing them for food, which is logically consistent. They both have. It's like saying you're logically inconsistent. You know, you don't think that the newborn is tantamount to Einstein, but I wouldn't kill either for food. So where's the inconsistency?
It's less than 20 seconds. Can I finish, please?
Where's the inconsistency on not killing a newborn as I would not kill Einstein?
I didn't even say any of that. I'm not even talking about humans. Can I finish for like 20 seconds?
Wait.
This-
But the point is not to say that you weren't talking about humans. The point is to say it's about sufficiency versus equality. And if you're to try to say that somebody is inconsistent because you've established that they don't view beings X and Y equally, but they view both to having sufficient moral value, then it's pretty fucking clear that the beings in question are not being the person in question is not being consistent with regards to their values. So it's not saying that you said anything about humans.
That's why I wanted to ask for your values, but you kept.
But you can't assert it's inconsistent if you don't know what the fuck it is. Do you understand that?
I mean, talk. I'm scared of my.
You wait. Do you understand that? You said I'm going to assert you are inconsistent, even though I don't know your values. You understand that's what retards do, like Fridge Makara, who claims that they could understand that somebody is violating their values without even knowing what the fuck they are.
Look, I want to.
Is that? Do you understand? It's that dumb.
Can I finish, please?
You're not answering the question. You said you knew that I was inconsistent. That's retarded. I have to get a concession off of you from that.
Accusing you. I'm accusing you because I guess
I know you can't accuse somebody of something that you have no fucking clue of. How the fuck could you do that?
I thought you're a vegan.
That has nothing to do with if you know what my values are.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. I'm saying by the
What are you
definition of
talking
veganism,
about?
this is an inconsistent point. Let me finish my point. It's
Wait. If you subscribe to the idea of veganism, one that I didn't agree to, and those didn't match my fucking yeah, he's gone, and that didn't match my fucking values. You can't say that I'm inconsistent with regards to my own values, which is what inconsistency is based in. That's fucking idiotic. What are you talking about? That's so dumb. That's so stupid. I'm inconsistent with regards to your values? That's incoherent. What does that mean? That's like saying, I don't...
Happening?
Huh?
What is happening?
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. No, it's actually wild. Actually insane. Okay. Vincent, if we were in a situation... Oh, no, wait. We're going to pass that. Your debate says keep justifying animals. I'm asking if it's justified if people were starving to eat meat to live. Do you think that I'm talking about a situation of life and death? Or do you think that the reasonable connotation is one where people go to the grocery store and reach their arm out for a pack of packaged dead animals? Yeah. I'm more a relativist when it comes to being vegan or eating meat, but I do get a chuckle out of people crying about it. Yeah, I do get a chuckle out of people crying about eating humans for food. Dead animals taste good, and you can or won't stop me from eating it. Yeah, so I physically cannot stop you. I mean, I think overall, globally, I will stop you when I create enough of an influence to have an impact on, social groups around you, society as a whole. Eventually legislation obviously is on the table. So you say cry more, but I doubt you would ever say cry more with regards to the concept of people eating humans for food. Cows, lambs, and chickens would go extinct if I didn't eat them. So do you think that the alternative of remaining in existence but being bred into a holocaust is better? How stupid. I'm answering yes, it is justified that if someone was starving and only dead animals were available, they can eat it. Agree or not? No, I told you already. I wouldn't do that for a fucking mentally handicapped person. I wouldn't do it for a dog. Why the fuck would I do it for a cow or a chicken or a pig? The wild assumptions. I know. Yeah, seriously, Fernando. He was winning up until he tried to get the live stream crashed. Dan, if you think that somebody is winning because they oh, you're talking about the guy. You're talking about the guy who oh god, I just ran through so many fucking people. It's actually insane. Oh, which one was that? I can't even recall.
Which one?
The one who started saying the N-word.
Oh.
Which one was that again? He was roadkill. Yeah. So the connotation versus denotation. You think somebody wins when they commit a logical fallacy and equivocate off of words? Yeah, okay, Dan. You're absolutely fucking stupid. If they didn't want to be eaten, they shouldn't have the trait of being delicious. Wait, that doesn't even follow. If a woman doesn't want to be raped, she shouldn't have the trait of being sexually attractive? If a human doesn't want to be eaten, should they not have the trait of being delicious to a cannibal? You're asking if it's justified, which you're assuming what it means rather than being skeptical and asking. And even though the reasonable, understanding that everyone has brought about when they have ever come on here previously for the last two live streams has only ever been with regards to eating the typical animals that are being killed and holocausted for food, which are cows, chickens, pigs, fish, goats, rabbits, so on and so forth. There's so many animals that you motherfuckers kill. This guy, wait, You're asking when it's justified eating animals. I'm saying yes if they were starving. No, I'm asking at what point in the trait equalization process between a human and an animal in the context that already exists when you go to the grocery store or Burger King. So, that's that live stream. What's the other one? Theo just reacting. Yo, Fridge, are you still there? I don't know if we lost you after the other two debates. But yeah, if you are, I'm just gonna read the last thing you said. I'm saying there's no direct impact. The system is not direct. Yo, you won't stop at the concept of direct. There's a measurable impact to you buying animal products. If you deny that, you are the one making a positive claim. Oh, looks like we have P in the chat. P, what's up? What the fuck? Hello?
Hello?
You're coming in loud. Hold on.
Oh shit, okay. Hold on. Hold on, my bad.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, no
Were
problem.
You in the chat? You cut out. What? Your mic's not legible. Sounds like you're running your mouth through a meat cleaver. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, I'm gonna guess your connection is really spotty, man. Yeah, that was just really bad. I have no idea what's going on, but you're gonna need to fix your microphone because you were only legible for like 2 seconds and then it stopped.
Sounds like he's barfing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if you're just gonna fuck around, yeah, we're just gonna ban you. All right. So he thought that was really funny to come in here and
Sounded like he was coming from Moby's spaceship.
yeah, seriously. No, I think at the end you were right because it sounded like he was attempting to intentionally make some barfing sound.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy is owning you. Yo, Sunji, do you want to hop in voice and defend your position, or do you want to cuck in the corner? You're asking whether it's justified eating animals and saying yes, there's no degree or not. That's another question. Oh, so your question asks for any justification, which you're assuming means in any context. I'm asking if there's any justification in the context that already exists for cows, chickens, and pigs. Maybe be skeptical instead of a fucking idiot. He owned you, mic drop. Okay. Yeah. It's amazing how many trolls there are. Jesus Christ. So Vincent, you're welcome to, hop onto voice or clarify what you mean. Someone clearly never watched Home Improvement? Kid Lasagna, what are you attempting to say here when you say someone never watched Home Improvement? Is there something that if I saw some entertainment, I would have a different moral view? What is that to say? What is the implication here? Yeah. So, yeah, it seems like Fridge McCarr is gone. I'm guessing that the debates set up enough of a distraction, but so yeah, just to wrap up what you were saying. Oh yeah, I remember now. There is no direct impact because the system is not direct. Well, I never made my point about direct versus indirect. I only ever made it about if measurable increases to rights violations and suffering would occur from your view. And so whether or not you wanted to call it indirect for you paying a hitman, that still would result in somebody dying. Okay? Do you understand that? Do you understand if you put money in a pedophile's pocket and said, go retrieve the child and rape them? It wouldn't matter if that person never put their hands on them. They are causing that thing to occur. You can call it indirect. You can call... I think the simplest way to understand it, and you understand what I mean, is just that the impact is measurable of an increase. And so that is true of the animal situation, right? As I've stated before, it's modest, but It's probably in about like the dozens for your impact with regards to killing animals for food, for a cheeseburger. But when it comes to the concept of you having a lack of consideration for the sweatshops, I actually agree that there is not an impact that's to be had whether or not you were to avoid it. But if you agree there's not an impact to be had, then why the fuck would you ever say that it is that I am justifying sweatshops, unless all you mean is to say that I don't find there to be a particular moral problem, which you don't either. But it's not off the logic that it's an appeal to futility. It's off the logic that it doesn't cause measurable rights violations or suffering. You are the one who has to reconcile, number one, that there are not rights violations or suffering that occur when you purchase dead animals. That's supply and demand sophistry and denial. That's ridiculous. And number two, that the attempt to solve the global problem has anything to do with your individual rights violations and suffering. So your question is simple. Can you justify eating animals? No, your interpretation is an equivocation off of what I actually mean. I'm saying in the case of starvation, yes. So Vincent, do you understand you can't walk up to somebody and say, I know what your word means necessarily? It's not reasonable to even assume that justification meant of any context. Obviously, I'm referring to the same situations that we have people currently trying to justify eating them for cheeseburgers. Morality aside, if an omnivore in the wild was starving, it would eat dead animals given the opportunity. What does that have to do with a moral agent? Yeah, Vincent, you're just not engaging. You're literally not engaging.
And those are delicious.
Why love one but eat the other?
Because one tastes like chicken nuggets. And those are delicious.
Right?
Yeah, so tool time? Okay, Kid Lasagna just wants to mess around as well.
Tastes
like chicken nuggets. And those are delicious.
Right?
Yeah, so taste justification, the attempt to name taste as a justification for, causing a Holocaust is absolutely fucking absurd. Again, if you wouldn't accept it in the human context, then it doesn't stand on its own, unless you're saying that you would eat humans if they tasted delicious to you. Oh, and then the last thing for Fisher Cara said, I keep saying the impact is not measurable on the individual level. Right, that's a positive claim, first of all, with regards to that. Well, number one, that's a positive claim with regards to the animal context. But two, that you're denying the hypothetical entailing that it would cause a measurable impact. To say that you're not denying it in the hypothetical, but to clarify that you just don't think that's actually happening with regards to animals, is going to result in somebody saying, it is going to result in you having to provide positive evidence that supply and demand doesn't work such to that somebody paying for dead animal products is measurable of an impact, which you can't just assert.
Right? Makes no sense. It's crazy. That's called speciesism.
Crazy.
This one here, look.
Oh.
Why love one but eat the other? That's called speciesism.
Crazy.
Yeah, rolling your eyes is not a very strong argument.
This one here, look.
Oh.
Why love one but eat the other? Be kind to all animals.
I could just see her in a Hallmark store just look.
Yeah, so trying to trivialize somebody asking you a deeper philosophical question because you can imagine them being socially made fun of doesn't really do much for your view. All it does is get the people that follow you for your fame and for your, maybe people out there who somehow think that they like your appearance is something that they would listen to you blindly on. But more than likely, even if that vegan teacher made any good points, she's also at a disadvantage because of the fact that she is she has widely been demonized socially. So you don't really have any sort of good point to make against her. You have to resort to trying to distract from making a point to anything that she's saying directly. That's, as I've stated to her yesterday, this is not, here you go, when you don't have an argument, you fall back on humor. I know, that's been like the theme lately. Exactly. It's just like, it's really ridiculous. I can't stand it. What should we call it? Yeah, so it's not an ad hominem, and it's not a red herring unless, you know, somebody is substituting the argument. I think she's running from providing an argument.
Looking for these. I would love to run into her one day. No, I don't.
No, eat them.
Okay.
Don't wear them. Don't use them at all. So what we're looking for in the presentation.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't want to run into her. She, as cringe as she is, does have some impact to activating your conscious. And, you know, the idea that you're not going to get any, that you're not going to, you know, get anywhere with her, maybe in terms of moving her off of being manipulative, like in the Isaac Butterfield case, I don't think that changes whatsoever about the concept that she has, you know, underlying points that you can't really dispel.
Of Chris here today is that she is.
There's a presentation? Was this a presentation? I was not even aware that this video that I made.
Is that she is.
There's a presentation? Was this a presentation? I was not even aware that this video that I made was a presentation. I'm probably not gonna do good on this assignment.
Not be.
Well, I mean, it would be, obviously she seems to me, I think partially joking, but it would be a presentation of you just giving your, position, right? So I think she's using the definition loosely to say that it was a poor demonstration of creating a video. But yeah, you don't need to hyperfixate on the fact that it's a presentation. She's just using it more so to try to attack the underlying belief that you have.
Promoting any of these products. She should be saying no to eggs.
I'm lactose intolerant, so I kind of already got to say.
Well, it doesn't matter that you avoid a certain product for a non-ethical concern. The point is you avoid a product for anything other than an ethical concern. So why the fuck would that be relevant? Like, yeah, I happen to be lactose intolerant to human milk. Like, what the fuck?
Unless it's vegan milk, of course. Cheese.
That's a really stupid clarification, Katie. Like, unless it's vegan milk, what sort of bad faith interlocutor are you so deathly scared of running into when you say unless it's vegan milk? Like, come on, no, nobody worries about that. Only you.
Yeah.
Meat, so no sausages, no pepperoni, no bologna, no chicken wings, nothing.
I think it's really bad that she's giving into the euphemisms by saying those things, especially when there's not even logic to balance it out. When you activate the very things that cause people to run from their conscious, you understand that there's a problem with regards to that, right? Like, they're just gonna say, oh, but whenever anybody thinks of those things, they just think of the taste pleasure entailed. Like, it's a lot smarter to be like, yeah, killing humans wouldn't be justified even if you were to call them bologna, pepperoni, XYZ, so on and so forth. Then that person can't jump out the fucking, whip with like a fucking shit ton of cruddy retorts.
Like that. Okay, no gelatin, because gelatin comes from it's in a lot of different candies. It makes them gooey and chewy, but you shouldn't be eating anything that has gelatin because it
What? Bones?
comes from tendons and ligaments and skin of grinding
Oh, okay, she was just anticipating saying it.
up pigs. Often they're just baby pigs, baby animals.
Are they baby?
Awful. It could be cows, it could be chickens.
Wait, what? You're attempting to try to name a morally relevant distinction by being like, are they even babies? Yeah, this is why you should always start with the strongest point. Even if it were adult that we were always killing, would it really make a difference? Right? Like, don't try to appeal to the worst. The like, you know, not most niche per se, but an example that somebody can get out of and say, is it really that common? Is it really? Because that's not what's really going to get somebody to engage with the underlying issue. What's going to get them to engage with the core logic is whether or not they actually see, oh, would I say yes to a trait equal as human?
You know, grinding up all the different body parts, and oh, it's just so sad that they put these into candies and they don't even tell children, and kids eat them at Halloween and they're not even aware that they're eating so much violence.
So she's right that, you know, kids aren't even aware of any of this. But yeah, it's not. Seems like a runoff thought. Like, unless your point of the video was to make it about, like, the lack of awareness kids have or something like that, I feel like she didn't really have a train of thought, so she just opened herself up to being attacked. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, they do this with regards to babies, and then babies don't even know, or children. It's like, yeah, they don't, but I thought you were making a point about it being wrong even to people who were moral agents. Like, I mean, I would just ask that she finishes a point before she moves on to the next one, because it seems to be incredibly unthought out of a response. Like, it's fine to give a sort of non-scripted response. That's totally cool. But it's problematic to not be thoughtful in how you deliver it to the degree that you make someone think you're talking about moral agency and then you hop off it.
Can you imagine a campaign for gummies? We grind the bones and tendons.
This is so cringe. Like, the idea that you would attempt to belittle the idea that's occurring because you make silly faces once again, and then you say, isn't it incredulous? Like, oh my god, they're just gummy worms. Well, yeah, somebody can make fucking, you know, gummy worms out of black people. It wouldn't change the underlying concept that's to be had. It doesn't change the idea. Like, there's still a problem with whatever the fuck it is, even if it's dressed up in a silly, childish way. Do you think we're focusing on attacking the silly or childish component, or the fact that the thing that happens behind the scenes is problematic?
Tendons, children. Kids would be like, I don't give a just give me.
Yeah, children behave off of just taste pleasure very primitively. And what's more interesting, though, is that they wouldn't want to cause any of that suffering if they were to directly see it. So isn't it insanely manipulative? And isn't it really arbitrary that you would try to avoid them having any reaction that's for or against something? Because the mumbling, she ain't confident. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. She's barely able to nudge any fucking, you know, like, idea that this is actually gonna age well. Like, she's like, but I don't know, like, shit, I could always just change my mind later. Fuck, like, I don't know, if it becomes a big thing, everyone will have been wrong. Like, you can't stop us all. You were an influencer who did something terrible. Yeah, that's measurable. But yeah, I mean, isn't it way worse and more manipulative that the concept, the only way that you would get a child to participate in, you know, grinding up animals' bones would be to take advantage of their awareness? Like, they don't know any better. How sinister is that?
The candy, it tastes like crack. I don't care.
Of course, don't steal honey.
Yeah, I mean, a child can find it very pleasurable to take advantage of them. When they grow up and they get more awareness, they're going to be really fucking upset when they realize they didn't consent to that. Not very smart, Chris.
From bees because it belongs to them. You can eat maple syrup.
Steal honey. Like, we're dressed up like burglars coming in and just steal.
Again, that's not required. That's not like stealing doesn't. It's not only not required denotatively, but the connotation doesn't even make somebody necessarily think of like wearing a fucking ski mask and then, you know, going in secretively. Do you think you require to in the situations that exist for animals, or do you think that all that's required is walking inside of a you know, fucking beehive or whatever? Not that it seems to be that there's any sort of like issue with regards to honey, because I actually am led to believe that there's like some sort of symbiotic relationship that exists where it's beneficial for them, and thus us. And it seems to be incoherent when I do hear vegans talk about how it's problematic. But yeah, I mean, I would say that I don't understand what the underlying concern is when we are assisting them. I would say I wouldn't blame it on the word being steal per se, because we do, for example, take without consent from all sorts of animals. But it's used, like, obviously Chris is not being charitable. It's being used in a situation where somebody takes without consent and the being didn't want it to be taken. Like you squeeze the teats of a cow, you take the you know, children away from the mother. But like with honey, it might actually be a morally relevant symmetry breaker, because the bees might not care about the fact that the honey is being taken, or at least wouldn't if they realized that we were trying to benefit them. So Sonia says her humor is terrible. I'm so embarrassed while watching her. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's seriously fucking 15-year-old girl humor. Like, yeah. She's trying hard to come up with a retort for everything vegan teacher says. I know, and it just doesn't logically stand. Like, let's substitute the honey example for, like, you know, rape milk. I mean, oh, wow, I don't have to go in with a ski mask in order to, like, you know, take a black woman's child in the 1850s, or to steal, you know, the breast milk that she has. Haha, it's not stealing. It's like, how ridiculous is that? Like, they don't have to conceptualize it. You don't have to be wearing a mask. All that's required is if it's if we're applying a negative connotation with regards to the concept of you taking something without consent.
Stealing the honey while they sleep, and the kids are traumatized and they go to therapy and bee therapy.
They don't need to have human constructs in order for something to sufficiently be wrong, right? Like, imagine if mentally handicapped people grew up and didn't have constructs such as therapy and, you know, deeper constructs of, like, understanding their trauma. So they weren't able to get, you know, they weren't able to call it, like, therapy or anything like that. They weren't even able to engage in anything like that. But they said, you know, yeah, we're going to take the problem that's had here and not give it to the, but we said we're not going to give it to these problems to the mentally handicapped people, because you know what, the idea that the beings are just being taken advantage of is problematic enough for us.
They make it every day. It's literally their only purpose in life. I think that.
Yeah, making something every day, again, I don't believe being contextually specific to the concept of honey, because I am actually led to believe that it's symbiotic of a relationship, doesn't seem to be a relevant point, right? Like, I mean, a woman can produce something that's of benefit every day, and I just need to know if it's one, unconsensual, and two, doesn't you know, doesn't behoove them in some way, shape, or form, and actually causes them some sort of, you know, right suffering or reasonable concept of a rights violation, as we would say state for trade equalized humans. So, for example, you know, if all women did was lactate even without children, I don't think walking up and like grabbing their breasts to get milk would ever justify the concept of, you know, taking advantage of them. So So
They can spare some.
Ice cream, don't get ice cream that comes from cow's milk, but do get the vegan version, and same as yogurt.
I do love the vegan version of ice cream.
I don't really care if you prefer the taste of anything that's vegan. It is funny because you probably are. I am getting the reading that you are very self-conscious about your impact because you have felt even an ounce of guilt before. And your way of reconciling it is 1, through humor, 2, to go to the grocery store and buy products that are vegan but then still generally contribute to the animal holocaust. And then talk about how you are impressed by the taste of certain products but still ultimately measure morality in terms of whether or not you were convinced of it from taste pleasure. Which again defeats the overarching purpose.
Cream and like Halo Top, the vegan version, really good.
In the dairy industry,
The attempt to gain moral high ground for complimenting the taste pleasure, even though we're literally referring to if it's a moral atrocity, is wild. It's wild.
they the male.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't prepared.
Yeah, you're not prepared for the realization that you can't name a trait or set of traits that's true of the animal, which if true of the human would cause you to say that it's not rape anymore. I know. You're still thinking. Keep thinking.
For that. And that went south really fast. We were learning some nice things about veganism, and then she started talking
We were learning some nice things about human rights until you used a term that caused me to experience guilt.
about
Cows getting molested.
don't love that. You know what? Vegan
Well, if you don't love the fact that it happens to them, then don't contribute towards it. If you don't love the fact of whether or not it's correct to call it that, you might want to make sure that you don't, contribute towards that thing in question, and see if you can try to name a morally relevant symmetry breaker between the two, such that you wouldn't call it, rape, and you would you wouldn't call it rape for animals, but you would for humans.
teacher, I wouldn't like it if somebody came up and
Molested.
don't love that. You know what? Vegan teacher, I wouldn't like it if somebody came up and tried to steal my milk.
Something that Chris here.
But that's not interesting. If the implication is that you wouldn't like it in the human context, but it's clearly only unacceptable to do for humans and not for animals, it's gonna beg the question of name the trait. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that you wouldn't like it happening to them either, as you don't the humans? Or sorry, what trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human would say that you are okay with it happening, as opposed to you being okay with it happening with regards to humans?
Here is going to be talking about these
As opposed to with you being okay with it happening to animals.
important things.
It's a video about my milk.
Something that Chris here is going to be talking about these important things.
It's a video about trying snacks from Scotland.
Which is why she's being sarcastic. If you respond to sarcasm literally, rather than the underlying point behind the sarcasm, you've missed the point. She's trying to say, isn't it crazy how you would trivialize the concept of the rights violations in question without having ever thought about what went into it? Because look, even if you were cognitively dissonant towards it this entire time, it's not going to take away from the fact that it was more important to have avoided contributing towards this atrocity. Cody said that's right. Yeah. So, I mean, excuse me. Yeah, I don't think she actually holds an expectation, Chris, that you possess some kind of consideration, or that you even ought have necessarily known, but that it's a shameful instance of someone talking about the more trivial matter rather than the importance behind the thing that they have trivialized, which is calling it snacks rather than focusing on what went into it.
Scotland in America. The video's not about being vegan. I'm gonna fail this class. It's just like school all over again. America. The video's not
Important things.
It's a video about trying snacks from Scotland in America. The video's not about being vegan. yeah, I'm gonna fail this class. It's just like school.
I mean, the self-deprivation isn't going to save you either, Chris. Like, if you lack any sort of argument, you know, against why someone would say what you're doing is wrong, it's just not going to become convincing simply because you're like, oh, I'm going to fail if you try to grade me on it. This brings to this attempts to bring to life the idea of perfectionism versus logical consistency. I have a video on this as well, but essentially I'm just gonna effectively say that the idea that somebody is logically consistent is not the same as perfectionism. Meaning to say, if somebody is going to give a position like that it's wrong to kill animals for a cheeseburger, then it's not going to become acceptable to do so sometimes, just because you say you try to rephrase that logical consistency to avoid raping and murder for cheeseburgers. Would make you perfect. What it actually is what it would be in the human context. It's called logical consistency, and it just exists in any situation where there's a moral threshold that exists, and you believe that people ought stay above that threshold of, in this case, granting that, you know, what I'm explaining, granting humans the right to life and autonomy, and it would extend to animals, unless you can name a trait or set of traits that you think morally differentiate the two, and cause it to be logically consistent and not absurd. But yeah, it's not going to happen.
All over again.
But first, before we do, let's look at a few kinds of different candy, because she's going to be talking about different foods, some of the things that are vegan. So we have here Sour Patch Kids.
Those are my.
I really don't care about giving alternatives. Again, this incorrectly frames what, or this frames it as what it ought not be about, which is taste pleasure once again, and that's wrong to do. That's incorrect if your goal is to focus on the ethical component. You know, the idea that people have you know, some sort of favoritism towards naturally vegan snacks, it really doesn't matter. Unless you're a reducitarian, which is absurd, you should not be advocating for this.
You know that they're vegan? You can go ahead and look at this list.
No!
You can just Google vegan candies.
Yeah. More cuckish ways to try to you know, turn veganism into a moral good rather than a moral baseline.
Not gonna lie, it makes me feel a little bit better about eating them.
And we're looking for her to.
That is so eerie. The God, the self-deception. Oh my Jesus. The concept that she would really say, not gonna lie, that makes me feel better about eating them. Jesus, you know, admitting that you had guilt, or that you have guilt. Ugh.
Not be promoting any violence.
Okay, I know I didn't promote violence in that video. I don't think I said.
Well, if you mean in the human context, that's uninteresting, because I don't think that's what she said. If you mean not directly towards animals, that's also uninteresting, because that's not what she said. But it would still be true of any situation where you took advantage of, you know, animal rights because you wanted to trivialize it with regards to snacks. Now, I think that it would have been much more effective if she was focusing on the ethical components themselves so that she couldn't sign herself up to be strawmanned by you. But it's important to not strawman her back, right? So she fucked up, she said something she shouldn't have, but then you retorted back with garbage yourself. You said, oh, I don't think I promoted violence. Look, she's obviously not saying you said something that would be, you know, superficially interpreted as violence. It obviously takes a more critically thought out view in order to reach the conclusion that you are still advocating for it, regardless of you using euphemisms.
said vegan though, because I didn't understand the assignment.
Every food that she
In that video, I don't think I said vegan though, because I didn't understand the assignment.
Well, clearly if you did, then you wouldn't change, would you? And I understand you're being humorous, Chris, but the funny part is you really fucked up part is that you would still actually advocate for it, even if it were even if you did understand the implications. That's why it's fucking wrong, because you know, you're not just making fun of it willy-nilly, you're making fun of it while thinking about how you wouldn't give a shit even if you knew.
every food that she mentions, she should say this is vegan. And if it's not, she shouldn't even be showing it on camera.
What? Showing it on camera? What about not even purchasing it? That's just the wrong fixation. Katie, you get so much wrong. God. That vegan teacher? Jesus Christ. More like that vegan failure. God.
What? Is that illegal? I was unaware of this law. You can't show anything that's not vegan on camera? Nobody.
She should say this is vegan. And if it's not, she shouldn't even be showing it on.
That I have to say, Katie did give a clear answer towards clarifying should and shouldn't versus the law. Like, it would already be uncharitable even if all she said was it's wrong. I mean, even that doesn't denotatively nor connotatively indicate that she's referring to the law, but the fact that she said should and shouldn't literally like within seconds right after each other, you are such a bad faith interlocutor.
On camera.
What? Is that illegal? I was unaware of this law. You can't show anything that.
Yeah, I mean, at one point it was not illegal to enslave black people. What's your point?
That's not vegan on camera? Nobody tells me anything I did not know. I'm going to fail this assignment so bad. Like the video to help me not fail the assignment. Thank you.
So increasing your engagement on justifying a Holocaust would help you to not fail the assignment of contributing towards the Holocaust? That doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Like, come on, you can't even use humor correctly.
What is this? Hello everybody and welcome back to my YouTube channel, or welcome to my YouTube channel. I'm Call Me Chris and you can call me Chris. We're gonna be trying some snacks today. We have
Vegan snack?
I don't know.
Oh, not just any snack, Chris. You gotta say the word.
I don't know. The chances that they're vegan would be pretty small, like naturally vegan. I'm pretty sure you could safely say you know that they're not. But yeah.
Vegan. Gonna give you an X for that. Oh, not just any snack, Chris. You gotta say the word vegan.
You gotta say the word. God, look at how dumb that is. Oh, Jesus. You have to say the word, regardless of whether or not it is? Ah, jeez.
Gonna give you an X for that.
on the right side, and then we have skull.
Like, what if all she fucking did to be humorous and rhetorical in the situation was just say, oh, okay, my bad, I'll just say the word vegan next time, regardless of the label, or like, whatever the fuck. Like, she could have even said something dumb like, haha, that's all we're missing, guys. Just saying the word vegan in front of something, even if you just... So you guys could actually be best friends with the vegan. You just need to go to a cookout and just say vegan in front of it. Ha! Like, Katie, what are you doing?
Scotland on the left side. This is the video nobody asked for, but I'm gonna do because it's my channel and I can do what I want. There was like not.
Okay, it's your channel. You can do whatever you want. That's true. But when you have this many followers, you have a social responsibility.
Way too many fucking words. You've been way better off if you just said you should not. You should not do what you want to do. Focus more on the should. Because now she's just going to hyperfixate on social responsibility. It's not even necessarily wrong that she made a point about social responsibility. I have a bigger problem that she made a point about social responsibility without making a bigger point about the prescription.
to only promote vegan foods.
No, I don't. That's your opinion!
The completed sentence would have superiorly been, you should not, unless you think you can name a trait or set of traits that are true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to advocate for pro-human rights violating food.
That's my opinion!
I just wanted to eat some snacks.
And if you start
Just, right here are the cushiony words, just, euphemism, snack. It's just so uninteresting.
promoting non-vegan foods, then people are going to run out and buy what you're promoting. Therefore, you're not just hurting the animals in front of you, you're also encouraging so many other people to do so. Chris, you have to make sure you read the ingredients before you talk about any of these products. I'm listening. I'm listening for vegan.
There's no reason to believe that she would. So for you to say you're listening for it is silly. What you should have said was, man, instead of having an expectation that you're going to, the fact that you're not is funny to me because insert logical consequence that would be true unless they think they can name a trait or set of traits morally differentiating humans and animals such that it's okay to eat the one, not the other.
Vegan ingredients. I don't.
You know how boring that video would be? They could teach you.
Wait, but she didn't say you'd have to read the ingredients during the video.
You know how I got here? By not reading the ingredients. Plenty for the.
And then in terms of if it would be boring for you to read the ingredients, it wouldn't have to literally be what you're making it sound like, which is like word for word for word for word for word for word. It would just be something like, oh, I read through and I didn't see that this was in here, guys, which is really crazy because you would expect XYZ. Like, this is just such an uncharitable concept.
The Scottish ones, I just thought we'd just put them together. It's the war that nobody asked for, and we will see who prevails. I can solve all the wars. She's like, shut the f up, keep going, I'm over it. Excuse me.
I did not ask you to watch this video. If you didn't want to watch it, you didn't have to watch it.
But here we go.
Well, she's not making a point that you're boring with regards to your comedy, per se. She's making the point that you would do all of that and then justify a Holocaust.
Both are, okay? I'm gonna start doing this to you.
Taking a long time to get to the point. Read the ingredients of all of these foods.
And again, you can throw it back at her, but it's not going to have the same weight to it when you do that. It's not going to be like, oh, I successfully just imitated the same action. Are we even, Steven? No. You're the only one here who's justifying the Holocaust. I would say I'm bothered by her logical points, but that's not going to be indicated by this little movement of hurry up. That's going to be just evaluating with semantic analysis whether or not what she's doing is fucked.
To get to the point. Read the ingredients of all of these foods.
Doing this to you.
Taking a long time to get to the point. Read the ingredients of all of these foods.
Yeah, I mean, it just signs you up for any situation of the person being like, that's not my point. And it's true. It's not her goal, Katie. But the much more interesting thing is saying, why isn't it your goal? How crazy is it that it's not your goal? I'm ashamed that it's not your goal. So, you would be too if you were to try to hashtag name the trait.
She's so savage. Why do I feel bad about it? Now I hate myself. Thanks a lot.
Wanted to try type.
Yeah, if that's sarcasm, again, you still suffer the same crazy logical consequences on your view. If it's serious that you feel some kind of guilt, and to some degree I do think you do, the funniest part is you could reconcile all of this by not trying to be funny.
Of chip to sound cool.
Because it. Now I hate myself. Thanks a lot.
Wanted to try a type of chip to sound cool.
Because it was haggis, not because it's chip. Didn't listen.
What's going to make you sound cool is to talk.
What?
It was haggis, not because it's chip. Didn't listen.
What's going to make
because it's what didn't listen? Okay, she's just reducing the position down to, again, it being trivial. She's not trying to say that like you you are more impressed because it's the brand or something like that. Like I hate that Katie is trying to appeal to the concept of popularity, because it is pretty problematic to make this out to seem like it's of any relevance to focus on the idea of the, you know, appeal to or appealing to popularity, for, not as an argument, but, you know, like a position of why you ought, you know, do a certain action or something like that. Like, it's not meant to, I guess it is being used as an argument for doing something, like, but not in the colloquial sense. It's not like saying something is okay to do because it's popular or other people do it, but you're trying to say, hey, you should do this thing because you would gain popularity. So it's not fighting up against an argument for that, but it is trying to develop a position based off popularity, which is really cringe.
To make you sound cool is to talk about not hurting animals and promoting veganism.
Right, I forgot. I'll write notes. Where's my pen? Why am I not taking notes? This is a free class. God damn it.
How the hell does this girl have so much popularity? Like, she's terrible with humor. She's boring in general. She's not logical whatsoever. She's so clearly acting in badly at that. Jesus, like, anybody, regardless of their fucking talent, can seemingly just get a fucking large enough audience. Like, it really doesn't even matter if she games and people like that aspect. Like, how do you not offset how boring of a person? I mean, she has almost 30 million views on this. This is clearly acting more so as a way that people are trying to signal validation for the general animal rights violating position, rather than actually liking what the fuck Chris is saying.
Chips don't make you cool. Got it.
Well, if Katie was better, more articulate, she would have said, trying chips is lame by itself, but, you know, standing up for the voiceless, you know, is cool. If Chris wanted to attempt to trivialize it one and the same, I mean, I think she would have, you know, some kind of shit to say that's probably similar, but it wouldn't change. Oh, can you get the light? The light. The light. She wouldn't.
Bluetooth mode.
There we go. She wouldn't change likely her position about the general, you know, crappy idea of trying to invalidate what you're saying, but at least you would have made a stronger point for audience members to be able to decide what they're going to follow or not, you know? I mean, it's pretty useful.
Good.
Okay, Chris, I happen to know that this brand actually is vegan, and I'm happy to see that you're saying they're good, so I'm going to give you a check mark for that.
She's not doing it based off philosophy. She's doing it based off taste pleasure. Who the fuck cares? If the mere argument can go through, it is not impressive to say what it is that you're saying. Oh, taste pleasure justifies a Holocaust. Or taste pleasure, Katie is normally vegans say it justifies a Holocaust. Like, that's absurd. But instead, Katie's like, wait, what if we start from the other side? What if it justifies something really good? And it's like, but somebody can use the same logic to justify the atrocity. So if it can be used to justify the bad thing in question, it's not a very good baseline of a position, is it?
Yay! We got a check mark. Check, 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 check. I hate that I love that feeling. She verbally abuses.
Again, to any degree that you might actually mean this seriously, you like the feeling of validation because it does at least ease some sort of tension on your psyche.
And belittles me, and then she doesn't say sorry, but then she's feeling. She verbally abuses and belittles me, and then she doesn't say sorry, but then she gives me a check mark, and I feel good. I feel like this is a lot of repressed trauma as a child.
Wow. Well, number one, the concept that you would equate this to, or even analogize, not necessarily equate, but you would analogize this to the concept of being abused as a child when you're literally justifying abusing children is not only ironic, but also clearly disanalogous once we unpack the very simple and quick idea that any animals that are being violated for their rights and suffering are not something that start you off in neutral territory. Meaning, if you were to do something that was innocent and then be like, I can't believe, like, you belittled me about that. Yeah, I could agree with you that generally speaking, that can go under some kind of abuse. But to actively participate in a global Holocaust and then say, I was belittled about that, as if you're the victim. You then attempt to justify it, and then say when somebody doesn't apologize to you for justifying fucking evil, that you weren't apologized to, but they gave you validation to some degree, is so far away from the connotation one would derive from the idea that you are giving here, that it's just painful. I just can't even fathom this.
Child that I got. She reminds.
Oh, I see in Instagram, Dry187 joined. Yo, what's up? Thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate that. Let me know if you have any questions, comments, concerns.
Me a lot of my mom.
You have to tell people that they're vegan, whatever you're eating.
It doesn't say it.
Or the superior position, Katie, is to not have to tell people that individual snacks you're consuming are vegan. Especially, like, what is the implication with that, right? Like, oh, I told you that individual snacks were vegan, but then you know that I'm not vegan. Well, that kind of inherently trivializes the idea of whether or not veganism is something as a philosophy you ought follow, where it entails some concept of abolition, right? Because you made it out to be about the concept of whether or not somebody is just eating. Again, this is reducitarianism in nature. It's just a matter of whether or not something contributes towards the Holocaust by means of, like, an individual product. It doesn't matter that, like, I don't violate the rights of children or women or people.
On the bag. You think a haggis chips from Scotland, they're gonna put vegan on the bag? They left me notes.
Well, circumstantially, they're not going to put it on the bag, but that's actually distinct. She said you should state that they are vegan. If you're saying you should have you wouldn't have known because they didn't put it on the bag, that kind of brings it back around to the point, because Katie is saying if you were generally conscious about animal products, you would know that they are vegan with or without the label.
What the notes?
What notes?
Again, underlyingly a stupid point by Katie, but it doesn't change the idea, right? Which is that, it doesn't require a label in order for you to be conscious of the thing in question.
You're going to be reading us the ingredient list.
She wants me to read those ingredients so bad, and I'm gonna spoil it for you.
It's not a trivial emotion she has when you say, Oh, shit. That's weird. Oh, it looks like Muhammad joined in. Humans have canine teeth. We're not carnivores, but which are meant to bite through dead animals. If not, we would be born with cow-like teeth which only eats grass. Why do you assume that the only dichotomy is herbivore versus carnivore? It's much more likely that we're biologically omnivorous, but that's all a distraction from the point. Do you think that people, if you think you have positive evidence that people cannot live healthfully on a plant-based diet, you should provide it. But most importantly, you should realize that the concept with regards to if it's justified to kill and eat humans for food. Right, yeah, exactly. We're omnivorous creatures. So, like, I don't know why you pointed out that we have canine teeth. That's just ridiculous. No, we don't have fucking canines. But yeah, anyways, the most interesting question is whether or not you think it's justified to kill and eat other humans for food. Even if you had to do so just to live healthfully. So, do you think so or not, Muhammad? Atias Magora says protein. Right. So, protein is, if you're trying to name that as a justification for killing animals for food, that doesn't work because that's not a morally relevant, that's not a differential trait between humans and animals, right? First of all, humans have protein as well, so you could justify killing humans for food. Secondly, you can eat plants and get protein as well. But again, just as I said to Muhammad on the other chat, if it was the case that humans were to be consumed for their protein, would you find it justified? Yeah.
I never do. Okay, for Scotland, I forgot to say this. We have, these are from Nathaniel and Liz. Nathaniel and Liz, thank you so much for sending all these. They gave me the synopsis on everything. I kind of skimmed it over. I'm excited. All right, let's get back to the snacks. Okay, these. I'm gonna try these. Iron Brew bonbons. Chewy bonbons bursting with iron brew flavor.
Read the ingredient list, Chris.
It is getting annoying that she's reminding you to read the ingredient list, but not wrapping it back around to any philosophical point. Like, that's where I draw the line. Like, it's like, you know, I can understand somebody finding it to be redundant if they don't see a point there. The reason why I get bothered people would ever call me redundant is because they ignore the point that I make. But not because I just don't give them reason to think about something. In fact, I'm usually attacked because I gave them reason to think about something. My morality doesn't allow me to kill Panther. I'm assuming another human being. Right, that's going to beg the question that's asked of you. But pig becomes permissible in the event there is no other protein. Would a human, if a human is not permissible to kill, what is the trait or set of traits that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to say that it's acceptable to kill the human as you would the animal? Basically, we're asking at what point is moral value lost between humans and animals, such that it's okay to kill the trait equal as human as you would the animal.
Metally.
Gotta give you an X.
I didn't do anything. I haven't even eaten the food.
Wait, what do you mean you haven't done anything? I mean, purchasing it was really the initial issue. Or having it sent to you from people. Or were they? I don't know if they were all sent. But if they were sent to you, then that would be an issue as well, to not specify, to not send you fucking snacks if they contribute towards a global holocaust. But yeah, eating the snacks wouldn't be the biggest problem by itself. That can be an issue, especially when you are an influencer. But I don't think that's the primary focus. Right? Because even reading the ingredients list is indexed towards that you weren't conscious of it previously.
Yeah, and I got another X. This feels like the X Factor.
That's a really dumb joke.
Okay, I'm moving on to the next thing.
Tea cakes. She's so annoyed with me. This is the best part of this video.
I'm moving on to the next thing.
Tea cakes. She's so annoyed with me.
I mean, if you derive pleasure from that vegan teacher being upset, what's really fucked up about it is that she's, as much as she's failing to stand for the animals in a logically coherent regard, she's certainly not coming from any bad place, intentionally speaking. And although she's failing to do a good job on on preventing animals from being killed, she's not killing animals. Now, I do think that if you were to get annoyed on the specific instances where she was actually causing confusion and causing people to believe that there was a justification for, you know, humans to, or sorry, if there was a justification, if you were to be annoyed that she didn't provide a good enough justification for people to stop killing animals for food, that's okay. I would actually be for that. What I don't like is hating on her intentions or disregarding her intentions completely instead of having some amount of pity. And that your attack on her is also simultaneously an attack on veganism, because you're making it out to seem as if she represents the philosophy by feeding into the idea that she's particularly cringe or makes bad points, rather than engaging with any of the underlying points that she's attempting to make. If it were the case that you were trying to engage with this intellectually honestly, we should see situations where you think about what it is that she's making a point about. You try to not take her at face value for what it is that she's saying or misspeaking about, and you do exactly what I've been doing, where you try to plug in the most reasonable variation of what somebody would probably mean, what they likely mean, aside from their, inarticulation, and engage with that idea. And so the closest that, Chris got was when she started to speak about how she wouldn't like to be molested. And as good as that doesn't really help with the overarching point of whether or not you're engaging with this intellectually honestly. Even that ended off with a dishonest implication that it's acceptable because you're a human and the cow is not.
The best part of this video is how much she can't stand me. Milk chocolate.
Oh no, milk.
Oh no, she's not gonna like this one.
Oh, chocolate. Don't eat those. X, don't even promote those at all on your channel.
But they're really tasty.
Don't even promote those. Would have been a lot faster if you just said, like, it's immoral. And if you wouldn't affiliate yourself with it whatsoever in the human context, why do it in the animal context?
Not good. Oh my.
Makes the strongest point. And then, yeah, Chris, when you say that it's tasty, that's like the theme of your video. You really should have just called it It's Tasty. That would have been a much more accurate title than that The Vegan Teacher Fails Me. It's a lot more accurate to say that all you do is hyperfixate on taste pleasure being a justification for taking a life.
Is this a chip that that is made out of steak or something like that?
I'm just waiting for her to like spontaneously combust during this video. Holy shit.
I don't even know how she was able to show that.
Those are good. That was a really poor idea because there's so many more snacks to eat. Okay, let's just go on to chips. McCoy's flame grilled steak. That sounds really good. Oh shit.
Steak? Sounds really
Good actually.
good? No. Don't say the word
That gif that she played.
steak unless you are talking.
I meant like you put stakes in the ground when you're like building a tent. That's what I meant. You misunderstood me.
Ha ha, I equivocated off of a word that, could have an innocent meaning, even though we know from a meta view I'm just being sarcastic. Like, again, this is so fucking intellectually dishonest, it's actually painful. Was it Sunny the other day that recommended me to watch Call Me Chris? Oh my god. I just... this right here is like not even level 0. This is negative 1,000 fucking anti-vegan cringe.
Wait, hold on a sec. Two can play at this game. Let's go. You know what? I make my own list. Vegan teacher. Say not nice and nice. So far, you not nice. Look at those numbers.
Never say that it's good, Chris.
I don't think America has those kind of chips. Oh yeah. Those smell nice.
No. Don't say yeah, and don't
Not nice.
say it smells.
Well, I mean, this is like what's funny about Chris playing this game with her in regards to, you know, just whether or not she's gonna like put a tally up is only, again, like, you'll never escape philosophy, right? So like only one of you is retaliating against the global Holocaust. The other is just trying to literally imitate the other. And that's you, Chris. Like, that's you. It's just ridiculous. It's like the concept of self-defense. Some people say, like, you know, well, I mean, if I hurt you, it's wrong, and if you hurt me, it's wrong. And it's like, if you try to hurt me first and I retaliate back, it's not problematic necessarily. And so when that being a teacher begins by shaming you for doing something immoral, and then you start to shame her for shaming you for doing something immoral, you've lost the morally relevant symmetry breaker between you and the other party, which is whether or not you did something that was, you know, what perpetuated a global Holocaust.
Good. Do not promote cruelty.
You know what? 99%, those are just made of chemicals that taste like steak.
99%? Wait.
Numbers.
Never say that it's good, Chris.
I don't think America has those kind of champs. They not at this game. A tent. That
Sounds
grilled steak. That sounds real. Go on to chips. McCoy's flame.
McCoy's flame grilled steak chip. Dead animal chips. So, funnily enough, it doesn't seem to have dead animals directly in it, but it has what causes animals to die, which is milk, rape milk, inside of it. So, yeah, but I don't know that you know that when Katie criticized you, that she was focused or hyperfixated on the kind of contribution it was to the animal holocaust. Just that she thought it was immoral that you were contributing towards the animal holocaust, right? So, yeah. There's no reason to believe, at least thus far, that she thought it was hyper literal. It would be reasonable to think that that's probably what they meant, but yeah. And then in terms of the 99% claim, there's I also have no reason to believe that the kind of concept that you're relaying of triviality is true. Like 99%, it's like middle-ish the way through the packaging. But yeah, I mean, it's automatically non-trivial if it's you know, something that's entailed in a food product. It's not like when somebody points out there's like a 40th of a droplet or something. I think people have done the calculations for whatchamacallit. People have done the calculations for certain medications and stated it was like only like a 40th of a drop of a tantamount to, like, I think like an egg, like a single egg. Like it's crazy how trivial the droplet is, but you know, you're asserting that with zero evidence, and funnily enough, as you talk about having dropped out of school, or not dropped out, having failed school, and even if that was facetious, it's funny that I can see the truth value of you disliking thinking, because you've demonstrated that you just made an unfounded claim.
You were talking.
I meant like you put stakes in the ground when you're like building it. It's
Good, Chris.
are you not nice? Look at that shit.
Yeah, and don't
Not nice.
say it smells good. Do not promote cruelty.
You know what? 99%, those are just made of chemicals that taste like steak. I've never tasted a chip with more flavor in it.
Don't ever talk about how flavorful it is. It's not.
Yeah, that's wrong. Don't ever talk about how flavorful it is. No, just make up. This is exactly the fucking sophistry I was talking about. The the concept behind taste pleasure being justified, just because you have an idea of somebody what they actually think versus what they don't actually think. Why don't you promote the idea that it's a bad logical foundation to prioritize taste pleasure? Maybe that would be something that would cause somebody to realize that, again, doesn't serve as a justification to do or not do something. It's a bad moral foundation, and it doesn't keep anyone actually in favor of the view in question long term, nor does it even get them to do so for the right reasons, nor does it get them to do so for the sort of reason that would prevent them from doing a multitude of other atrocities because they only hyperfixated on individual circumstance of taste. But yeah, I mean, it's not acceptable.
Not right to talk.
I'm sorry!
The dead animals that didn't want to die.
It's just chemicals. It's not actually steak. Come on.
A
stop.
steak is a
Oh,
mother cow.
okay, yeah, I mean, she disambiguated the euphemism somehow, so I'll give Katie that much. She should have just said it was a euphemism. Yeah, so, because I'm insanely fucking annoyed with how much Chris is saying, oh, it's not really steak. Dead animal.
Or a father cow. Or sometimes they're just baby cows. Don't eat steak. Would you be able to kill a cow on your own, Chris?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question to ask and to invite her to ask. The concept, though, that there is a... that you're able to just say that you agree with it is a sort of pseudo-intellectual material that, helps to expose that you don't actually mean anything you're saying. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that's a big maybe, huh? Yeah, okay. Well, if you would be okay with doing so, then that would only grant you into being a fucking psychopath. So that's all that you achieve there.
I used to work on a cow farm, actually.
Okay, I mean, if that's true, you're at an advantage for desensitizing yourself to the reality of what you're doing being wrong, because you have an illusion of it being acceptable from the hyperfixation of continuing to do so from just the way you were indoctrinated, rather than being like, oh, wow, yeah, I can't name a trait or set of traits and more they distinguish the two.
For those of you who don't know, I milk cows. Oh, she's not gonna like that.
Okay, so you've participated in raping a cow by means of, when she already had her child stripped away and was raped, her then getting milked from her breasts, which causes her pain and wasn't from her young. And, you just contributed towards a female being objectified. I mean, that process of constant objectification from start to finish, from, being raped to having a child taken away and then getting, fucking assaulted by you to the degree where you just fucking forcibly tug on their teats is just, it's so disgusting. You should not be even remotely smirking like you are. It's despicable. Wow.
Cows don't belong in packages. It's wrong. We shouldn't even be breeding these animals into existence in the first place. Do you know that chickens, cows, pigs, these are so badly treated? Have you ever wondered why you don't see that many of them? Because they're in these giant sheds.
My friend's a chicken farmer. Chickens are...
Yeah, it's really dumb to talk about, the circumstances behind how people encounter exploited animals, because all they're going to do is hyperfixate on the idyllic situations, which, by the way, they only even themselves ever get a glimpse of, number one, or number two, they intentionally make it sound as if it's more ideal than what it really is.
Running around free. There's a lot of really good chicken places.
Well, if you run around free, only to be one grounded up so that you can be made into because you are a baby male chick. Two, so that you can go through pain while you produce eggs, and eventually slaughtered. Best case scenario, you only refer to the last part. I wouldn't talk about how I have a farm full of old people that are really happy right now as I intend to push the button, right? Like, that's fucked.
So do some research.
Disutility isn't the only implication that's to be had in the on farms.
You can teach your caring, okay? I know there's a lot of warehouses with chickens. I don't like the idea of that. I'm not promoting that. I'm gonna just stare at.
Well, you are promoting it if you promote the very snacks that perpetuate it. Like, you're not avoiding that because you say that you're not. You may inconsistently apply how you promote it, but you are overall promoting it. In fact, the cheap talk that you give of not promoting it doesn't really supersede the much more reasonable implication that people are just going to make a quick purchase at the grocery market to contribute towards the Holocaust.
Myself in the mirror for like 5 hours after this, just rethinking my entire life.
That live in Holocaust-like.
I mean, the fact that you just give this like really fucking condescending laugh afterwards as if you said something meaningful is just so despicable.
Conditions.
Don't compare chickens to.
And this was 4 years ago, Chris, but you're still the same general human. I do think that you are absolutely a self-deceptive fuck, and I think you're beyond pathetic and unsavable. But I have to say, if it at least causes you some kind of displeasure and guilt when you hear somebody express disapproval towards you, especially with what people were saying in my chat earlier, of you having had a hard childhood or you indicating that this reminds you of that, all the more reason for you to continually feel that. I mean, the sort of mental agony that you are going to encounter when in reference to you justifying the Holocaust, laughing it, right, belittling it, mocking it, so on and so forth. You want to talk about belittling, you're one to talk, is actually more than appropriate. And again, the concept of self-defense, or as I call neutralizing, comes into play here. And it makes it entirely desirable that you face shame, Not that it's going to have an impact necessarily on you changing. I mean, when somebody's unsavable, they're unsavable. But at least if it were to give you some sort of mental agony, while your audience is attempted to be, spoken to, that would be beneficial. And don't try to say, oh, well, they're not going to be very inclined to listen to you if you say that you get off on my agony, blah, blah, blah. Again, I mean, I'm making an overall logical point with regards to the position. So, if somebody wants to strawman me, then they're responsible for that. But overall, the position will win out. So.
To the Holocaust, Karen. Don't do that. Not nice. Compare chickens to the Holocaust, Karen. Don't do that. Not nice.
Please do not
The belittling. It's non-stop.
promote any of this in the future. I'm giving you an X for this, Chris. This is not right.
Another X. You already gave me an X for it. Now you're double Xing me? I X you back. Literally just like
Such 13-year-old humor.
punches you in the face.
You're talking about the figurative punching you in the face of the flavor. I'm talking about the literal slitting of the throats of these animals.
It's a good point. Yeah. I mean, it's very funny that figurative language was used. Yeah, thank you, Opal. It's very funny that figurative language is used to signify the taste pleasure that she derived from it, when the reality of what happened to, make the fucked up product that she just paid into her contribution contributing towards, continuing, was something way worse than the figurative language. Yeah.
Excuse me, let's play that back actually. What's in your hand there, vegan teacher? What is this? Is that a Crayola marker? Oh no, we're about to expose the vegan teacher. Let's do some research.
No.
Are Crayola markers.
Here we go. If she says vegan, you're going to know instantly that she is doing what's called biased research, wherein she intends to find the result that matches what she desires.
Vegan? We shall find the truth. It will be shocking for some people to know that creating crayons
And a couple things here. I'm not suggesting that finding out if something is vegan by means of the typical definition, if you just Google it, is necessarily problematic. But what I am saying is that somebody who intends to find out that something that's not expected to not align with animal rights, such as a fucking Crayola marker, is going to yield a positive result when you literally have an intention to make sure that it's not. And we can see that from her saying, "Wait, what's that you got in your hand?" with the tone of voice. It's funny that secondarily it pointed to, or the screen changed to, the truth is out there, as if she really had to fucking find it. What's the source? What's the source, Chris?
requires the usage of animal fat. Crayola crayons are not vegan.
Well, a couple things. One, I don't know that you know that that's true of the particular product. Two, you don't know how she obtained it. And three, you're not really sourcing it directly. You're reading something that says it may be shocking to some to find out that Crayola products XYZ. So number one, so you don't even know that it's the case generically. You just act as if you're in disbelief from a source claiming that it is the case. Again, you can see generic statements made all over the internet, which is why you need to do, actual research, not just take some source which makes a claim.
I have exposed the vegan teacher. I know.
And again, at best, you would have exposed her as being, and even then, this is not necessarily the case, but I was going to say, as being, inconsistent, or not inconsistent, but mistaken, right? Not inconsistent with regards to her values, inconsistent with regards to, or sorry, not even inconsistent. She would have been careless, maybe is the word. She would have been, mistaken. She would have fucked up. Maybe you could call her dumb, but it certainly wouldn't be a situation where she is like, just arbitrarily picking and choosing which products are, acceptable versus not. I mean, I got accused of that earlier by Fridge Makara, for example, right? So I'm going to call your ass out again, Fridge Makara. Maybe next time you'll not be a cuck and hop on to Voice and defend your stupid position that somehow thinks there's a morally relevant symmetry breaker between sweatshops and that there's not a morally relevant symmetry breaker between sweatshops and killing animals for food, because you basically assert that animal products don't cause a measurable impact towards the Holocaust, which is denial of supply and demand, which again is all going to come down to you defending the positive claim. But yeah, so I got accused of that earlier as well. Like, you're inconsistent with regards to these values, but you've not even done your due diligence on whether or not the values that you're claiming are being violated are actually true. You just started to laugh at some fucking source that you read online that told you the very first time. If you were maybe on Crayola's site and they clarified explicitly all products had animal fat, then at least you'd have a basis to go off of saying, did you, you're purchasing something that doesn't align with your values, but you can't say it's inconsistent unless you use it as a justification, right?
Oh, that's just crayons, and she's holding a crayon marker. You shall see. It says it right here at the
Did you just, what? Did it really specify crayons, but you jumped the fucking gun and started to laugh about it?
top. Crayola says theirs is animal derived. I'm doing the people's work. You could dive even.
So again, for all products, I mean, you said Crayola
Here at the top, Crayola says theirs is animal derived.
It's Crayola's official site. Okay, so I can type in Crayola.com. Where the fuck is she getting an official source? I just forced the term Crayola. Got a rank on the back. I just forced the term Crayola.com, which should bring up that as a website. And nothing officially is coming up from Crayola.com with the words animal-derived fat markers. Now if I go to Crayola.com and try to manually find it, this seems like such bullshit. She just stated Crayola themselves stated it, and she didn't even provide evidence for it. No source whatsoever. Now this is me actually trying to prove a negative. It's not actually my burden to prove that it is the case, but I am interested in proving the negative. FAQs. Are Crayola and Silly Putty products non-toxic to animals? Nothing. What in the fuck? This is when you go to their FAQs and force on their official site the word animal. How to obtain employment information, obviously unrelated. Fat. Nope. You're so full of fucking shit, Chris. What in the fuck? Holy shit. That's wild.
Derived marker, you shall see. It says it right here at the top. Crayola says theirs is animal derived.
It says it right here at the top of an unknown page. That this unknown source states that Crayola said it. Wow, that's really smart. Let's take it from some unknown source if it's actually true on whether or not something is true.
Doing the people's work. You could dive.
You're doing retards' work for them. I don't know what fucking people's work you're claiming to do except for people that literally lack a brain. Or are children, which unfortunately is pretty similar.
We're into this. What are these glasses made out of, vegan teacher? What are the shirt made
There's no. Do you have any reason to believe that the products in question have animal products in them? Because if you ask somebody if they have animal products, that's not an assertion that they have animal products. That's a question. And furthermore, it's not clear that the person in question was aware of it or had it even before they went vegan.
of? That doesn't look cotton to me. It looks pretty.
Yeah, that's the problem with asserting that somebody is wearing animal products, because you go off of appearance. Like, it's unclear if the person in the beginning of my stream was trying to assert that this was leather, but it's like fucking polyester, and it's like you can't get any dumber. Like, I don't know how to fucking help you other than that you're just obviously you're bad faith.
Woolly to me. You know where wool comes from? Sheep, probably. I don't know. Let's continue the video.
How would you like it if somebody killed you and stuck some of your flavor into a package? And somebody else was holding up.
I mean, what's the purpose behind making the, again, overly fucking ridiculous face and looking off to the side, Chris? Is it the idea that you think it comes across as a threat? Or is it the idea that you think it is relevant to try to make it creates a morally relevant distinction between you and an animal because you just find it to be incredulous?
Up a bag like you are right now saying, hey, Chris tastes good.
Maybe I could coin that. Chris flavored chips. Thank you for the idea, vegan teacher.
Well, if it didn't come from your flesh, it would be a pretty dumb product analogy, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Look at this kid on this thing.
What is that? Mini chews. Are you going to read the ingredients?
Nope.
Read the ingredients. We want to make sure if they are chewy that they don't contain gelatin or any of these products. Remember, everything that you show should be vegan.
I forgot.
100%.
She's changing now. She said everything you say should be vegan. Now she's saying everything you show should be vegan. Everything you purchase should be something that doesn't violate animal rights, especially when you can't name a trait or set of traits between humans and animals such that you'd say it's okay to kill the one, not the other.
percent
forgot.
vegan. Don't hurt
I
animals.
forgot.
Ever.
Okay.
Not a
I
chicken.
won't.
Not a pig.
Okay.
Not lambs.
Ha ha ha, look, I'm pretending she's really there.
You're not my dad!
Cows. Don't eat turkey.
You're not my dad? What? Does somebody have to be your father in order to remind you not to stab humans in the throat?
Turkeys at Christmas.
We deep fry our turkey at Christmas. It is so good.
We deep fry our humans at Christmas. It's so good. Yeah, I mean, the attempts to, once again, belittle this into a matter of taste pleasure is her overarching theme here. She, like, actually thoroughly enjoys the concept of taste pleasure. And she's only able to run from this because she does so in some fucking corner of her bedroom. And has an insanely large echo chamber, seemingly mostly consistent of children, given that that's the personality type that she is mostly similar towards. And given that people typically take to emotional mirroring, that's obviously what she's appealing to.
Because you have a huge audience. So you are very influential to the young generation.
Am I influencing you guys to murder animals? And
Well, if you mean directly, then obviously no. If you mean in terms of a measurable increase of the amount of rights violations and suffering, then yes.
be not vegan, I am sorry. This is actually an apology.
Oh, and to not be vegan? Well, yeah, not being vegan does entail that you would contribute towards rights violations and suffering, specifically ones that you are expected to be inconsistent on unless you can name the trait that makes you, or set of traits that makes you, not absurd. That differentiate the two of why you'd kill one and eat the one, not the other.
Apology video. I just want to say how sorry I am for trying snacks that my subscribers have sent me. And
yeah, continue to try to cope and make yourself sound good. I mean, all it's really going to do is expose, once again, how bad faith you are.
taking the time to send me and for putting them in the video that I
Hyperfixation, number 1, 2, and 3. I can't believe I went to a cotton farm for my little 12-year-old brother. All he wanted was for me to make him a pillow. It was a surprise. We hugged. We enjoyed it. Me, me, me. Him, him, him. Me, me, me. Him, him, him. My pleasure, my pleasure. Forget the rights violation. Forget the rights violation. What's that black person over there doing? Oh, looks like they're getting raped and murdered. And oh, wait a second. But lots of good came from this.
made.
Very buttery, butterscotchy.
Butter comes from a cycle of violence that is the dairy industry. Butter is made from milk. Milk that is stolen. Do you believe in stealing, Chris?
If it's justified. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, it's not interesting to change the context that's being referred to. This is like that person Dan earlier in my chat. They consistently conflated the idea of justification for killing and eating animals to mean both one. Well, actually happened twice. Once over voice and then once over chat. But to mean one, the idea that animals are that there's any context that it can be permitted. Versus this, us holding the context held equal and just asking for a justification that they think exists between humans and animals, such that it would be acceptable to do to the trait equal as humans as it would the animals. There's a difference between the two. It's not very interesting if somebody says, hey, would you rape an innocent child? And you say, if the child consented and was 18, like that, if you change the context of anything, no shit, it's going to change whether or not it's absurd. Can you address what's actually being asked of you instead of changing the context? Or over voice, I would ask, I was asked, meat. And I said that's a euphemism for dead animals. And he says, well, would you call, what about roadkill? That's meat. That's meat. Meat just means, and then he inserted his own denotation. Even though the connotation, meaning what comes to mind when somebody states something, was obviously killing cow, chicken, pig, goats, fish, rabbit, so on and so forth. All the animals we currently kill for taste pleasure, right? When you reach your arm at the grocery store, when you go to Burger King, we're not talking about a situation where somebody consumes roadkill, which, by the way, I didn't want to get onto the lower priority thing to talk about, but for For the record, okay, yeah, it's disgusting to consume roadkill. Saying that it's not something that creates demand is uninteresting, because I wouldn't kill and eat my fucking cat if I found them on the side of the road. I wouldn't eat somebody else's cat if I found them on the side of the road. I wouldn't eat a human if I found them on the side of the road. I wouldn't eat a mentally handicapped human if I found them on the side of the road. That's a point that virtue still does matter. But why the fuck am I going to talk to you about virtue when you don't even respect rights violations and utility, right? It's like trying to talk to somebody about algebra before they even understand addition and subtraction.
No, I don't.
No, I don't believe in stealing the vegan teacher. No, I don't.
Well, she hasn't defined, Katie, that is what is meant by stealing.
Right. Did I get another X?
Choose vegan candies
another
only.
X.
And make sure you read the ingredients list.
For some reason, though, she did abandon the whole bee joke, or the ski mask bee joke, where she spoke about, like, oh, well, I mean, it's not stealing. I mean, I don't know if she just got tired of it, or if she fucking, you know, or she just felt so guilty she decided to come around and respond to it to some degree, as if it were serious. But when they changed the context to soothe their guilt, I know exactly, Fernando.
Here for us.
She's so cheesed about the ingredients.
Laughing doesn't eradicate the logical consequences. Intuition pump. Would you be laughing if we were talking about killing humans for food? Look at how fucking fast your rhetoric dissipates. I wouldn't see you laughing anymore if I saw your face after I talked about humans dying, huh, Chris? Isn't that why you made a really incredulous face a moment ago?
Cheesed, I said it. Flavor's good, but edibility is like a 2 out of 10.
Ingredients list here for us.
She's so cheesed about the ability is like a 2 out of 10, so I'm gonna give
Okay, yeah, you said a stupid joke, whatever.
it 4 out of 10 on the toppies. We have some wet cheese. Yeah, you heard me right. It says keep refrigerated. I can feel the disappointment through the I can feel the disappointment through the computer.
This is in the same territory as predictability sophistry. You being able to predict what somebody says or thinks about you or whatever doesn't actually take away from the logical weight it is of the consequences that exist. So the idea that you can understand that somebody is disappointed, that they're going to say this, that they're going to do that, is not interesting. The only thing that's interesting is whether or not you have a justification that you think exists between humans and animals such that you'd kill and eat it's okay to kill and eat the animals but not the humans. If so, what is the trait or set of traits, Chris?
Computer, similar to my mother's that she had for me as well. Well, I gotta go to another therapy session through the computer, similar to my mother's that she had for me as well. Well, I gotta go to another therapy session.
Yeah, this is so funny that it relates back to what I was told at the beginning of the chat. Man, Chris has it so hard. Oh, boo-hoo, you know, she has trauma. Okay, so a person has trauma, so now I can't criticize them with regards to them causing pain and rights violations, right? Like, unimaginable fucking pain. Getting just, like, stuffed into crates, you know, shitting and pissing on each other, so on and so forth. Just because they, you know, are tasty apparently to you, right, Chris? And but you're the victim. You're the victim. Everyone, focus in on her. It's Chris, everyone. No, fuck that and fuck you. It's not about that. No, it's not about you when you violate someone's rights. You're to be held accountable. You've been justifying this whole video. You've been mocking and belittling the animals by means of laughing. And you're more than enough of a moral agent because you're clearly a fucking adult.
Call my therapist.
Body parts should not be in plastic bags. Never eat cheese.
Out of all people that should know better about, you know, not causing child abuse, maybe, just maybe, it's the people that went through it themselves. She's creepy, just laughing at the idea of animals being murdered. I know. Not surprising from someone who was on a farm. That's it, Jaden. That's fucking it. Yep, you said it. You fucking said it. Amen, brother.
Body
Plastic bags. Never eat cheese.
Body
parts should not be in plastic bags. Never eat cheese.
body parts. If I'm not mistaken, which I could be. Let's Google it just to be sure. Where do
Couple things. It's extremely arbitrary to say body parts is distinct from the secretions of the being in question whose body parts were milked, which is probably what she means. They were assaulted on their body parts for the thing in question. But yeah, I mean, if you think that there's a morally relevant distinction because somebody misspoke on that particular word, this is all proving you are an uncharitable, therefore bad faith interlocutor, Chris. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about the animal's plight. Your concept of guilt is something you use to weaponize against the animals so that you could be the victim and laugh at them. It's terrible. It's not a body part, so it's okay to consume. I know, right? Like, it's not a body part. Well, don't you think she's referring to it coming from a body? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it's a contribution issue. Jesus, so uncharitable.
does cheese come from? I might be wrong. Cheese is a dairy product derived from milk and produced in wide ranges of flavors, textures, and forms by coagulation of the milk protein casein. Right, so it usually comes from milk cows, buffalo, goats, and sheep. So from what I'm reading, body parts aren't in there. It usually comes from milk cows, buffalo, goats, and sheep. So from what I'm reading, body parts aren't in there. It's just liquid.
That's such a useless attempt of a distinction. Again, whenever we talk about the concept of philosophy in general, and specifically as it pertains to name the trait, even if Katie, by the way, isn't referring to name the trait by name, she absolutely is referring to the core logic behind it. That's when anybody is that talks about there being, moral sufficiency that ought be given to animals because they say things like white one not the other. They think it's they make a point that it would be wrong to do it to a human, so on and so forth, right? Almost every animal rights believer and activist has effectively said or indicated that to some degree, almost certainly at some point. And so all it's going to come down to, no shit, is the idea of whether or not there's a morally relevant distinction, not a distinction, right? I don't care if your mom has, gray hair today and she had blonde hair tomorrow. Now it's okay to Holocaust her for food. What I care about is whether or not there's a morally relevant distinction between the two such that it would be okay to kill neither one, not the other. And it's not to say that they would become equal in terms of moral value by the time you make this realization. It's to say something like, would you honestly think that they lose moral value to such a degree that you would kill and eat them for the humans if they had said traits?
It's from animals, so there's another lesson for you. I know you don't like it. I know you don't like the cheese in the milks and all, and it's not body parts though.
I know you don't like it. Well, I know nobody likes it that's logically consistent on trade equalized human rights as they are animal rights.
Okay, get your facts straight. I don't like coconut.
You've not given anything of substance here, Chris.
But that's parts though, okay? Get your facts straight. I don't like coconut. But that's okay, I know it's not your fault.
Okay, you don't like coconut, but coconut is vegan, just so you know.
What? Coconut?
Just so you know. Katie, you just constantly screw up when you talk about taste pleasure. Jesus Christ, it makes me want to jump off a fucking ledge.
Vegan? I heck no. IT, assuming.
Unless, of course, you get the brand where they force the monkeys to climb up the trees and take.
No. Katie. Stop perpetuating incorrect ideas here. There is not a reason to believe that is, one, something that really occurs. And two, for any situation where it does occur, it's not reasonable of a concept of a rights violation that's analogous to the concept of, buying rape products like dairy, dead animals directly, eggs, so on and so forth. I have no reason to believe that it is any sort of an entailment from not an entailment, but even practically speaking, something that occurs. Why do you not eat? Well, it's not just animals. It's right. It's dead animals. So you really should ask yourself. You shouldn't ask me why I'm vegan. You should ask yourself why you're not. So, Dennis, what trait is true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause you to say that it's okay to kill the human like you would and eat them like you would the animal? What I'm looking for is some morally relevant trait or set of traits that exist between humans and animals, such that you think it's okay to kill and eat the animal but not the human. And yeah, I'm just gonna wait to see if you have some sort of answer there that you think justifies it. For example, you could say it's like intelligence. You could say if it were the case that humans were mentally handicapped, you'd eat them for food. I'd rather you answer my question rather than deflecting. It's not deflecting. This is really funny. Number one, it's not deflecting. The answer is entailed when I said that I can't name the... Well, I said this is... You should ask yourself why it's not. It doesn't mean it's deflecting. You don't even know that I won't even get to it. Secondly, name the trait is both a question for you and an answer to... it's a question for you and an answer to why I don't kill and eat animals for food. What do you mean to justify being the... That's like saying, do you have an answer for justifying not killing humans for food? I get it. You're scared of being able to provide a trait or set of traits. So, for example, I'm just going to go back to reminding you how to engage. For example, if you said the trait was, being of the human species or possessing human DNA, would it be okay to kill and eat Superman? If you said it was human DNA and intelligence, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped Superman? If you said it was, X, Y, Z, and you could plug in however many traits you want to, but the idea is that you're not going to produce any sort of answer that causes you to be logically consistent without succumbing to absurdity, right? That is to say, your reasoning would justify something absolutely atrocious by your own standards. So now to give you a few extra words on that for myself, I get if you're scared of answering me, so give a counter question instead. You're fucking deaf and retarded at the same time, I guess, Dennis, because I told you twice, which I'll remind you a third time now, it's my last time reminding you, that I gave an answer when I said I can't name the trait. And so then I invited you to. It wasn't deflection when I asked you if, or I said you shouldn't ask me why I'm vegan. You should ask yourself why you're not. It just means that I have a priority in terms of, the person who's actually contributing towards the global Holocaust. But that's my third time reminding you that I can't name a trait or set of traits that logically differentiate humans and animals such that I'd find it okay to kill and eat the one, not the other. But again, being able to imitate the words that the actually intellectual person stated is, and then attempting to claim that you're naming something that's, interesting yourself is not interesting. You can't come to logical absurdity as a vegan as well, hence you don't answer. What? You can't... What do you mean? Dude, hop on voice instead of just fucking cucking in the corner. I've got the Discord link in the description. You can't come to logical absurdity. What do you mean you can't come to logical absurdity? Yeah, exactly. Like Kaida said, voice him. You can't come to logical absurdity as a vegan as well? You can't? What do you mean you can't? There is no fucking can't. What do you... That's a... Can't what? In terms of what modality? You can't have a logically... or you can't have a logically absurd view as a vegan? Of course you can. You could self-identify as somebody who believes in animal rights and, believe that it's okay. It's you wouldn't interfere with predators, for example. David Rams does it all the time. You could think that, killing a mouse is the same as killing Einstein. I don't know. You can have all sorts of views, but that's not the point. The point is whether or not you can name a trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill the human as you do the animal. It's the type of meant you can't be vegan and not be logically absurd. That's a positive claim you're going to have to reconcile after you name the trait. So can you name the trait, Dennis? Or are you going to keep fucking cucking in the corner like the scared little bitch you are? What's the trait? I've explained it way enough times now. What trait is true of an animal, which if true of a human, would cause you to kill the human as you would the animal? Everyone's waiting. What's the trait for animals versus plants? Well, having a subjective experience, obviously. You're still not answering. You're still not answering. Last chance, Dennis. You want to hop on VC? Everyone's waiting. I got fucking Giannis over here. Kaito wants it. Fucking... Yeah, Jaden, I'm sure, is eating popcorn. So do you not want to hop on? Do you not want to hop on Discord, man? Because I gave you like multiple chances. Just gonna give you a few more seconds, man. Yeah, he hasn't said anything. Okay, well, I'll take it you have no justification for killing animals for food, even though you hopped onto a debate platform and asked me how I can justify not killing animals for food. Justify what? That implies there's fucking logical consequences to my view that are even problematic. I've heard live chat. I can't talk right now where I'm at. Yeah, that's what every fucking cuck says. They can't hop on voice. They got all this shit to say over chat, but they can't say anything over voice. I have had a few people like that at least engaged with, you know, the intellectual reasoning here. And you're not one of them. So you can get the fuck out and come back next time when you actually have some level of intellectual honesty on your shoulders, which probably will be never. So don't eat humans, okay?
Take the coconut.
I don't think there's anything on this planet that is actually like 100% vegan.
Well, if you define vegan... Yeah, I can't talk, but can whimper, though. Damn! That's a good one. Damn, yeah.
She has everything to be like a broccoli. Broccoli is vegan, but it's not vegan.
It's uninteresting to define not violating animal rights as something that causes a violation of a value you don't know exists.
Vegan if they get the bunny rabbits to go out to the fields to get the...
You're assuming that somebody holds to the value of crop deaths.
Broccoli to bring it back.
In that case, it's not vegan because
it's to go out to the fields to get the broccoli to bring it back.
Now, I don't know what she's fucking bitching about at the end with her little incredulous tone of voice. Like, I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm saying this. Yeah, you know what I can't believe? That for whatever confused vegans are out there that think crop deaths are something that they are inconsistent on, or they're mistaken for describing the, you know, plight of how they deal with it, that even for those people, even people you know, who think that are vegan and think sweatshops are wrong, whatever the fuck, it's not going to change that the oh, looks like this died.
not vegan.
Rabbits to go.
Okay. We had a few technical issues there. It's just those damn earbuds. They keep dying. Anyways. Yeah, so we're going to wrap up this vid and then call it. But yeah, let's see.
Vegan, but 100% vegan. She has everything to be like a broccoli. Broccoli is vegan, but it's not vegan if they get the bunny rabbits to go out to the fields to get the broccoli to bring it back.
In that case, it's not vegan because you're still hurting the animals. But you can check, do research, go.
What? Do research. You know what's a lot better, Katie? Have a rule that people can follow because you understand what it is you're advocating for. You happen to most of the way be there because you are getting people to stop the undeniably atrocious thing, which is stabbing animals in the throat for food. But you're not there, right, when it comes to not knowing what sort of way you can articulate the problems between, you know, certain products, people asking you about crop deaths, so on and so forth.
How do you do that? Do I go up to the person at the grocery store and be like, do you know if a monkey went up a tree and grabbed this coconut?
The person at the store wouldn't know. The company behind it would. Now, I'm not led to believe that that's a valid concern that Katie is raising, but provided it was, right, it's something that she, you know, doesn't have to reconcile per se to at least say the obvious cases are ones you ought avoid.
Coconut, because if so,
Disgusting.
I will never buy that coconut. This coconut's good? Oh, okay, I'll get this coconut.
How come you didn't?
Again, if you just plugged this into the human context, you would never be saying, oh, haha, this is laughable, this is not.
Eat any apples, oranges, bananas.
Because it's a snack taste testing video.
Yeah, that is a dumb question, Katie.
It's not what I actually eat in my everyday life, vegan teacher. It's just snacks my subscribers sent me. Cashew milk, because
Cashew milk, that's great. Good job.
we did it.
Because I heard
Well, you didn't do anything because nothing here was an ethical decision. Right? But the idea that, you know, you happen to do something good is part of the illusion that I will say Katie is feeding into.
you say cashew milk because, hopefully you're going to say because you care about the animals.
I did not. It's because I'm lactose intolerant. But I
Exactly.
do care about the animals.
Or maybe
It's just so funny seeing her say, but I do care about the animals, because it really, really shows her deep desire to not be held accountable despite being a moral agent. She's like, don't remind me. It's exactly the situation you ought to remind somebody. Katie goes back and forth between doing a good job with that, with some of the points that she makes. I will say, sometimes I am actually impressed, but much of the time she just falls light years short.
maybe you are
Or even goes backwards.
lactose intolerant. What is it?
Yes.
Anyway, that's good that you're promoting silk. Silk is vegan.
Like a few.
It's not good if it's not off of a morally relevant basis.
Silk, actually, on its own, is a type of
Oh my god. Are you talking about silk
material
material?
that is used to make clothing.
Stop segueing into stuff that's not the.
How about your teacher's so eager and it makes her sloppy? Not just eager, desperate. But yeah, I agree, Cody. Like, she has a hyperfixation on taking the littlest thing ever and trying to turn it into a win for animal rights. That's a reducitarian mindset.
Part of the video.
I'll give you a check mark anyway, I guess.
Yes. We have these pretzels nuggets, peanut butter filled pretzel nuggets.
Ooh, peanut butter's vegan. Check mark for that. But
Yeah, I guess it would be vegan. Okay.
read the ingredients.
Yeah, she realized she checkmarked too soon.
Nuggets. Nuggets means small things, not chicken nuggets. At least pretzels.
Chicken nuggets are so good.
Would you be singing about how good human nuggets are? Would taste, pleasure just disgust you as a justification to kill a being for food?
Oh, so good. Chicken nuggets.
Pretzels have some sort of flour in them, are usually vegan, but read the ingredients. Please read the ingredients. Come on. Come on, Chris, you can do it.
I refuse to ever read the ingredients on anything.
Okay, well, if you would refuse to do that, even though you lived in a world where you knew that humans were being murdered and raped and kidnapped for products, and right? But you would. That's the reality, is you would. You don't have the incentive because you're not naming the fucking trait.
Thing ever again because you told me to. Let's try them. Why is she? Oh, you don't have to watch the video. Why?
Sure are not vegan.
You don't have to watch the video.
M&Ms I know for sure are not vegan.
No.
She does have to, if the hyponorm is to put up with what she's disgusted by, to overwhelmingly make a point in favor of animal rights, right? Like, I think that you're a disgusting individual that I get insanely annoyed by your incessant fucking laughter and just mockery of the actual victims as you attempt to try to steal the spotlight off of real fucking tragedies, Chris. The video watching isn't trivial, though. It's not just for entertainment. Why would I watch something that was just for the purpose of entertainment that I wasn't entertained by? It's almost like there's a sacrifice from dealing with your bullshit because I do have a desire for, you know, something as important as the real victims here. Ivy says, yikes, reducitarian. No. Yeah, it's the state of affairs. Vegans just get so beat up. Like, we all get bothered. I mean, Fridge Makara was an idiot in the chat earlier. You know, that is conceptually draining. But it's all going to pay off the more that you stay the course, stay slow and steady, and appreciate logic. It will not fail you. It is not something that can fail you. You fail it, right? But that's going to be your power source. That's going to be the very thing that allows you to go on to, you know, fight for the animals as you would trade equal as humans with, you know, logical consistency. That's what gives you the resolve emotionally. That's what helps navigate you through what ethics to uphold. That's what gives you the power that you need, right? That you require in order to be logically consistent. Because I'm sure Katie deep down doesn't really want to be reducitarian, but is only doing so because of insane desperation.
That's 3 X's.
I give you 12 X's because I have no rules for this. Look at this. Not looking so good.
That's the concept of being mindless. Congratulations.
Good for you, vegan teacher. You're actually failing my class. We had...
Yeah, which was determined by apparently how dumb you could be, right?
Hazelnut spread. Oh, so it's like a Nutella one. Oh.
Nutella is not vegan. Nutella has milk in it. Oh, Chris, this is so disappointing.
I know, just like my mother always says.
What's funny is anybody who actually would fall for this garbage as being something to want to pity. Because you are so conscious of the idea of what people want from, of what you want from people when you say that. Like, your mind's not dumb. What is it you intend to get out of this when you say that? You are the one who wants the pity. And you're aware of the fact that you're contributing towards a global holocaust. Yeah, your personal contribution just doesn't matter when you're sad, girl.
I don't know if I should even watch any more of this.
You don't have to. I'm not making.
Jesus. She's being rhetorical, Katie, and you're being ridiculous when you make it out to seem like she actually cares about your, you know, your approval for continuing to watch it. It's all a matter of some way of effectively saying something like, geez, this is so painful to watch. I'm still going to watch it because I want to ultimately, again, sacrifice the annoyance I get in order to increase awareness for the animal rights movement. But it's not, right? It's not a situation where you are... It's not a situation where you're given any sort of credence to be taken seriously on this. And I can imagine a lot of your fan base thinking, that's so true. Why does she put herself through that torture? If she doesn't like it, blah, blah, blah. You guys are all trivializing the fucking concept. What would you do if there was a global Holocaust? Would you put up with the annoyance that you get from watching someone constantly try to cope, justify evil, steal the spotlight from genuine tragedies? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, just like how you're not making me be vegan. Oh,
here we go. You're not making me be vegan. Oh, wow. That was so quick, right? You're not making me believe in black rights. You're not making me believe in women's rights. You're not making me believe in Jew rights, gay rights, XYZ. Funnily enough, she's not, because she stands for reducitarianism. But that's not what you mean, obviously. I'm just making a joke. She's not making you become vegan because she's not engaging with the idea of, you know, what? Making you feel better about the evil that you're bestowing and choosing to do? That's not her responsibility. She's not making you vegan because she doesn't speak in a particular tone or context, which you would almost certainly move the goalpost on, right? But guess what? If she were to succumb to any of that and be an even stronger reducitarian, she would effectively be saying organ harvesting is acceptable, because she'd say, I'm okay with saving X amount of lives, saving all these lives, sacrifice these lives to save a number of these others. I don't know if she thinks you're going to say, if you're going to avoid killing, you know, a few thousand animals throughout your life, or a few dozen thousand animals, maybe she's okay with putting up with you over the course of 1, 2, 3, 4 years, killing, you know, a few thousand. It's just crazy. I can never imagine myself murdering 4,000 people to save, like, you know, 40,000. It would have to be a situation where rights violations are held equal or something like that, and there's a higher situation or a higher concept at play here. Like, okay, 4,000 aggressors try to break into my home. Would I sacrifice all those lives even just for 2 lives? Yeah, I mean, if they're the ones causing the rights violation. But if the concept is held equal to them being innocent, and that's what we're referring to here, we're talking about whether or not, you know, you would take X amount of innocent lives, which is, you know, in Katie's situation, she'd take, I don't know, like a few hundred animals' lives, more than likely a few thousand, if we're talking over the course of her believing that she can convince you over, let's say, I don't know, 5 years. You guys have been feuding for about 4 to 5 years. Guess what? I mean, you know, what would she save? Like, 20,000 animals' lives for the rest of your life. But she had to put up with you taking 2,000. Like, it's just insanely stupid. I hear the sophistry all the time when it comes to, like, vegans dating non-vegans, and it's just insanely dumb. Let's hold logical consistency as our baseline when it comes to appreciating, you know, the extension of animal rights from trade equal as human rights.
Wait, you are.
You didn't read everything. Is there milk in there? Another.
You are. You don't have to. I'm not making you. Just like how you're not making me be vegan. Oh, wait, you are.
You didn't read everything. Is there milk in there? Another.
Probably.
X.
It's
Oh,
white
Chris.
chocolate, I'm assuming.
Listen, I'm gonna have to stop. I think I've seen enough of your presentation.
You actually did wear her out. Oh god, that's sad. You know, I do pride myself on being patient, for dealing with people that deserve it. Obviously, not for people that just try to wear you out. I had numerous children on the live stream earlier. That was annoying. I had somebody who was pretending to barf earlier. That was just ridiculous. And I had somebody who tried to conflate the connotation versus denotation of meat, aka dead animals. And he tried to say to me, you know, oh, is roadkill a problem? I mean, dude, again, like, the concept of whether or not you would eat a cat or dog at the side of the road shouldn't even be a fucking question. You can't NTT that. You're such a dipshit. So, yeah, I mean, we ought to have patience for those that either one, are trying, or two, it not being based in virtue of like a single interlocutor, but making a broader point for a very large audience. Like, you know, whether or not it's like this live stream, or whether or not it's like, you know, some type of long form video, something like that, so on and so forth. I make a lot of educational content. But yeah, I mean, you guys need to appreciate out here that are animal rights activists that, you know, it's a pretty absurd justification to say you're tired of somebody's bullshit, so you're not going to, like, you know, disambiguate their sophistry because you're just bothered. Yeah, there's important points to be made and to be fought against. And how sad is it that this got 30 million views and she was responded to, and she could have done so much more of a better job at defending animal rights had she had more patience and energy for the animals that she tries so hard for. So try harder, Katie. I know some people may think that it's not a matter of how much effort you're putting in, but where you're putting it. I think it's both. I think when you cut a video off like this so soon, you're definitely giving up. But I also think that, no shit, you know, you're just extremely bad at, you know, philosophy and debate and whatnot. And you need to get better, right? Like, I mean, if you want any sort of chance, you know, you should definitely consider contacting me, for example. I'm more than happy to help any animal rights activists, debaters, right? Any of the sort. Yeah, because I remember watching your debate with Parker and Dean, and, you know, you could have done better. So that's my opinion generally on Katie, is, in a nutshell, you could have done better.
Today, and unfortunately, you only got a few check marks and.
Message retracted. Did you happen to read what that was? Oh, he deleted his message.
Yeah, it was like, why do you think it's okay not to eat animals?
So KZ, you apparently said something like, why do I think it's okay to not eat animals? That's a really weird thing to say. What if someone were to ask you, why do you think it's okay to not eat humans? Like, what sort of moral wrong is even being implied there? Stop deflecting from the obvious thing that's haunting your conscience, which is, what trait is true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause you to kill the human as you do the animal? Basically, what's the morally relevant symmetry break between humans and animals such to that it's okay to kill one and not the other? We're going to be looking at some trait or set of traits, some characteristic, right, something true of the being, which, if the animal, that is, which, if it were true of the human, would make you go, oh, okay, that's the point where moral value is lost for the human. So yeah, but, you know.
Check out Discord. Check out Discord.
Oh shit, let's see.
Someone from YouTube that you banned. I don't know which one it was. Go to general chat.
Despite you banning me in chat, but Cuck's gonna be a cuck and run away. Which one are you? I don't even remember which one you are. Well, funny to call me a cuck, and because I'm the one who gave multiple chances with you despite you not showing up in VC for what, like an hour?
Alright, the only reason why you would ban him on YouTube is because he was cucking, so...
Which user are you? Deniz.
Oh.
Deniz. Is he in the other chat? Do you know what time that was at? Channel activity.
I think that was on the horizontal.
That was at least like 20 to 30 min ago. Oh well. Anyways.
Or wait, no, that was on the vertical.
We can give it a shot. All right. So we have H here. H.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hold on, I can't hear you. 1 second. Okay, try talking.
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey there.
How are you? Good?
Well, I'm decent. I'm having a good time with some of my chat members and then kind of an annoying time with others. But you seem to have showed up here because you want to have a conversation. So I'm assuming you
Yes.
read the title. How long have you been in chat for a while or what?
No, I just came.
Okay, well, congrats. Welcome on. So, yeah, basically, this is Debate Me Live. I do the show where I just ask people to see if they can name a trait that's true of an animal, which, if true of a human, would cause them to kill the human as they would an animal. Have you heard of a name of the trait before?
I haven't, no. And you spoke really fast. English is not my first language,
Absolutely.
so
No, absolutely.
I didn't really get what you said.
Absolutely. No worries, no worries. So, name the trait is a consistency test. It's not actually an argument.
Huh?
And what it is it's a question that asks you, what trait, meaning a thing true of the being, is true of an animal, which if it were true of the human, would cause you to say it's okay to kill and eat the human as you do the animal. So, for example, if you said the trait was intelligence, right, like, you know, the intelligence of a cow, so very low intelligence, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped people would be a question. If you said the trait was human DNA, the question would be, would you eat, you know, Superman? The question would be, if you said it was intelligence and human DNA, would you be okay with eating mentally handicapped Superman? So on and so forth. You can kind of get the idea. But you can name whatever traits or set of traits you think are legitimately applicable to your reasoning. What's more than likely, and I'll just give you a quick little heads up, is that there's not actually a trait or set of traits that exist between humans and animals such to that you can say, okay, that's where moral value is lost. It's okay to kill and eat them for food. What's more than likely is that you're just inconsistent on your position without realizing it, and you've not thought about it before. But I'm more than happy to walk you through so you can see where the logical consequences of your view lead to.
Sure, man. I understand. Okay, you explained it perfectly, by the way.
Well, thank you.
I'd also like to say that I have like family members that are vegan and vegetarian. So I totally like understand.
Oh, you mean some that
people's-
are vegan and some that are vegetarian? Not
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I thought you meant they identified as both.
No. Like different family members.
Yeah.
And I really respect it because I love animals. for sure. Like I have my own dog, etc. And I respect what you're doing too,
Thank
because
you.
it opens, like if someone doesn't have a solid argument, I would say it at least opens their mind, you
All
know,
right.
so they can justify their reasoning.
And actually, a
Uh,
side point about that last thing you said, I really liked. You said it at least gets them to think about it. Funnily enough, I get challenged a lot on appealing as very like or coming across as very unappealing, but a lot of people don't understand that this is actually a psychological fact that humans react better to the concept of persuasion with regards to negative stimuli than they do positive stimuli. There's a paper, and I've got to just keep it like pinned or something in my description,
oh,
but
really?
it goes over this concept very well. And yeah, when people are not challenged on their view, there's actually less sort of reasoning for them to change. There's also something called the sleeper effect, where even if somebody disagrees with you the moment they walk away, it's not actually indicative of them not thinking about it in the back of their minds. But regardless of if any of that were true, I would still behave exactly as I would if this were a matter of human rights, and I would defend it through abolition rather than cuck reducitarianism.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean that honestly makes sense. So basically, like rage baiting people into changing their views. I like that.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Since it's people's personal point of view, I will say my reasoning is I don't think the value of the soul of an animal is the same as the value of a human's.
Okay. Have you thought about what determines that one being has a soul and the other does not?
Sure, I mean, it's something that's empirical, so you can't prove it or you can't disprove it. So I would say it's someone's religious background or religious
You said,
opinion.
wait, sorry, you said it is empirical?
No, it's not empirical.
Not empirical, right.
Yeah.
Right.
If I said empirical, that's because I mixed up the meaning of it. Like you can't prove it, basically. You can't prove or disprove it. That's a better way to say it.
I guess there's a couple problems. So I'm going to start with the strongest one because I feel like a lot of vegans might be tempted to go into the second one, but I actually don't want to do that. I think there's a lot more value in this. It's not going to be challenging you on whether or not souls exist. I know Isaac Brown, Ask Yourself, has done that to some people. I don't think that's very effective. I think there's a lot smarter of a point to make. And that is that presumably there's some sort of assertion, right, from some, whatever higher power you believe in that stated that humans have souls and animals do not, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. No, that the soul of a human is worth more than the soul of a non-human.
Wait, I don't want to talk past one another. You said it's worth more than, but that's actually not the point of Name the Trait. So Name the Trait is always, and by the way, I implore you to watch, it's only like a 6-minute video, but I have a video titled Stop This Conflation, Moral Sufficiency versus Equality. I'll give you a crash course in just a few seconds. Basically, Name the Trait is never concerned about the concept of establishing equality between humans and animals' moral value. It's only ever trying to establish that animals have sufficient moral value with regards to basic rights. So, for example, the right to life and autonomy. So it's never going to be saying, for example, that like a newborn, like for example, like $5 is greater than $3, but both are enough to buy a can of Coke is something that I say. Or in the beings context, it would be like a newborn somebody might think doesn't have as much value as Albert Einstein, right? But both have sufficient moral value such that it'd be wrong to kill and eat them. So just so we're on the same page here, I am not trying to assert that animals are equal to humans in terms of their moral value necessarily.
Sure, but you again talked really fast, but
Okay.
I'll just say like what I'm thinking.
Did you
When I got
catch
on,
that though? Because I could say that a lot slower.
yeah, I mean I caught bits of it, but I mean it doesn't change what I'm gonna say now. Like
Okay.
when I first got on, you told me, like you gave me examples of such as the intelligence of a human is more than the intelligence of an animal, and then you would give me the reasoning behind why that's not true, etc. So I'm giving you the same thing. I think the soul of human
No,
is
wait, so I want to be
valued
clear.
more.
I wasn't giving an example of how it's not true that a human has higher intelligence than an animal. I was giving an example that if that was someone's justification for killing and eating an animal, that they likely would not actually hold to that without succumbing
Yeah.
to some logical absurdity.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
Okay.
meant. So I'm saying here that the value of the soul of a human being is worth more compared to the animals. So it's the same thing between intelligence just being replaced by the value of the soul. So
Sorry,
that's
but I
it.
just don't understand why the terminology is such that it's like, I know you said English is your first language, so just tell me if this is where we're at an impasse here. But you said again, that the value of a human is greater than that of an animal, but you do realize somebody can agree with you but still believe in the basic rights of animals, right?
Of course, I believe in the basic rights of animals,
Such that
but
they
that
such that it's defined as not killing and eating them for food, aka veganism.
No, that's not true because it depends on what you say is the basic rights of an animal. I don't have to accept your
Right. No, no, no,
terminology
no.
of
I
the
didn't.
basic
Wait.
rights
Sorry,
of
sorry,
an
sorry. But I didn't say
Let's
you have
not
to
take
accept my
order off,
terminology.
man.
Sorry, I didn't say you have to accept my terminology. I just stated that
But
I stated earlier in the conversation, the basic rights would be like the basic right to life and autonomy. In fact, I've been
man,
on the record saying that like 3 times.
man, look, if you tell me the basic rights of animals, then you make an assumption based on that.
No, no,
It's
no, no, no. I'm not asserting what your values are. Explained what the values were that you're currently not respecting, and then stated that's what I'm referring to when I perform name the trait. I didn't state that's what you think of when you think of basic rights. Do you understand the distinction there?
what values did you say?
Well, when I gave the example of the values that you're not respecting, I said 3 to 4 times, for example, the rights to life and autonomy. Those are pretty clearly whether or not you'd kill and eat them for food or justify raping them, right? I could have
Yes,
mentioned kidnapping too, but I like to keep it
hold on.
simple.
But those are definitions that you placed under animal.
Do not, no, no, no. You understand the conceptualization because we talked about veganism at the beginning of the conversation.
Sure,
And,
but
and, the,
those
and
are
the debate
your
title also says, can anyone justify eating animals?
Sure, okay, but if you're gonna talk about the eating part, then I can give you from an atheistic point of view. But
No, 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 but
if
let's
you're
not lose the
talking
point,
about
though. Let's not lose the point, though. You said you didn't have to accept my terminology, but I never asserted
you
terminology
think, hold
for
on,
you to accept, right? You understand that
sure,
what I was saying,
but
was that there was a concept with regards to animal rights called the basic rights to life, the rights to life and autonomy. And if you don't respect those, such that you think it's okay to kill and eat them for food, all I was asking you what the trait or set of traits are that distinguish them. So it's not to say you have to call it rape or you have to call it murder, right? But you understood the concept I was getting at when I used that terminology, right?
you cut me off every single time.
Dude, you're derailing from the conversation, so of course I'm going to put you back, okay? Again, you asserted that I asserted what your values were. That's not true. I never stated that you agreed with my terminology. I got past the issue of any impasse we could have with regards to terminology by talking about the concept at play. We know that from the debate title because it says debate me live, can anyone justify eating animals? And number 2, I specified killing and eating animals, the basic rights to life and autonomy. You understood that that was about veganism. You mentioned your family. So there's at least 3 huge indications that you understood what I was getting at conceptually. Whether or not you semantically wouldn't use the same terminology like rape and murder doesn't really matter. So do you understand? I never asserted what your values are, yes or no.
Okay, I'm here to have a conversation.
Is that yes or no,
All right.
then?
If you have, but you're again cutting me off.
I asked you a yes or no
You
question,
cut
and
me
you're
off.
not. I asked you a yes or no question, and you're not answering it. It's just showing insanely bad faith. So, I'm just gonna wonder: do you have any reason to believe that I am asserting terminology for you, or do you understand that I talked only about the concepts after I made sure that you understood them, at least with 3 huge indicators, as well as it being contextually obvious in general? And semantically, it doesn't matter if you wouldn't call it the same thing. You understood I was referring to the basic rights to life of animals. Do you understand? I never asserted what your values are, right?
You yapping so much is not gonna change.
It's not yapping. I'm only having to say so much because you won't answer the question. Yes or no, H, is it the case that you agree I did not assert what your values are when I clarified the concept of the basic rights to life of animals?
I'll just call you poison, okay?
What?
Poison. I'll just call you Poison, okay?
I didn't ask if you want to just make a childish joke. You're not answering yes or no, so this is going to be your last warning. Are you going to admit that I never asserted what your values are? You were only ever we were only ever talking about the concepts at play here, like whether or not you called it veganism, eating animals, raping, murdering. It doesn't matter. You understood the concepts at play here, right?
Poison.
Right?
I never said you asserted my values because I made clear what my values
You
are.
said yes, you did. You literally said you
No,
can't.
I didn't.
You're on film,
I
dude.
said, look, dude, I will tell you what I said. I said
No, you're not gonna gaslight me. You said to me that I can't. I can't tell you what terminology. You said you already said it. You already said it. You already said it. You said that the terminology. You said I told you what terminology. You said I told you what the terminology means. I didn't tell you what the fuck the terminology means. I agree with you on a conceptual basis of murdering animals for food. You can call it X, you can call it Y, you can call it Z. It doesn't make a difference, dude. So again, don't assert.
Wrong.
Yeah, you were literally caught saying it.
okay, this is what I said. I said that you you made it. I said that we were talking about the values of animal rights, and I said that
Basic rights.
you gave the animal rights terminology's values, not my own values. So then you spoke.
Wait. What do you mean
It
the
is-
animal rights terminology values?
So for you, what the animal rights are, but those are not my animal rights definitions. You
I
get
never
it?
asserted you
So
had
when
them
you
though.
say- So, okay, if you never asserted I had animal rights values, then what is this whole entire conversation about? Of course, I have animal rights values.
Wait, because the concept is that you think you have an appreciation towards animal rights despite you not being vegan, justifying the debate proposition, which is can anyone justify eating animals, and saying that the trait that differentiates them, what I think you mean is to a morally relevant degree of their sufficiency for not respecting their rights to life and autonomy, being one has a soul and one doesn't. So you can say that you call that an appreciation for basic rights, but again, conceptually, we're not going to make any ground here unless you admit that all I'm referring to is you not being vegan. Like, you're not vegan, correct?
Poison.
Correct?
I'm being serious.
Of course, I've been serious too. Are you vegan?
I'll be down. I'm not vegan, of course, but
No, don't say of course. You said you respect the basic rights of animals, but you're not vegan. Like, that's like saying I respect the basic rights of humans, but I am not a human rights believer. I still buy human flesh. But I rape, but I murder. Exactly, but I kidnap. No, dude, your terminology here is not going to slide by. Okay? I clarified so that we're not talking past each other that all it means is that you would allow animals to die for food. Call that whatever the fuck you want. You could call it gish kebab if you want. But the point is just that you justify that action or set of actions because correct?
Look. Basically, you're saying that every single person that's not a vegan does not believe in animal rights.
No, I'm not. I actually said at the very beginning of the conversation, if you paid attention, that anybody who is going to engage with named trade is going to quickly realize that they're logically inconsistent. Do you know what a logical inconsistency is?
Right now, that you're not vegan, this is what you're implying.
Do you know what a logical inconsistency is?
This is what
Do you know what a logical inconsistency is?
you're implying.
Do you know what a logical inconsistency is?
Doesn't have.
Yeah, you don't have an answer, do you? So logical inconsistency is a situation where somebody says they do and do not believe something. So if somebody says, for example, they do believe it's the case that it's okay to kill an animal for food, but they don't agree with the logical consequences of their own position, then although they want to believe in animal rights, they don't actually possess a view that explains the differential treatment. As I said earlier, I think most people would agree with veganism because they for their utmost values believe in animal rights, but they don't, but the traits or the justification are distinct from the positions that they hold. So If you want to believe in animal rights, we can get there. But no, you don't currently believe in animal rights if it's defined as, causing them to be raped and murdered and enslaved and tortured and have their children kidnapped. You understand that would be an absurd definition in the human context, right, H?
Have you ever debated?
Right?
Look,
right? Yeah, you can't answer any questions, I know. This is going to be your last time. I think I've asked you 4 questions that you've just ducked from. So, yes or no, would you call somebody in favor of human rights if they said that they rape and murder? Yes or no?
Oh. Okay, look.
Yes or no? Would you call it somebody in favor of human rights if they rape and murder? Yes or no?
I'll answer this question.
Okay.
But I will only answer if you don't cut me off, and if you make a distinction.
You have to start with yes or no.
We will not cut each other off. Answer that question.
You have to answer yes or no first.
Okay, I will look.
Okay.
I will answer that question.
Deal. Okay, deal.
You have to say that we will not cut each other off.
Well, no. If you say something incorrect, you're allowed to cut me off, and I'm allowed to cut you off.
No,
that's how it goes
that's
here.
Not how it goes.
No. If you said, for example, that I raped somebody and I know I didn't rape them, I'm gonna cut you off every single time you try to fucking say that I did. Okay? Unless literally you're gonna put a gun up to my head and say you're gonna fucking pull the trigger. So, no. I just want an answer, yes or no, to the question. Would you say somebody is in favor of human rights if it were the case that they also supported raping and murdering other humans?
Look, I'm actually having a
yes
really hard time understanding if you are illogical or not at all. Do you know why?
You're having a fun time being rhetorical, but you're the one who doesn't have any capability or really desire to, engage intellectually. So I'm going to try one last time with you, H. Yes or no, if somebody said they believed in human rights, would you believe them if they also said simultaneously they contribute towards humans being raped and murdered? Yes or no?
Poison, I know for a fact that
yes or no. Yes or no?
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Let me finish my sentence.
You can't say yes or no. H, we can't do this.
Question if I'm having a conversation with anybody in this world, I will establish how we're gonna have a conversation before.
If you're trying to justify the animal holocaust by means of saying that you are allowed to do so and be someone who believes in animal rights, you are not just confused, you are fucking evil. You had the capability to say you wouldn't actually believe the same thing in the human rights context, but you just couldn't fucking answer honestly. Bye-bye. Wow, Jesus Christ, that's not so hard, It's really not so hard. Like, nobody wants to engage intellectually, honestly. Let's see. I don't anticipate much with Dennis, but who knows? You might have a good conversation. Dennis, right? Is that how you say it?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Hey, I can hear you.
Can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to ask you, what's the moral, consideration you have for not eating plants but animals? Sorry, the other way around. For how you morally differentiate between plants and animals.
So, couple things here. I anticipated that you were actually going to engage with Name the Trait. I will entertain this only for a brief moment, and then I'm going to expect you to actually not feel so much guilt that you don't engage intellectually honestly with the conversation. So, as I stated to you earlier in the chat, right, plants are not proven to have any sort of sentience. They don't have a central nervous system. So, they, last time I checked, right, don't have a brain. That's a meme that is entirely fucking, it's dishonest at worst, and it's mentally handicapped at best. But yeah, I mean, if you think you have positive evidence for that, remember that that wouldn't actually justify violating both set of beings. If you were that confused of an individual, you would at least think one of the sets of beings being violated was wrong. But plants are just laughable to even try to entertain. So are you going to name a trait that's true of an animal, which if true of a human would cause you to kill the human as you would the animal?
I'm just gonna speak because
Yes or no?
So no.
No?
I'm just gonna say this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're scared to name the trait. I know it's what haunts you, and it will always haunt you, regardless of whether or not I say it, you fucker. Wow, that's insane. I'm just gonna say this. Everyone, listen to me. He just wants so much attention. I knew he was gonna be worse than the last guy. At least the last guy did a decent job at making it seem as if he cared about intellectual honesty. He would at least try to change his tone and elongate it and make false promises that he couldn't really keep. This guy was just like, going fucking wild, writhing. He's like, but what about the plants? He has no positive, like, there's a 2-point check system to see if anyone is actually intellectually honest. Okay, number one, with regards to the plant consideration, anybody who would try to say that an animal, that an animal would be justified to kill and eat because you can't name a trait between a plant and an animal, right? Even if somebody was deluded enough to think that plants had fucking sentience, I've got news for you. You don't abide by the concept of futility conveniently whenever it's a matter of human rights, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, wow. I can't save all these cats and dogs. I guess I'm gonna kill some. Oh, wow. I can't save this set of beings, like mentally handicapped people or physically handicapped people, so I guess it's okay to just murder them and the other oppressed groups. Like, what the fuck sort of logic is that? But furthermore, you don't even have positive, you don't even have evidence for the positive claim, right? So you're just going to keep throwing it around, dicking around, saying, oh, but how do you differentiate, and then we had people in here earlier that were talking about micro screams. Dude, get a fucking life. Name some, bring some sources out so we could expose how stupid it is. Jesus Christ. How do you kick someone from saying name the trait back? He treated me as they treated him, so I'm so mad, let's kick him. Dennis, do you understand name the trait was being posited to you with regards to killing animals, which are proven to be sentient, not plants, right? Number one. And number two, this was... Oh, is it still on? It said fail to connect to server. Am I still good? It said fail to connect to server.
What happened?
It said fail to connect to server. Am I still good?
So far, yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you know if I see that it's messed up.
Okay. No, it's not treating someone as they treated you, because the challenge was for people to come on and name the trait, first of all. Number one. Number two, the idea that you're comparing apples to apples because you posited a consistency test for plants versus animals instead of animals versus humans is just brain dead. A debate is both sides testing more consistency of each other with regards to the same point. And no, not necessarily. It's a debate is a situation where there's a proposition and each party has a differing attitude on the thing in question. So you might take the pro, I would take the negative on something, or vice versa. And then we would argue to see if we could persuade one or the other off that point, or at least the audience. But no, it's not just throwing it's not throwing one argument back to the other or something like that. That's ridiculous. That's not what a debate is, right? Debate is when one person has a different attitude than someone else. Right, exactly. He's denying me testing his moral consistency for his moral consideration trait. You just don't understand name the trait. Name the trait is asking you for the moral relevant symmetry break between typically humans and animals as they exist. Specifically, the consideration for caring about that is because the two sets of beings are both sentient, and therefore we ought to have consideration for both of them. But when you state that you imply that we ought to have consideration towards plants, and you haven't even given consideration towards animals, right? You're not a good faith fucking interlocutor. So you're just absolutely full of shit. I was willing to explore both of our views. if you weren't, number one, if you weren't willing to, if you didn't have fucking evidence for the positive claim that plants are sentient, why the fuck would you even come on and ask that? Dumbass. Secondly, if you're going to say something like, hey, I don't appreciate animal rights, but do you appreciate plant rights? That is literally no different than if somebody went to a black rights activist during the 1850s and said, hey, I don't appreciate black rights, but do you appreciate rock rights? Yeah, what sort of fucking question is that? Why the fuck would I appreciate rock rights? Like, oh, well, I'm not going to appreciate black rights until you appreciate rock rights. Why the fuck would I believe in appreciating rock rights? There's no reason to believe that. You have at least a minimal moral level of sufficiency that would be applied to you, considering that we know animals are sentient. That's not true of the situation in question. Go into detail why vitro meat isn't ethical in your worldview. Wait, why would you assume, Crimson Light, that I think that lab-grown meat isn't ethical? When did I say that? I don't understand why you would assume that. My girlfriend is a rose? What? Oh. Yeah, exactly. Like you date a fucking plant. Okay. Let's finish up this Call Me Chris vid.
A lot of X's.
That's just like my report card at school. No, but there's check marks. Oh, I got a frowny face. Draw you a face. Really capturing this. Oh yes, the bangs. We must get the bangs and the Karen haircut. Yes. This is actually really...
Yeah, indicating that she's a Karen, wherein that's supposed to refer to somebody that like bothers you even though they're in the wrong, is so out of touch with reality. Like, you're so fucking bad faith. So bad faith, Chris.
Really nice. This is my rendition of you. Isn't she beautiful?
She's as ugly as your moral view.
Oh wait, I forgot to write on your shirt. There you go. Mine's a lot nicer. Be vegan.
Come on, Chris.
Yeah, I don't think... So, I'll say this. I think Katie is not just telling people to be vegan. Like, people are misrepresenting her. Like, that's brain dead. She's not doing that. She's doing different ridiculous points. Like succumbing to reducitarianism. She is, failing to stand for the animals logically consistently. Therefore, as, she would treat equal as humans. But I don't think she's just telling people to be vegan. I think sometimes she incorporates actually good logic, to be fair. A lot of times, though, she does incorporate bad logic. But it's not literally just be vegan. It's usually something that, like, comes down to somebody perhaps wondering why they should be vegan, which is similar in terms of the, I'd say, overarching point. Like, well, whether or not you tell me to be vegan or I don't understand, isn't it just as ineffective? The answer might be yes, but that's not the same thing. So I don't think she's telling you just be vegan, even if she's failing to get you to appreciate why you ought to be vegan. I can agree with you on that, though. Absolutely. I mean, again, Katie, if you're watching or ever will watch this, trust, it offers, unless I find out something really fucking shitty about you, which there are things I don't like about you, but I'm absolutely willing to see that, you will abandon reducitarian concepts that you probably just don't realize. I think a lot of it comes out of desperation, and I think that there are several points you make that at least have a really good starting place. I'd be willing to help you, fix your logical errors and become an all-around better debater so that you don't succumb to, a lot of attacks that people will attempt to give you. But I am going to need you to listen and not, attempt to teach, because yeah, you could learn a lot.
You can do better than this.
All right, if vegan teacher, if you're watching, listen, I'm fine with you being vegan. Not
Look at that, everyone. We got the approval. Yes, we did it. People who aren't stabbing animals in the throat for a cheeseburger aren't doing something wrong. Isn't that fascinating? It's almost like you're worried that you're doing something wrong. Yeah, that's what I thought. I never wondered if fucking animal murder justifiers thought the vegans, the ones who weren't doing the murdering or murder justifications, were doing something in the wrong. I'm pretty sure that the only ones who have something to worry about on their conscience would be the animal murderers, right? So with you saying, I'm fine with you being, I'm fine, it's like, what sort of logical consequences did you think I was scared of? Did you think like I was running? I was like, oh no, like again, like even if you're as brain dead as Dean, you do understand that there's no reason to believe that there's something detrimental that would dispel the idea of whether or not we ought to value trade equalize humans, aka the current set of animals being, you know, holocausted for taste pleasure, right? Like that's, I mean, it's just so dumb of a thought. Like, again, Parker and Dean's own points would go down the drain if they ever thought that. Oh, can't help all the trans, can't help all the immigrants, can't help all the XYZ. Well, shit, can't solve the global issue. I guess we'll just, you know, kill and eat the immigrants. I guess we'll just kill and eat the trans. I guess we'll just kill and eat XYZ. Like, that's such a dumb position. You'd never believe that. That doesn't work. That's immoral. Stop thinking that. Even if there was some problem somebody had on their view with respects to the logic, at best, that would just establish that person has a problem valuing how to value both sets of beings, A and B. It wouldn't say anything about whether or not they are contributing towards something wrong, that animal murders, for example, are contributing towards something that is minimally sufficiently wrong when it comes to, you know, killing cows, chickens, pigs, fish, so on and so forth for food. So you've not established that by means of hyperfixating on the idea of whether or not somebody is, you know, not consistent with regards to an appreciation for further set of beings' rights. That's called an appeal to hypocrisy, and it just doesn't go through. So, Chris, you're absolutely fucking stupid for saying, I'm okay with you being vegan. No, well, I'm not okay with you murdering animals for food. So vegan here is even being used as a euphemism, as if it's just some arbitrary fucking taste preference or something. And you could fuck right off, bud.
That's totally fine. My video wasn't about being vegan or any vegan food.
No shit. It wasn't. Well, wait. It wasn't about being vegan, but it was endorsing products which were not, and that was the problem. So if you're gonna endorse products that cause rights violations and suffering, you're going to get called out for it. And I mean, this was a silly situation for, I think, how Katie could have went about it. I think her reasoning was poor generally, but I do think that there was more than ample opportunity for her to have done better. And so, for example, if I was responding to your video, although it wouldn't have been at the top of my list, if I was responding to your video, I could have made all sorts of points. And it all would have come down to, you know, asking you to name the trait in different variations to get you to realize every single situation where you try to run, right, like little sophist you are, from logical consequences of your view.
Food, so that may have been the weird crossover where I didn't fit any of your criteria, but
you don't fit your own criteria, Chris. If you cannot name a trait or set of traits that are true of an animal, which are true of a human, would cause you to kill the human as you would the animal, it's called a trait equalized being. That is to say, the point at where moral value is lost for a human. Another way to say it is, what is the morally relevant symmetry breaker between humans and animals such that it's okay to kill one, not the other? Then you are actually defying your own logic, right? So if you don't think that that's the case, if you're not going to justify killing humans for food, then name the trait. What's the trait or set of traits that you think justify in the animal context but not the human one?
Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. Help the algorithm gods and
help the algorithm gods out with somebody who is justifying a fucking Holocaust. Incredible. Well, just remember, Chris, history will not only not forget you, they will specifically remember you as the scum that you are.
And I can't wait to see you in my next video. Also,
Disgusting.
eat whatever you want. Eat what makes you feel good. If you want to be vegan, if you want to be. See you in my next video. Also, eat whatever you want. Eat what makes
Eat whatever you want, including humans? What's the trait then?
you feel good. If you want to be vegan.
Whatever makes you feel good, right? It has nothing to do with the negative rights of other beings.
If you want to be whatever you want, just do.
Whatever. It's all trivial. Stabbing beings in the throat for a burger, not stabbing beings in the throat for a burger. You know, enslaving black people, not enslaving black people. It's just, it's just like whatever.
Do you, boo. Me and the vegan teacher will see you in the next video. Love you. Bye.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, Chris, you're just a failure of all possible concepts pertaining to morality, which doesn't take somebody who is proficient in philosophy by itself to realize, but even somebody as old and fucking decrepit as Miss Katie. So pride yourself, right? Because as much as she failed to articulate where you went wrong, she didn't fail at making the overarching point philosophically that you were at least doing something wrong. I mean, I think she did, technically speaking, in terms of like establishing philosophical criteria that would be strong enough to stand on its own, but she represented the correct values. And so, it's bad when somebody is doing such a poor job at standing for the victims as Katie is, but really has the basic concept in mind to not contribute towards the Holocaust. Like, Jesus Christ! I mean, if somebody as dumb as her can do it, presumably you can do it. Like, no, of course you can. Anybody can. Again, a child can appreciate that they wouldn't want to stab, a cow, chicken, or pig in the throat for food. Again, you mentioned earlier, Chris, that, a child would just care about taste pleasure. Do you think they would just care about taste pleasure if it were a case of the knowing that the being had to get stabbed and would die just for those nuggets, or do you think the child would cry at the thought of it? And that's a question for you, H. By the way, you mentioned that we never went down this train of thought, but I'm just going to present the conditionals for you as a way to say adios. Whether or not you're watching it, certainly the live stream, I think, will enjoy this. Yeah, I'm just going to say, you said that you love your dog. Well, what's funny is the concept, if you wanted to try to name a human soul being true, and I wasn't going to go down this path initially, but I do want to just hit home the general point, and then I'll actually make the stronger one. I'll actually go backwards in order to make my overarching point here. If your dog doesn't have a human soul, then why the fuck would you not find it acceptable for someone to murder your dog if they saw them out in the street? Say your dog escaped from you and they wanted to turn them into dog burgers. So a Chinese man came up and was like, oh, it's the perfect dog. I'm going to fry him up and we're going to have a great barbecue later. It's going to be like my father's 100th birthday and, whatever the fuck. And they saw your dog and they thought they were just, going to snatch him up and turn him into food. According to your logic, not having a human soul is going to be true of the dog. And if that's a justification that makes it acceptable to kill and eat the dog, or kill and eat one being and not the other, that's true of your dog, that means you would have to bite the bullet on that position. But the reason why I didn't optimize that is because I actually don't think that you have a coherent concept, most importantly, for a trait equalized human. I mean, what the fuck does it mean for a trait equal as human to have to not have a soul? Like, you wouldn't what it's a shell morality position in disguise through the lens of a soul. If somebody were to say that they know that a human has a soul and an animal doesn't, likely what it's really going to come down to is a situation where the person in question doesn't think that a being has a soul if they don't have human DNA. If they say that they do, and it's because they look subjectively similar, then it's really just going to come down to, again, the shell. The shell looks human, therefore you think that they have a human soul. So I love, and I know that the most superior answer to this is not quibbling with you on whether or not souls exist. You can have your stupid, shitty religion. It's not talking about whether or not prioritizing whether or not you happen to care about dogs. That's just brownie points if you do. And you mentioned that you did, so I was just going to throw it back on you just to laugh at how fucking crazy it is to think that you can NTT between your dog and a cow. But the most important aspect is that you would think the concept of a soul would be lost if a human's DNA was if a being was born without human DNA but was subjectively identical to a human. I know your dumb ass would be confused on whether or not they have a soul, but I'll tell you what, H. Oh man, I'll tell you what. You would never be okay with killing and eating that being, even if technically speaking God, Allah, Bashkaba, Bashkala, Glob, Jesus, Allah, Jesus, Jod, Jala, whatever fucking favorite flavor of God or religion you want to believe in, I guarantee you would defy their commandments, saying, even if they instructed you to kill, not just it's okay, which is how many people interpret the current concept of religion, but even if they instructed you to kill any being who doesn't have a soul, and that soul was determined to be had by means of possessing human DNA. It's a laughable position. Secondarily, if you tried to sophist your way into saying it's because they looked like a human, take a being who is born subjectively similar to a human, then they have plastic surgery done. Or take a being whose human consciousness was transferred into a cow. Did they only have a soul because they had human consciousness? Okay, say it wasn't human consciousness, but it was subjectively similar to human consciousnness. And they were born with non-human DNA, but they were subjectively similar looking to a human. You can play this game all you want. What you're going to realize is that it's what it's called a shell morality position. It's any situation where you try to assign moral value because a being looks or behaves, usually looks, like a human. If I were to blindfold you and describe the being as that to which is identical to the being in which you kill, and the only way you cannot tell is because you were told that one of them has a soul, you've effectively said that the virtue of one being of possessing a soul and the other not is what makes it acceptable. So imagine infinitely holocausting beings that don't meet the criteria of being human by your view. But yeah, implicit in your argument is an entailment, right? That somebody only possesses a soul that is a human. Or that somebody that's human only possesses a soul because you know that they possess a soul. And how do you know that they possess a soul if they only subjectively appear human but don't have human DNA? If you were to say that it was because they have to look like a human, then if we had a being who had identical consciousness to a human, but they were born not inside the same body and had cow DNA, would they be okay to infinitely holocaust for food? It's gonna be laughable. Absolutely laughable. Fucking hilarious. You've got a dumb position. You could have just changed it. Instead, you wanted to claim that you appreciate human rights. It's analogous to saying you would appreciate human rights even though you also simultaneously believe it's okay to rape and murder. You don't appreciate animal rights if you think it's okay to contribute towards the world's biggest Holocaust, raping and murdering. Fuck off and fuck you. So, yeah, have fun with that one, bud. You're an absolute loser. Yeah, I know. It's fucking hilarious. It's a real gag. Like, it's just so dumb. But yeah, so that's it, guys. It's been a fun live stream, our longest yet. It's been about 6.5 hours. I know we had a few debates here and there. I'm sorry there was no one that was intellectually honest. Like, funnily enough, that first live stream was one of the best. I feel like there was somebody good last live stream. I think there was one person. Yeah, no, there was. That was really good. And the first live stream was going good enough to at least make grounds in the convo. That was good for the first guy. The second guy, not so much, but we at least were able to like move past certain concepts for like a few minutes at a time. This was just like, they could not stop with the rhetoric, the dodging, the derailing. It was incredible. Can't stand it any less. It's absolutely disgusting. But anyways, yeah, always great to watch the destruction of sophistry. Well, thank you, Faith. I really appreciate that one. That's very good show. Thank you, Jaden. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It looks like Kick never went live and Instagram stopped for whatever reason. I don't know what happened. She's really not funny. Very try hard. Oh, I got the Herbivore Den, who made a comment on Instagram I never replied to. Sorry about that, Herbivore Den. But yeah, so anyways, like I was saying, it's been a good show. Thank you so much. Yeah, so guys, just remember, if you ever think to yourself, is this person being intellectually honest with you, just ask yourself if they're answering your questions, and especially if they're very simple and very short. That's a very, very, very strong situation. But anyways, remember, whether it's the cold hard truth or poison that lingers until it takes effect, either way you like it, you're gonna get the picture.